Hello everyone, welcome to What If OP Issei Participates in Girls und Panzer Sports Part 2. Before we start, please go support God of Hope for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Broken friendship. At the emergency doors. Doctors entered pushing a stretcher directly to the operating room. It was Tuia who had to undergo an operation to remove the piece of shrapnel in his side. In the waiting room were all the Avengers who were ready to wait for results. Issei and his team were hoping for the best. Darjeeling was at her side, as were her friends with their boys. It was a very heavy silence in the waiting room. Until someone decided to break it. Commander. My team was able to identify which alloy was the tip of the projectile that severely damaged Tuia's tank, Ikki had reported. And what was the projectile made of? The projectile was made of graphene. The space mineral. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Hirasu wa yami bakura wa. I'm here with you. The super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled, while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Hirasu wa yami bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Hyodo is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukumori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit two Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Katori's speech. Mikan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Defy with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ainwa.u. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Agate Batsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them, which raises smoke, and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chip Hotan, Orai and Kuramoriman, who were waiting for the end of the match. Ainwa.u. I am sorry. But the Stug turned into a ramp and the super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. Graphene, that metal is illegal. Tauda was furious to learn about that since he knows how superior graphene is to carbon. Orange Peak tried to calm him down. Commander, do you know something that we don't? Everyone at Basara's question looked at the brown-haired boy who was still assimilating the revelation that Ikki had given him. He didn't want to say it, but he knows he can't hide anything. That wasn't him. I think you have a right to know. So I'll tell you now. He explained everything to them. From the encounter with the damn trash to his call in the middle of Sensha-Do and his threat to continue the attacks if he did not give up his goal of winning the tournament. It must be said that everyone, absolutely everyone, was very furious with that damn 4 eyes. They were so mad that they wanted to go find him and give him a punishment worthy of Saw. But they knew they couldn't do anything. Familiars with Mochizuki Tuia. Here. The nurse was a little surprised to see so many boys and some girls in the waiting room. I am the commander of this squadron. Your parents could not be here due to complicated matters. Okay. Look, we've already removed the piece of shrapnel from your side, luckily it hadn't punctured a lung, but thanks to our most talented doctor, we managed to save your life. Now you must rest for at least 2 weeks. Everyone sighed with relief knowing that their friend was okay, even his team. Will we be able to see it? Shinku asked. For now he will be resting, so it would be better if you come tomorrow during visiting hours. And so, with the nurse leaving, they could now rest easy. Okay, guys, everyone, go back to the aircraft carrier and notify everyone that Tuia is okay. Then rest and you can see him tomorrow. Commander, what's up with you? I'll stay here and wait longer, someone has to be on the lookout. But senpai. Don't worry about me. Go and rest. It's an order. They had to do it even though they didn't want to, so little by little they left. Girls, go with them. I'll stay a little longer. See Darjeeling-sama. Both of them went catching up with their boys. The blonde sat next to the brown-haired boy and took his hand, leaving him surprised. Darjeeling-san. You don't have to stay here if you don't want to. I will stay. I am not on your team, I am an ally, and just like you are my ally, you would support me if I were in your place. I don't know what to tell you, thanks. It doesn't matter. She, smiling and feeling the warmth of his skin, was glad to be close to the person she likes. The hours passed and it began to get dark. He fell asleep from exhaustion. Arjuling, noticing this, just looked at him and was also thinking about the things that have happened. Before, she wouldn't have believed that she was in love. And even more so with the commander of a team that is starting a revolution. Someone daring. Someone understanding. Someone strong. Someone determined. Someone who is not afraid of the unknown and who would be able to wage war on those who hurt those he cares about most. That was the person he fell in love with. He had many things that made him unique in his eyes, he only had one flaw. One that he discovered 2 days ago thanks to his father. You're not single, you were already someone's before I met you. When he found out, he didn't want to believe it. In fact, he questioned whether it was right to continue with his plan to enter her heart. If it was worth breaking up a relationship, everything to be happy. But after thinking about it, she only understood herself. Love is like war, you can't win by being weak, only the one who wins is the one who is strong enough to get what he wants in a war. There is no honor or fair play, everything is valid. She snuggled closer to his chest and neck. Smelling her scent. One that she still had after all the hard work she had done in the Sensha-Do. He didn't care that he was a little dirty, after all that highlighted his masculinity. I almost wished I was in that boy's arms. Sleeping in his bed. Hoping that wish comes true. I didn't deny it. He envied the one who was his fiancée. But if Nishizumi dared to fight for him, he would do it too. Just seeing him asleep. With a peaceful expression. He knew it was worth fighting for. I will be by your side whenever you need me. Because you would also be by my side. I am not a woman without compassion. But in order not to lose you, I would be willing to be one. Issei would fight for his own and for those who are very important to him. And she must reciprocate that feeling. She proposed to be by his side. Until eternity. A week passed. The Federation had opened an investigation to find out how graphene-tipped projectiles had reached Anzio's hands. Surveillance videos were reviewed. Clues were sought. But in the end, nothing was achieved. The president of the Federation gave a press conference where he declared that the projectiles were given to Anzio by mistake and that the cause of them is unknown. So it was left unfinished. There was discontent and several politicians were hoping with satisfaction that this would scare the Avengers school. But that didn't happen. Issei declared through a video on YouTube along with all the members of his team that they are not going to give up on their goal. And also that they have no enmity with Anzio since they declared that they are also victims of people's prejudices. Showing everyone that Avengers is a school that believes in equality and justice. Gaining more support on the networks and several YouTubers upload news about them and Sensha-Do. Duya left the hospital more or less recovered thanks to the medicines and healings of the best doctor in the world, Kain Kanzaki. When he returned to the aircraft carrier, everyone had welcomed him as a hero for escaping death. Accompanied by his girlfriend Ye, who was with him in the hospital taking care of him. Now Tuya had to face one thing. He was standing before the 4 captains and the commander, who maintained a serious look. Tuya. Do you know why we are doing this disciplinary action trial? Yes, Commander, I disobeyed a direct order from my superior. Exactly. Now I want to know why you did it. I just wanted to prove that I earned my place in the Avengers through my own efforts. I wanted everyone to be proud of me. There was a very tense silence between them. Each captain was talking to each other. Until Issei spoke. Tuya, you forgot what characterizes us all here. And that is that we are better than those who point us out as savages. We are not looking for the prize, but to prove the point that gender does not matter, but the value of our actions. Your team could have died. He shuddered at the knowledge of that possibility. But since I forced them to do this, and no one could have predicted this situation, we can only say that there is nothing to regret now. Although we must apply a punishment. Tuya nodded. Mochizuki Tuya. You will be performing cleaning services in the bathroom and shower areas for the next 2 weeks. He accepted it. He knew he deserved what happened to him. Excuse me, Commander. And? We request that we also be in the punishment of our captain. The aforementioned just looked on in disbelief that his team was willing to take part in the punishment. Are you aware of what you are asking for? Issei asked seriously. We are, Commander. Okay. The Grizzly team will clean up the mentioned areas after training. Any questions? None of them had any doubts. Okay. Everyone leave. I want to talk to Tuya alone. They obeyed. Every captain and member of the team offered their condolences and were glad to see him alive. When they were already alone. First of all, Tuya, I want to apologize to you. He knew why his commander was apologizing. They had earned a fearsome enemy and felt it was their fault that he was hit by the projectile. You don't have to apologize, Commander. I know you've worked hard for us, and I couldn't ask for a better commander than you." The brown-haired boy just patted Tuya on the shoulder. "Get out of here now. Rest so your punishment can start tomorrow." He just nodded and left, leaving Issei alone, who was watching from the window of his office. Watching as several students went to their club activities. Seeing those happy students. Some in love and others having a good time with their friends. He hoped he still had enough strength to continue protecting the school that is now his second home. "I knew the challenges would be more difficult. But we'll go ahead." So they were graphene tips. It was Mayho's question as they drank tea, courtesy of Darjeeling, who invited the commanders. Anchovy was not present. And Katyusha had not yet arrived. Yes, luckily only one was injured, although I can't say that this won't happen again. Apparently that guy became his lethal enemy. So we run the risk of being blamed if we accidentally use that kind of projectile. Mayho was worried about what might happen to her school. "We are not at risk since they will be supervising the projectiles they give us." Kanayo, the commander of Kai Hotan, had responded. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Darjeeling said seriously. Something that caught the attention of the commanders. "Why do you say that, Darjeeling?" "What I want to tell you is that we cannot trust the Federation completely. It is more than obvious that some of great power do not want them. The Avengers to change things," she said, answering Kay's question. "We can't trust them completely. For those rats, we are their tools to not only keep things the way they should be. We are also dispensable. They will use everything in their power." Mayho understood that. "We are in a cold war and we are chess pieces. Those who only wanted a change for everyone would be the communists. We would be the capitalists for fighting on the side that wants to maintain tradition and repress men. For politicians, we are their weapons." Mika did not play her guitar. She did not like being used like that. "Darjeeling, if this gets worse, will you be on our side?" They all looked at the English girl at Kay's question. "I'm sorry I don't support you this time, but I'm on Issei Kun's side." These words had worried some people like Kay and his sub-commanders, and also. "So you're going to become our enemy?" Katyusha, together with Nana and Clara, who listened to the Englishwoman's words. "The Avengers and Saint Gloriana are political and commercial allies. And I believe they will be Anzio's as well. I was also with him in the hospital. Issei Kun is a great leader and I wish to help him. I was hoping for your help, but now I won't be able to count on you." "Katyusha, what do you mean?" "That damn Four Eyes started threatening us. He said that if we don't win against Avengers in our next match, they will close our school." That had left the others speechless. "I'm sorry, Katyusha, but I must honor this alliance I have with him." "Are you sure it's because of your wedding ring?" Mayho's question would have caught everyone's attention. "What is the point of that question, Nishizumi-san?" "It's simple. I did a little research and discovered something interesting. It turns out that your father was in the Montgomery Infantry School. He and the so-called legend Roosevelt's demon were great friends." "Wait. Are you talking about the Roosevelt demon? The one who with only one M1 Garand cleared 3 bunkers full of almost 20 soldiers from the German Rommel school? Hyodo Issei his son?" Kanayo asked. "Yes, it is him. And he is a friend of Darjeeling's father. And you know what else I discovered? That there is also a marriage request asking for Hyodo Issei as her husband." They were all speechless. "One of her friends is engaged to the Avengers commander." "Wait, Darjeeling. Did your father force you to get engaged to him?" Kay was speechless. "Of course not," she said, defending her father. "So you got engaged of your own free will? Are you in love with him?" She did not answer Katyusha's questions. In fact, no one could believe what they were seeing. "Yes, I did. I asked my father to make a marriage proposal after living with Issei Kun. He is all I can ask for in a husband. He is the man I want to marry." But those words, it was very clear to the girls that Darjeeling was in love. "I'm going to have to ask you to back off. He's not available." "I know that, Nishizumi-san. In fact, I know why you ask me. Have you told your sister?" Those words had made the elder Nishizumi nervous. "One-sama, what are you talking about?" They didn't tell you. Well, I think you have the right to know since you are being affected. There is a marriage proposal in which you are engaged to Issei Kun." Mayho was in shock when she found out that. The only one who could do that was her mother. Her own mother compromised her without her own consent. Mayho to her older sister, hoping that what she said was a lie. But looking into her eyes, he knew that Darjeeling's words were true. Mayho was now scared, more scared than she was when she saved Erica from the tiger that was sinking in the river. "Mayho, I was going to tell you, but Mom forbade me." The second Nishizumi didn't know what to think. In fact, Yukari prevented him from fainting. But with regret he looked at the commander of Saint Gloriana. "I don't want Nishizumi-san to hold a grudge against me." "Darjeeling, are you so willing to break the friendship we have just for a boy?" "You don't understand, Katyusha." "Of course I don't understand what's so special about it apart from what we've seen. What the hell makes it so special?" There was a very tense silence among all the commanders and deputy commanders. You've never been in love and I know you might hate me, but you can't make me choose between the love of my life and the friends I fought with in battle, and I know that if Issei-kun were present, he would blame himself for this. He has everything against him and I don't want to abandon him." She stopped for a moment and then looked at them. "You know I wouldn't do this if I had no choice, but he's the most important person to me. We were two." And with those words they all began to leave. Each one not out of resentment towards Darjeeling, but because now, whether they like it or not, she became their enemy by being allied with the change. She and her sub-commanders were left alone. On the aircraft carrier at Anzio everyone was ready to receive some people. And when the ship arrived at the mentioned coordinates they encountered the Avengers aircraft carrier. The students were taken to Anzio in several boats. Once there everyone started to enjoy. The commander along with his captains had arrived. "Welcome to Anzio, Avengers." They were received by the commander along with her sub-commanders and a very beautiful woman. Woman that Issei immediately recognized. Gabriel Saint. That had left those present surprised. "Issei-kun. I'm glad you're here at my school." They both greeted each other, not thinking they knew each other. There were moments where the boys and girls from Avengers School enjoyed what Anzio offered with the delicious dishes. And as promised, Hyodo, being an excellent cook, prepared his best dishes worthy of a 5-star restaurant. Every girl who tried his dishes was left with delightful pleasure, Shakigeki no Soma style. And there were several who proposed marriage to her. Which is why at the Itsuka residence the spirits began to want to look for their beloved and bring him back. At that time Issei spoke with Anchovy and Gabriel in order to reach commercial agreements where both would benefit. They managed to do it. Anzio will receive protection and support apart from the best spices in exchange for his food stalls being promoted on his aircraft carrier and on land. More alliances are formed thanks to Issei. But now, Anchovy talked a lot with him and had fun matching Issei. Gabriel noticed it and hoped to be a bridesmaid. But she asked him to go get some pasta, which he was very happy to also share with Commander Brown. When they were alone. "Issei-kun. There is something I must notify." "What's wrong, Gabriel-san?" "Your outburst disturbed the underworld and the heavens, not counting Asgard and Hyodo. A meeting was held. Since they fear that you might reveal us." "Yes, I apologize for that." "You don't have to apologize. It was also to make plans. You see, Issei-kun. We fear that in many years, enemies will appear that will force us to reveal our existence." "What? Really?" "Yes. So we plan to do some things like for example eliminating politicians who could use people's fear to their advantage. Fortunately we know how to do it." "How will they do it?" "Revealing their corrupt acts to them. Through Issei they tried to buy this aircraft carrier and use the girls for something terrible. They will do the same with other schools." Issei already had an idea and he doesn't want to imagine that. Seeing the happy smiles of those girls in Anzio and then being used as objects. They almost make him wish he would get his powers back so he could go kill them. Anzio was just the beginning. They will go after the other schools. Now they have their eyes on Pravda. We must stop them. Don't worry. Someone is taking care of that through legal means. All you have to do is win the tournament. By then they will be so cornered that they will have no way out. So I'm the spearhead in this Cold War. Again. Yes you are. We didn't want to, but there is no other plan in which we can't involve you and your children. It's okay. I just hope we can save everyone. We will save them, and maybe they will also see you as the hero that you are. You know that I never considered myself a hero. The hero was Vali who sacrificed his life to kill Rizavam. If it hadn't been for him, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Trihiksa. I know Issei-kun, but you must still honor his memory by fulfilling your dreams. I think he always knew you wanted to be a tanker and win the Sensha-Do. I know that. I wish he was here. For Issei, the Vali theme was one he will never forget. They spent the afternoon in Anzio and everyone enjoyed it. Some guys were scolded by their girlfriends for letting themselves be flirted with. Poor bastards. They are the real victims. Pepperoni was talking to Shinku at that time. He even invited him on a ride with his CV-33, where Shinku, having the opportunity to drive, went at a speed that impressed the Italian so much. She invited him to eat pasta and other dishes, and when she received compliments from the blonde, let's say she was really happy. The Parzo talked a lot with Basara. Both of them, despite not being able to finish their duel, respected each other a lot. And they hoped to fight again in their tanks. Anchovy was talking to Issei in the central plaza. They both spoke. I'm glad one of your captains is okay. Thanks Anchovy-san. Even so. I saw as if tank started to burn. The truth is it was totally my fault for. Anchovy-san. You weren't to blame for anything. I'm partly to blame. One of your kids was at risk of dying. I honestly didn't know that things were getting difficult now. I know. I just hope I can handle whatever that guy throws at me. I know that Issei-san will succeed. It is not for nothing that he is the commander of the Avengers. The school that has defeated 2 elite schools. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Then they both watch the sunset. You know, your school is beautiful. The buildings and the students give off a warm atmosphere. I know, Issei-san. And that's why I'm willing to fight for my school. Because it's my home and I love it. If all people thought more about the warmth of a home and those we love than about wealth and material goods, the world would be a better place. Before those words, before that philosophy, Anchovy could understand something he didn't understand about Darjeeling when she talked about Issei. When she had told him that Issei would never hold a grudge against her. Issei was someone wise and with a good heart. Without even noticing it, she rested her head on his chest. The chestnut tree that watched the sunset touched his head. They were both in such a peaceful peace that it would be a sin to break it. For Anchovy, Issei was a unique boy capable of not only being wise, but also someone who fights for what is worth fighting for. Issei was the one who the commander of Anzio had in her heart at that moment. Darjeeling. Don't hate me, but I'm falling in love with your boy. His body heat had her in a sea of pleasure and joy. I never want to leave this warmth. That same afternoon, Anchovy, the commander of Anzio, fell before the charms of the hero of the factions. She fell to Issei and hopes to enter his heart further. It was night. On the Avengers aircraft carrier. They all managed to return to sleep and train tomorrow for their match against their next target. True. Issei was in his office devising ideal strategies to confront the communists. Their style was one where they always went ahead. They were tenacious. His philosophy was not to take a single step back. Stalin's doctrine. So he had to use all his wits to be able to confront Pravda. Katyusha won't make it easy for me, and neither will I. Just when I finish work. Your iPhone rang. He looked at who it was. Darjeeling-san. It was strange for him since he usually didn't talk to him so late. So he answered. Mushy mushy. Issei-kun, sorry to call you at this hour, but I needed someone to talk to. The Avengers commander, upon hearing the blonde's voice, knew that something was wrong with her. Because I was unintentionally whining. Darjeeling-san, where is he? Is he okay? I'm sorry if I worry you, but today I had a terrible time and I lost a lot. Issei was now really worried about her. And as we all know, he will do anything to ease the pain of his friends. Darjeeling-san, do you still have the letter I gave you? I have it in my hand right now. Give me a few seconds. The blonde was in her room. I had cried almost all afternoon alone. Their friends were no longer on her side. I hated breaking friendship with them, but I had to support the person I love. That's why I'm talking to you at this time of night. Because I needed to hear his voice. But the letter in his hand glowed red. And from the floor of his room something came out that he didn't expect to see. The magic circle made an appearance. And from that circle someone appeared. Someone who wanted to see. Issei-kun. Are you here? I know you have a lot of questions, but I came here to see if you were okay since I heard you. He couldn't finish speaking when she hugged him and started crying on his chest. At that moment she did not care how her beloved had arrived. I just wanted to be heard by him. Issei hugged her and comforted her, knowing that what must have happened to her must have been difficult for her. At night Darjeeling's life changed like Mayho's because she knew that the supernatural existed. And that his beloved is part of him. Things would never be the same again. But she didn't care because she had the support of the person who would never abandon her. Issei. The power of truth. The days passed. And the Avengers school tank team trained as much as they could and also improved the tanks. One day they were returning to the warehouses and in the sky they could see how planes were performing evasion and attack maneuvers. That day Issei met the captain of the pilot team. The Avengers Air Force. His name was Arata Kasugi. Leader of the squadron of pilots where several of them are both boys and girls. And his most trusted pilots are girls, many say they are his harem. The infantrymen were also training, and sometimes they did it together with the tanks. They had customized weapons of different types from snipers to heavy artillery, they even have a medical unit. They called themselves Avengers Elite Troops. The general was someone named Yuji Kazami. Everyone in the infantry was both boys and girls, surprising, since it is said that girls do not like Hyodo because the trenches are dirty and unpleasant. But these girls were very dangerous and capable of taking action. Trade relations between Avengers and their 2 allied schools, St. Gloriana and Anzio, are better than ever. Several boys go to their schools not only to help them with heavy work, but also some of them pair up with girls from those schools. Love could be felt in them, and they were glad that their schools were allies in this Cold War that had begun since the encounter against the Italian school. Issei was aware that he must recruit others more. They will need all the support they can get if they want to win this war against corruption and impunity. What are they fighting against? The traditionalists. Any good candidates? It was Issei who, along with Pansy and his captains minus Basara, not forgetting the little dog Karashi who was eating from her plate full of dog food. They were looking for candidates for a tank that was donated to them by someone, I'm not going to say who. Azazel. It was a Su-100. The Soviet tank destroyer that was in top condition and in which the mechanics managed to make improvements. It was obvious that they had the team, but they were missing the most important thing. The tank captain who also performs the duties of gunner. Until now they had had no luck, but Duia had arrived after finishing his punishment. Commander, I think I have the right one, but he won't like it. His words had caught everyone's attention. And who is it? Well, Tauda is someone special and complicated. How complicated? Shinku didn't like those words. Better see it for yourselves. Duia gave a holographic disc to the commander and he left it on the table to see it. The hologram was shown to a certain boy. One that Iki knew. We are going to have many problems, Commander. He and Basara don't get along very well. I think so too. They're both going to want to rip each other's throats out when they see each other. Come on Tauda, we need him. I think he and Basara will be able to forget past rivalries and work together, Issei had said while drinking coffee. While the little dog was barking in agreement with her owner. No way, no way. Voices had been heard. These were the words of Basara, who was in front of someone he knows very well, and he wishes he didn't know that he also spoke the same as the brown-haired captain of the Stug 3. Takashi Kimuro. While the other captains stood on the sidelines watching everything. I don't plan on working with him. This bastard is not someone trustworthy, especially when he only cares about himself. I'm surprised you still trust him since he tends to act like a hero, something only a fool would do. Says the one who gets into trouble and goes to detention twice a day. And the truth. And the truth. And no offense. Of course, no offense. This guy is an idiot, this guy is an idiot. They said the latter at the same time, leaving those present somewhat surprised. You said a bad word, good boy. Bad words follow you, delinquent. Are you done babbling? Because you look like a speaker in a church giving a sermon. I will not argue with someone who cares little that happens to this carrier. If you mention that hitch and that moron to me again, I'll throw you out that window to see if your head smashes on the concrete. And secondly, I don't need to do this Sensha-Do shit. I have better things to do, so good luck with your useless attempt to change things, idiot. Hey, this is the reason why I dislike you so much. It's your indifference. You care little about what happens around you, and the truth is you don't care about what might happen, since you spend your time beating up bad guys just to calm your frustration of not being able to do something with your life. So? Well, for me it's your solidarity. You think that we all need help to solve our problems, and you think that by helping others you do good, but I told you a long time ago the world doesn't give a shit about you. Nobody appreciates what you do. Basara clenched his hands on the back of the chair. What are you going to do? Are you going to throw that chair? No, I'm going to hit you with it to get some sense into your head. It would always be the same. You move everything, you can't win. You don't face the reality that there is no future in what you do. Do you think there is no future in what we do? I'll make you see it. Hey, why don't we relax a little, friends, and drink some coffee? Shinku said, trying to. But instead a chair flies out and ends up in a wall. Okay, I'll shut up now. You and me. We've been through this before and you know it's a waste of time. It's the only thing we can both agree on. So? Well, I'm leaving here and if anyone has any problems, come here and tell me straight away, Takashi challenged the other captains. Hey Shinku, aren't you going to say something? No way Tauda, that guy is very dangerous. How about you, Tuya? I've already been to the hospital, I don't want to go back there. None of the three wanted to face the most dangerous criminal at Avengers School. Iki just looked at him seriously, but deep down he wasn't sure if his commander made a good decision by recruiting someone with that kind of background. That's good, they'll need luck against Pravda. He was retiring, but I have something to say. He turned to see that it was the same Avengers commander who spoke to him with a smile. So? And what is it? You are just one step away from being expelled from school, and to make your record worse, they would prevent you from enrolling in another school. Apart from that, you run the risk of going to juvenile hall. And your numbers are red. Do you really want to be marked all your life? To be seen as guilty? I was born guilty into this world. At this point I wouldn't care. I knew you would say that I saw your file. Mother was an alcoholic and drug addict who died of an overdose. Father was a hitman for the Snakes, a Yakuza organization. Thanks to them, plus the crimes your father committed in life, people have judged you harshly. Arguing that you will follow in his footsteps. It is thanks to the Takagi family that you are not yet in a reformatory, but they enrolled you in this program for a reason. The aforementioned did not look at the brown-haired boy. In fact, he hated when his parents were mentioned to him, if that could call them. You know, the Takages appreciate you a lot. They appreciate you because you are someone who would jump into danger for those you love, and even more so Saya, who I can see likes you." The poor criminal blushed at that. "She believes in you. She wants you to succeed in this. I know it was hard for you. But in life we learn as much as we suffer. We have everything against us, but that doesn't mean we should give up." "Old man. I don't mean to offend you, but you have everything against you. Those political rats won't give up until they destroy us. They almost killed one of them. We risk dying. Are you asking me to give my life?" "Yeah." There was a very tense silence in the whole room. Every captain and member of every tank knew that they were now at risk of dying. They had accepted it. After all, one must bleed to achieve one's goal. Everyone was with Issei and will follow Issei to the end. Takashi could see the firm gaze of each captain and saw in them that there was no hesitation. There was no cowardice. "I believe in you, Takashi." He still had Saya's words in his mind, his best friend and also the one who helped him in his breakup with Rei. The one who comforted him. She believed in him. Hence. He let out a heavy sigh. "I don't have many options now. What is your order, Commander?" Issei's smile appeared on his lips. They already had another one who joined the cause. Dawn broke and everyone gathered to take out their tanks and train. But first they waited and saw who came out of one of the warehouses. It was the Su-100. Ready for action. Takashi emerged from the hatch with a serious look. Then the rest of the crew came out. Ready for action. It must be said that Takashi was not the most motivated. In fact, one could say that his seriousness was very heavy. "Commander, I still think it's a bad idea. After all, you have no discipline." Basara's words did not please the black-haired boy. "That sounds funny because the guy who usually plays the hero is telling me this. Or do you still remember that you and I used to fight at school when it's forbidden? I was trying to stop you because you were beating a poor bastard to death, and believe me, if it weren't for me you'd already be in reformatory. How funny, because that guy hurt my friend and I wanted to give him back 3 times the pain he caused her. There are rules that must be followed. And you don't follow them. That's why I think this isn't for you. You have a problem with authority. That's the problem with you. I'll tell you what your problem is. You follow rules and always act like you're a jerk. You're like a guy who stupidly thinks that everyone will play fair. In case you haven't noticed, they want to kill you accidentally, you idiot. Well, this idiot will send you to the hospital accidentally, you moron." He snapped his fingers. "I want to see you do it, idiot. See who gets there first accidentally." He cracked his neck ready to fight. "Enough." Issei's voice stopped them both. "I'm not going to ask you to get along because that would be like asking oil and water to mix. So I'm going to ask you to try to put aside your differences and start working together when you can. You'll be able to kill each other like Hobbs and Shaw. Who knows, maybe you'll even find a black Superman to beat up. If I find it, it's mine." "What do you mean, yours?" "That would be mine." The chestnut sighed, knowing that it would not be easy for him. Now the 2 tank destroyers were on high ground, looking at a dummy T-34 mounted 3,000 meters away. The goal was to finish it quickly. "Well, we have to attack him head on. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understood." "Okay, a 3123. The Stug at full power went straight to the fake tank. While the Su didn't move until it turned and went in another direction. The Stug fired while moving, but the problem was that it couldn't hit. And he had to hit it before reaching 800 meters, which was the T-34's firing range. Just when I get within range of his range. Boom. The target was destroyed. What the buck? Basara went out to see who it was. I looked to the left and could see that it was the Su-100 that came out of the trees. Takashi came out of the hatch of the Soviet tank and said over the radio. "Don't tell me what to do, idiot." To say that Basara was angry would be an understatement. Now they had a pursuit exercise in which the fastest tank will be the Hellcat. Both tank destroyers had to catch up with him before he reached a rendezvous point 10,000 meters away. Shinku went at full speed with a 10-second lead. "At my signal, you have to chase him," Takashi said to Basara. "Sip. 1. But the Stug, instead of waiting, went full speed ahead to chase the Hellcat. "But what? Damn idiot," Takashi ordered his operator to go straight to the chase. Both tank destroyers were chasing and firing. And with almost 600 meters to go, the Stug managed to hit the Hellcat, marking it as out of combat. Frustrating the Dark Knight. Basara emerged from the hatch of his tank destroyer and said, smiling, to the criminal. "Don't tell me what to do, idiot." Now it was Takashi who was angry. "Very good, everyone did well, I think." The brown-haired boy said it with some doubt when he saw that they were both still about to kill each other. "Tomorrow we will have another training to be able to be versatile in the numbers and various tanks that Pravda will have, so try to rest." "Yes, Commander." Everyone broke ranks. "Basara, Takashi, I would like to talk to you." They were both serious, looking at each other in a hard and cruel way. "Look, I know you two can't stand each other. And I understand that since you have different views on life. But if you don't fix your differences, this could get out of hand. I'm not asking you to get along. What I'm asking is that you put your problems aside and focus on the goal, which is to win. If we don't succeed, this school will close again, and the dreams of future generations will be lost. Listen, Commander. I gave you my loyalty and I would follow you anywhere, but my problem would be if this idiot would do the same. Excuse me for being smart and valuing living over dying. Silence Basara, I understand that you don't trust him, but I think we all deserve a chance to prove what we can do. If Takashi proves to be a good element, would you trust him? Yes, I would give him my trust. Well, what do you say, Takashi? Do you want to be part of the team? Sign up to participate, right? You signed up to participate more, but in the armored division we are all friends. Whether we get along or not. We are in this together. The mentioned one did not speak. Basara, you can go, I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, Commander, see you tomorrow. The green-eyed brown-haired boy left, leaving Issei alone with Takashi. For a few seconds they both said nothing. Until the commander. Follow me. He ordered him. Takashi didn't understand what he wanted to do but he couldn't disobey. So he followed him. They both passed by a tool cellar and Issei took a single-edged axe from that cellar. Here you'll need it. He hesitantly took it. They walked until they reached what is the forest in which there was one tree for every 2 square meters. Issei stopped to see one very strong and thick. This will do. Okay, Takashi, I want you to cut this tree down with one blow of the axe. What? A moment, like just one? That would be impossible. It's possible because it's not just any tree. This tree represents what you hate most in the world. What has led you to be what you are and what you want to change? Tell me, Takashi, what is it that you hate most? The aforementioned before Issei's words had been left thinking. His whole life hasn't been any good. In fact, he surprised himself that he's participating in a Sensha-Do and not on the streets working for a Yakuza leader. He hated many things that gave him a terrible childhood. One of them. I hate my damn father. Then cut it. Takashi looked at the trunk as if he saw his father's face carved into it. And he gave him a strong blow with an axe which only made a dent. I see you don't hate him that much. Takashi took the edge off. Tell me, what else do you hate? I hate that my mother suffered because of that bastard. He gave him another blow from his axe, but nothing happened. What else is not enough? I hate that it's your fault that he died. He gave another blow with his axe. And? That because of his sins I had to live in hell. Another blow to the axe. Pathetic. I hate being so small. Other. Very weak. I know. Hack. And you failed. I know. Hack. By protecting her. I know. Hack. And that you. Hack. You left her. Hack. Die. Ah. And with a blow of the axe I cut the thick trunk, causing the tree to fall with a thunderous noise. Takashi looked with wide eyes at what had happened. He couldn't believe what he had done with his own strength. Something that seemed impossible. I did that. What you just did is human potential, something that very few can use, since this power, the true power, Takashi. It doesn't come from anger or hate, it comes from the truth. Right? If I just said what had happened to me and what I hated. You accepted your weaknesses. You said them even though you tend to hide them because they make you look weak. But accepting yourself and all the flaws that come with it is something that only a few who truly want to change can do. Don't hide your pain with indifference. Accept it and learn from it. So that in the future you will be a better person. Takashi was listening. All those words were like I was always waiting to hear them. As if someone was finally showing him the path he should take. I'll see you tomorrow, Takashi. I think there's someone you need to talk to and keep the axe. He was leaving and from a tree a red-haired girl with high pigtails and glasses came out. My friend Takagi's era. Sorry, what are you? I'm sorry for eavesdropping, I know it was hard for you and He approached her and put his hands on her shoulders. Forgive me if I hurt you with my attitude, forgive me. I may not deserve it. No. Forgive me. I was someone without feelings when I told you to get over what happened with Ray, when I could see that you really loved her. Maybe I don't deserve to be your friend. Sorry, you don't deserve to be my friend. Those words hurt her. The boy she loves no longer wants to be her friend. You deserve more. And without any warning he kissed her. She was in shock. The boy she loved since childhood was kissing her. With a trembling hug, afraid it was a dream, she responded to the kiss. But it wasn't a dream. It was totally real. And now with love and desire he responded to the kiss. With tears in her eyes. When the air ran out, both of them separated with a thread of saliva in their mouths. Looking into each other's eyes in a love that was perhaps present in them, only circumstances did not allow it to flourish as it should. But now it has already blossomed. Sorry, you would like to be my. Yes, yes, and 1,000 times yes. They both hugged each other and spun around in that forest. Issei looked in the distance. Being happy for both of them. And missing being with Rias and his girls more with his beloved Reed. Rias. Dawn broke on the Avengers aircraft carrier and the school opened its doors to welcome students. Already after classes. Okay, guys. Today we're going to rehearse the formation and also do some shooting practice, and has anyone seen Kimuro? At Ikki's question everyone looked at each other. Until. I'm here. He arrived looking not at all bad. Only now being sure of himself. Takashi Kimuro reporting to the armored division commander. At these words, everyone present smiled, knowing that the criminal would become their ally. Issei pulled out a jacket from somewhere and threw it at the newcomer. Which took it. I had asked Takagi-san for your measurements. I'm glad to see that we can now count on you, Takashi. Welcome to the Avengers Armored Division. Everyone applauded the new patient. Even Basara, knowing that he doesn't have an enemy now. He has a rival. Now we just need to put a symbol on the Su-100. Do you have any suggestions? Takashi looked at the tank, having an idea of what symbol would suit it. Until he decided on one. Ram. I wish it was a ram. Well then it will be a ram. We expect a lot from you, my friend. Everyone applauded again. For Takashi this was a step that began the change of his life. The life that will fight to change and protect. Darjeeling returned to his room. At this time of the afternoon she would be talking with her friends. But since he declared his support for Issei Hyodo, they stopped talking to him. Now she felt alone. His sub-commanders were busy with some matters. And I didn't want to bother Issei, knowing how busy he was with his match against Pravda. The commander of Saint Gloriana had the manifesto that her beloved gave her. I wanted to have someone to talk to and chat with as a friend. Without knowing it, the card began to glow, making the Englishwoman surprised. What? But I didn't ask for Issei. The magic circle appeared and someone appeared from it. She was a girl who was at least a year older with long crimson hair and ocean blue eyes. Her body was something that Rubia herself couldn't help but envy. The one who appeared was. Good afternoon, my name is Rias Gremory. What is your wish? The heiress. Ah no, I think you should forgive me since I summoned it by mistake, although I used this card to summon Issei-kun. Ice gave it to you? The blonde nodded. Mitaku, I'll have to talk to him later, but since you called, I must fulfill your wish. Tell me, what do you want? Well, I wanted someone to talk to and. Is that all? If so, I will gladly fulfill your wish, he said with a smile. Thank you, Gremory-san. I'll make tea. Would you like some dessert? Of course, just call me Rias, Darjeeling-san. Also only Darjeeling Rias. They both spent hours and hours talking about girl stuff. They both had some tastes, and although they both had different points of view, they could debate each other in an elegant and honest way. I enjoyed his conversation. But Rias brought up a topic. Tell me, Darjeeling, is it true that you asked for a marriage proposal? The Englishwoman remained silent at this question. Why are you asking me that, Rias-san? It's because I want to know the intentions of the woman who is interested in my fiancé. At those words she connected the dots. I was in front of Issei's fiancé, the one who is his master in every right. The owner of her life and her heart. Darjeeling had to answer with the truth. I have no intention of harming him, I just want to support him and be by his side just like he was by my side. His smile has helped me in this difficult time I have been through. Difficult time? For supporting my ally and also the person I love. My friends broke ties with me. There was a silence between the two. None had spoken. Until Rias broke the silence. Tell me one thing, do you regret your decision? I can't regret something I decided with my heart and soul. Issei-kun is someone who in just 3 months has made me feel things I never thought I would feel. I have totally lost myself in him, and I don't feel guilty. I'm just sad that she can't see the wonderful person he is. Rias looked at Darjeeling. All his words were of total sincerity. Total truth and without any hesitation. Ice tends to leave that impression on those around him and also those who trust him. You fell into his net and I don't see you wanting to leave. I'm sorry that I'm causing problems in your relationship, but I don't want to stop feeling what my heart feels. Issei-kun is the best thing that has ever happened to me in my life. The feeling is mutual. If it weren't for him I would never be what I am. I love him. And I don't think I could love anyone else even if I were born again. They both looked at each other. Then they started laughing, knowing how in love they were. The boy they love is not only their reason for bringing them together. He is also their reason for agreeing on something. Be by his side and be happy with him. You know, Darjeeling. Now that I know who you are and you also want to be happy with him. I think I will not regret what I am going to propose to you. What does Rias-san mean? It's simple. You want to be Ice, I want to be with Ice. We both don't have to fight for something that has a solution that benefits us. Are you interested in hearing my proposal? Darjeeling is a girl who knows how to listen and also take advantage of a business or proposal. Hence. I'm all ears, Rias-san. If that allows me to be with him I'll gladly listen to you. You will hear. Ria's smile appeared on her lips. Well, my proposal is with this question: what do you know about polygamy? Avengers vs Pravda declaration of war. 2 weeks passed where the Avengers armored division trained with their tanks. The meeting was tomorrow. So the day before, everyone took a break to regain strength and be 100% fit. Issei along with Tauda and Shinku Plusum went in a B-29 to the St. Gloriana aircraft carrier. There Issei was able to spend time with Darjeeling and his sub-commanders, as well as the sub-commanders. And at that time, let's say she invited someone else. And it was Rias. That's right, it was his beloved Redeed. And you could see a very dark aura around him, and also Darjeeling, which are the same aura. Now Ice, there is something we need to talk to you about. Yes Issei-kun, I hope we talk very well. The chestnut knew that no matter what he said or spoke, he was doomed. At that moment Issei felt true terror. The day had come. The armored division had landed in a very notable area. It was a large area of low grass and trees. Cloudy skies announced rain on the plains and hills where strategic positions were provided. It was a place that his mother had told him about, where the largest tank battle in history took place. Kirk. Humming down. In the area of Anzio, the stalls were set up and began selling, delighting everyone with Italian food. And in a full stadium the commanders arrived. They arrived in the Super Pershing. But Pravdas came in a Katyusha rocket launcher. A symbolic vehicle that was nicknamed Stalin's organs and gave them a great advantage in World War II. Both leaders were facing each other, and as usual there was an audience that cheered or booed the boys. Let's have a good meeting, Katyusha-san. Issei extended his hand. But she didn't, she just looked seriously at the brown-haired boy. Something he noticed. I have priorities that a good encounter, and those priorities will depend on the result, so I'm going to beat you with my best tanks. Issei had understood that this seriousness was because of the matter of his school, and he wanted to save her at all costs. Something he began to admire about her. But I didn't want little Stalin to be pressured like that. Since I noticed dark circles in your eyes. Hence. Your tanks may be the best you have. Katyusha was surprised by the proud tone of the chestnut. But that monster has never had a white flag on its turret, never. He pointed to the Super Pershing. You know, I don't think you can give me a fight. Something Katyusha loved was challenges. Something that would give him a worthy battle. They say that the life of a Soviet is lived in war, and she wanted to prove it. If that's how you want it, let's do this, you and your tanks against me and my tanks. He then addressed the audience. Communist public, that tank and commander, it will be another trophy. That it excited the public beyond measure. And more to those who support the Avengers. Because rivalries are exciting. The look full of competitiveness and Ritu was present in both. I look for you in Hyodo field. Whenever you want Stalin, I'll be waiting for you there. And so they, smiling and eager to begin, withdrew. The sub-commanders boarded the tank, and Issei gave the order to return to the meeting point. Katyusha watched as he and his sub-commanders retreated. Katyusha-sama, I see you are very happy. What do you mean, nah? Hyodo-sen had made him smile. At these words, little Stalin had not only realized what she had said. If not, he blushed. Did he know about my condition? Was I that obvious? Issei was preparing his division. And in some places the commanders of different schools watched the meeting. Along with almost all of Japan and in the supernatural. Darjeeling looked along with Orange Peak. And one more guest. Thank you for inviting me to Darjeeling. I must say that the tea is very good. There is nothing to be thankful for. Besides, I think there are things you want to know. The world of Sensha-Do has taken my deep interest, and I think I must know in order to help Issei also. I don't want some Soviet girl to get close to him just out of interest. I agree with you. And so the three girls watched the meeting. When the green flare appeared in the sky, the tanks began to move. Let's get to work. The meeting had started. The armored division went straight to the assembly point. Then they stopped. Okay guys. The number of tanks Pravda has is 25. Commander, we don't know what they are. We should investigate. You're right, Tuya. But for that, someone has to venture into enemy territory. Any volunteers? I'll go, Commander. My Crusader is fast. Okay, make sure they don't see you. The Crusader moved away from the formation and headed straight to explore. Leaving the others waiting at a planned strategic point. While they waited, they spoke on the radio with the other crew members, of course, not forgetting to be alert. Hey Issei. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what, Shido? Don't pretend. You've been a flirt with the commander of St. Gloriana and also with the one from Anzio. You have a fiancé and you risk your neck with them. What? That's not true. It's true, said all the Super Pershing crew members. The brown-haired boy blushed at those words. So what about you two? From what you told me, Ichika, you have more than 7 girls waiting for you, it is. Well, I'm not blind. I know they have feelings for me and I really don't know what to tell them. I mean, tell me, what would you do? Good point. Luckily I have things under control. The girls I love agree with me. Do you have a harem? Everyone, including the other tanks, asked Hyodo. My situation is complicated, but I don't deny that I love them all, so much that if there was an opportunity to marry them all I would take it. At the words of the blue-haired man, everyone without exception said the words he deserves. They said. The male. Hey, it's not that big of a deal. Of course Hyodo was a little embarrassed. And what can you tell me about you, Rito? Well, my life has been a real martyrdom since I met Lala. When she came into my life it was just total chaos because she used me to avoid getting married to someone she didn't want, but as time went by, I slowly accepted her into my life. Do you love her? I don't know that yet. But I hope to find out in the time we're here. My goodness, and you, Naruyuki? Any girl in particular? Well, he scratched the back of his neck at the question. Apart from my family who is waiting for me at home, there are 5 people I want to see and who also achieved their goals in life. I just hope they are fine without me. And so the 10 minutes passed where many talked about their things. Until the Crusader arrived. Ikki came down with a face of bad news. Ikki, on a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed are we? 11, Commander. That worried many. Issei, in a tent with his captains, could see what they were facing. 10 T-34 85ths, 5 Is-2, 5 Su-85, 4 Isu-152, and a KB-2. We have it tough here. Commander, how are we going to take the 3 control points that we must take? Issei looked at the map at Shinku's question. There were 3 marked points that the armored division had to take. The enemy numbers were so many that it was difficult to take them without the risk of suffering casualties. The place and rules of this meeting were set to make them lose. It seemed like there was no way to win. But Issei isn't stubborn for nothing. So looking at the map he began to formulate an idea. Okay guys. I need you to pay attention because this is going to be very serious. At the first point where there was a forest there were 4 T-34 85ths, 2 Su-85 and an Is-2. These were led by Clara, who by order of Katyusha had to guard the place. Everything seemed to be calm. Boo. A sound was heard. And then rock music. That had confused everyone, and even more so when they tried to look around to see where it came from. The bad thing was that they couldn't know where they were. Until a shell hit one of the T-34s. It was the Grizzly tank. Fire. The tanks targeted the Is-3 and fired their guns at it. But there was a problem. They could not penetrate its frontal armor. And the Soviet tank Tuya asked to load a smoke shell. When they fired the projectile it fell in the middle, releasing white smoke and mowing down the Pravda. Everyone stay alert. The sub-commander ordered. But because of the music it was not heard. The female gunners could barely see the shadows of their comrades in the thick smoke. But one of them was hit on the side. One Su-85 was disabled. Then a T-34. It was the Hellcat and the Su-100 that had finished them off. Clara tried to organize herself, but without knowing it one of the T-34s was hit. It was at an angle where enemy tanks could not hit him, so he knew where it came from. There's a shooter, this area is no longer safe, everyone go to point B. The Pravda tanks managed to get out of the cloud of smoke and went to the other point, leaving the place. 5 minutes passed and the position was taken. The other 4 tanks arrived. Good job guys. But we can't give you time, so let's do what we have to do. Each member gets out of their tanks to put together the second phase of the plan. As Issei watched, hoping his plan would work. Nana and Clara and their Is-2 along with more tanks were heading straight to retake the control point they lost. They had to do it quickly to prevent the enemy from advancing to the next point. When they arrived they saw that the enemy tanks were waiting for them. They stood 1,000 meters apart. Open fire. Soviet tanks fired trying to penetrate the powerful armor of the Super Pershing, but they couldn't. The curious thing for the Soviets was that the other tanks had not fired. The T-34 on Nana's orders fired its cannon at the Stug-3. When he gave it to her, it deflated like a balloon. It was a decoy. Everyone back off, it's a trap. While on the Super Pershing. They're all yours, gentlemen. The rest of the tanks came out from the flanks and began to shoot at the Soviet tanks, causing them to become disabled. The tank destroyers, which were the Stug-3 and the Su-100 with good mobility, fired at the rear. Shots and shots. Shells that hit enemy tanks. It was a massacre. Run away from the alarm. Nana didn't want to abandon her, but if she fell too, Katyusha would be left alone. So he made the decision to leave the place with a Su-85 and a T-34. Team Jaguar immediately went after them. But with 2 shots from the Is-2 he was finished off. Leaving it disabled. When the chaos ended, Issei spoke on the radio. Dear Dragon to Lion 2/7. Ikki, I want a casualty report. We lost Jaguar and my tank is damaged in the rotation system and the electrical system. I don't know if my guys will be able to repair it. Okay, see if your tank can be fixed. Basara, you will be in charge of this area. The rest of you, follow me to hunt them down." The Super Pershing went straight ahead being followed by the rest of the others. While those who stayed helped the Pravda people get out of their tanks so they wouldn't get bored, while a dragon tug came for the disabled tanks. Shinku helped Clara out. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I feel fine, thank you." She accidentally spoke in Russian which was a relief. "I was afraid we had hurt someone with our guns." He answered her in the same language, causing her to be surprised. "Can you understand me?" "I learned Russian at the age of 8. A friend of my father taught me." They both talked, and although the boys didn't understand everything very well, Icky could, and he slapped his forehead when he saw that scene. "If Rose Hip and Pepperoni find out about this, I don't think they'll let him live." "I know Icky, the commander's gallantry rubbed off on him," said Basara, also looking from his Stug 3. Knowing that if those girls found out, that pink-haired girl would no longer hold back from taking him to bed if she found out. And Pepperoni would take him in his tank to Anzio to marry him. The 4 tanks were heading to the next checkpoint, and before reaching a hill, the captains and commander went down to see without being noticed. Through binoculars, he watched as the Pravda girls organized the defense of the area. "What do you guys see?" "They are preparing, Commander. There are several tanks, and among them there are 2 Issei 152. Wait, damn it. What's wrong, Tuya?" "I see that they are loading ammunition into the Issei 152. They are graphene projectiles." The remaining 3 looked, and it was true. They were graphene projectiles. "Okay, does anyone have a plan?" Takashi asked a little nervously. "I have one, but it's risky. Gather the ones we have to tell them." The 3 captains went to gather all their teams. Now together they all formed a circle where Issei was crouching down, drawing the plan on the ground with his finger. "Okay, listen to the plan. My tank will go to the front, drawing the attention of the IS-2 and the Issei 152. While Takashi will go to the left and Tuya to the right. Both will be safe because of the cover of the trees, but they have a chance to hit the ISIS. While Tauda will stay behind me so he can eliminate the other tanks near the area. If my theory is correct, if we eliminate the one from the IS-2, they will not be able to maintain control, so they retreated to the last checkpoint. Any questions?" "Wait, are you telling me that you are going to use yourself and your tank as bait to get the attention of the ISIS?" Tauda asked. "That's right. We have strong armor, but they will be exposed to graphene projectiles." Tuya's statement was true. The problem was that if Issei falls, so will Avengers. Issei was aware of it. He didn't care about the pain, but he was afraid that his friends would be hurt, so Team Dragon made that decision. "I know, but it's the only idea we have. Don't worry, we'll be fine." Everyone was tense with that decision. "Okay, enough talk, let's execute the plan now." Everyone went to prepare except for one team. Nana was in a dilemma. By order of Katyusha, they had to use graphene ammunition in their ISIS, and there is 2. She knew she could kill any of them. And he knows that Katyusha doesn't want to do it either. But Pravda and everyone living on the aircraft carrier depended on the outcome of his Sensha-Do against the revolutionaries. The orders of those traditionalist rats were clear: Issei Hyodo must die. Nana felt horrible having to do it. But nothing could be done. If there is a deity, I hope and ask for a miracle. His thoughts drifted away as he heard 2 tanks 1,000 meters away on a hill. It was the Super Pershing and the T-34. The Dragon and the Wolf. "Get ready." At his command, they all climbed into their tanks, pointing their guns at them. Nana inside her IS-2 looked from the scope, taking off her gloves. "If I'm going to get my hands dirty with blood, I'll accept this, God help me." On the hill, the Super Pershing were ready. Tauda remembers the plan on my signal. "Yes, Commander, prevent him from being killed." Those words had confused him. But then through the periscope he saw the T-34's turret turn until it was pointing at his upper hull. "What are you doing?" "Saving him." The tank's gun hit him squarely, making a sound due to the thickness of the armor that stunned the crew of the Super Pershing. The 5 of them screamed, their ears bleeding. Tauda climbed out of the hatch and threw a smoke grenade to cover the visibility of the American tank. "I'm sorry, but they are waiting for you at home, Commander, so you must live." He went back in and spoke to his team. "As we planned, guys. Time to shine," shouted the operator, starting the light tank's engines at full power. The tank started at a speed of 50 per hour. "Tauda, what do you think you're doing? Get back to your position." "Commander, tell Orange Peak that I'm sorry I can't make it to our meeting tomorrow, and for the rest," and with that he cut off communication. "I had already decided." "Captain, what you want to do is very dangerous," his operator told him, faced with the idea of not following the plan and instead being the suicide. "Avengers needs the commander to stay in the game. Besides, if they manage to kill him, we lose and we'll be back to square one. If you don't want to do it, it's okay, I can drive the tank alone. I won't ask you to risk your lives, but I would really appreciate it if you could help me with this." The 3 boys, who were almost the same age or younger than Tauda, were looking at each other. Remember that Tauta is 13 years old. They became Tauta-esque companions, and thanks to him and their friendship with him, they were able to be what they are in the eyes of their drill sergeant. There is a high probability that they will be killed. But why not? What's the plan? Asked a person in charge of the radio station. Tauta was happy to see that his team agreed to follow the plan he had. Thanks guys, okay, this is the plan. Captain, are you sure this plan will work? Asked the loader, putting a shell in the chamber. I already told you, Takeyama. We will go down the hill, and when we reach solid ground we will go at full speed. Hyodo, on my orders, turn the tank. We will get as close as we can to hit the Is-2. We have a 1 in 1,000 chance. This plan is perfect for a circus act, said the operator. So we will shine. I'm scared, Captain, said the radio operator, scared to death, feeling what the Soviet veterans felt when they fought on the Eastern Front. Amakawa, lift your spirits. When the tank reached low ground. Now. They increased the speed. Nanda looked through the tank sight. Knowing and learning through the past Sensha-Do against Anzio that the one who commands that T-34 is a complete dauntless. Ano Tauta. Go ahead, she ordered. At a slow pace the Is-2 moved forward. His cannon was pointed. Rito, what are you waiting for? Move. My rudders aren't responding, I'm repairing them, he replied to Issei while moving some cables. Well, hurry up, this is going to get ugly, Shido told him, looking at everything from his perspective. From a drone everyone watched as the wolf headed to confront what the Germans considered to be a monster. Orange Peak from her seat became nervous watching how the boy who has strong feelings was going headlong into hell. Something that worried Rias and Darjeeling even more. Our Father who art in heaven, the porter began to pray, hallowed be thy name. I don't want to kill you, please don't come closer, is what he thought, and then ordered stop. The heavy tank stopped and aimed. Right. At Tauta's command the operator immediately turned. The projectile was fired and hit the hatch, piercing not only the metal, but also what should have been an inner carbon cover that kept those inside safe. That was the power of graphene. Something that everyone watched through their screens in a state of horror when they saw that they were at risk of dying, and more Orange Peak. Since I was afraid for the black-haired man. The sound stunned Tauta a little. Hallowed be thy name, the porter continued to pray. One of the Issei 152s fired but missed the shot as it grazed the turret, and the other did not hit it. The noise hurt the boys, but they continued. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done here on earth as it is in heaven. Don't make me do it, she really didn't want to do it. Left. The tank turned and resumed its journey. Stop, Nanda ordered, and the tank stopped to aim. Right. The T-34 tank moved. The Is-2 fired its projectile. This one in slow motion went straight to the turret, and as if it were a bullet grazed, it buried itself in the metal on the left side, causing some red-hot pieces of shrapnel to come out, and one of those pieces, which is large, buried itself in the black-haired man's chest, as well as his arm, which had serious burns. Burying himself in it. Ag, he screamed in pain as the shrapnel, although it did not completely penetrate the Kevlar vest he was wearing, did manage to bury itself in his skin. The others did not notice because of the thunderous noise. Give us this day our daily bread, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil. Please stop, don't do it. A tear came out of her right eye, fearing that she had hurt that boy. With trembling hands she turned the cranks and aimed at the left caterpillar to put an end to this. Thanks to the adrenaline, he resisted the pain. He turned the crank and aimed directly at a specific place. Tank and turret space. The medium. He was breathing heavily, but he kept fighting. Already having her in his sights, he said in pain. It's over, and he pulled the chain. The projectile was ejected from the barrel just like the Russian girls. Both projectiles were only 25 centimeters from each other. Both projectiles hit their targets. The T-34 was going at high speed and could not be stopped. Turn around and hit his tank, shouted Tauta. He could barely turn without his caterpillar. Roll her over. Ah! Everyone shouted with courage and bravery. And at the moment of collision the impact was strong and affected both parties. A few seconds passed. Until white flags came out over the turrets of both tanks. I already repaired the rudders. Take us there quickly. The Super Pershing moved. The boys recovered as they had some injuries and no serious wounds. When they saw that they were alive they shouted with joy. Captain, we are alive, Captain. The three young crew members looked at their captain. Captain? But serious injuries. Nana was stunned by the impact. When she saw that her crew was okay, she went out the hatch to see why the screams were coming. When he looked he saw that the two Issei 152s were disabled and like the rest of the tanks. But he could also see that the crew of the T-34 that defeated her were carefully removing a wounded black-haired man. She was in total shock. Like everyone watching the match. The boy was bleeding and he was grunting in pain. Nana didn't expect it to be so serious, but she was wrong because she has never seen someone bleed, much less in such a painful way. Those from Super Pershing arrived and immediately went to see the condition of Tauda, as well as Tuya and Takashi. Calm down Tauda, you'll be fine. Control your breathing. Hang in there. Naruyuki told him that he had given him a dose of morphine and did everything possible to stop the bleeding. But the piece of shrapnel was still in his chest. Tauda, why did you do it? You risked too much. Commander, I have nowhere to return to. I became a tanker because my mother wanted me to fulfill my dream. You and everyone else have people waiting for you. It was better that I fell properly. Issei couldn't believe it. One of the most charismatic captains I had in the division was someone who no longer sees any meaning in life apart from his dream. How could he not see it before? The medical unit by helicopter had arrived and the paramedics immediately took Tauda on a stretcher straight to the nearest hospital. The chestnut watched as one of the judges had arrived with transport to take the tanks. Resume the game. Issei thought he had misheard the referee's words. Excuse me. One of my friends is between life and death and he tells me to follow the Sensha-Do. What happened to your friend is none of my business. Keep playing the game or your team will lose because of the fall. You committed negligent acts by allowing the use of graphene ammunition. And now you tell me to continue? You're crazy. You and those bastards should know your place. Whatever happens to you, you deserve it. The boys glared angrily at the woman in charge of the rules of the game. Are they going to continue or not? Issei controlled himself so as not to let out all his anger. I was going to tell him to go buck himself, but a red flare appeared in the sky. The woman, seeing that, changed her look of superiority to one of anger. He looked at the brown-haired boy with disgust and then turned on his microphone. Pravda withdraws from the game. Avengers win by the fall. The game was over. Issei knew why it happened. Katyusha withdrew from the game. This was a bitter victory for Avengers. I hope that in the next one someone dies. Because this is not going to stop until you surrender. Since you shouldn't be here. She left, leaving everyone in thought. Was it really worth it? Now they were all in the hospital waiting for news from the most prankster of all the captains. Darjeeling hugged Orange Peak, who fell asleep from crying so much. Seeing the person who stole her heart all wounded and covered in blood was a very strong emotional impact. Shinku, who was Tauda's best friend, was trying to understand how it was possible that his friend was someone who courted death. Who only wanted to die in battle. Rosehip was with him, supporting him. There was no one missing. Except for the commander, who left the waiting room. He was in the garden sitting on a bench. Looking at the sky. Whereas. He didn't pay attention to his girlfriend, who arrived with 2 canned sodas. Are you okay? If I told you yes, I would be lying to you. She sat next to him. He gave him support. Since it was necessary. It was a moment when there were only the two of them. But the sound of an incoming call on Issei's phone was present. He looked at the number with sadness and then turned into a look of hatred. I answered the call. Why are you calling? I asked seriously. Why so serious? Oh, I remembered. One of your boys is in serious condition and all because he came out of the mud to be something that is not allowed. Tell me, don't you feel responsible for what happened to him? Who will be next? That blonde boy or that delinquent boy, or maybe one of your friends in that tank? Issei clenched his fist, letting out a bit of his draconic power that slowly returned. Look, I know you're thinking I'm a monster, but believe me, I'm telling you the truth when I say that my superiors are bigger monsters than me. Now I'm a businessman who loves to break dreams, and especially break the hopes of those who want to get out of the mud like you and your imbecile friends. Even so, my superiors are benevolent and want to avoid more humiliations like the ones you just had. They are powerful. More than the Prime Minister. Nothing can stop them. And if they want, they can make you disappear tomorrow. There will be a press conference, and there will be your chance to stop this tantrum of children and return to their lives in the mud. Issei Hyodo will wait for you there. The call was cut off, and the brown-haired man only wanted to make the bastard who caused this tragedy suffer. Rias had the same feeling and sees that he was responsible for all of Issei and his team's problems. Just when I was going to speak. Commander. Both turned to see that it was Basara, who arrived in a hurry. Tauda is out of surgery now. The doctor says we can see him. Okay, let's go there. Basara left the couple alone. Issei was going to walk, but Rias took him by the hand. He looked at her. Issei. I know you're considering giving up and I'm going to support you. But before you make a decision you should talk to your boys. They have the right to know. Thanks for helping me, Rias. Whenever you want. Maybe when we have children they will also want to be tank commanders. If that were to happen, I would be such a proud father of them. They both looked at each other and with a kiss they left the place to go to where the rest were. In the hospital room was Tauda, who had just woken up feeling some pain. I look at the white ceiling with disinterest. The truth is I didn't expect to die, but I didn't expect to get out alive either. I just hope that your efforts were worth it. The door opened and the captains along with about 3 girls entered. Eyes Commander. How do you feel, Tauda? Well, almost similar to when a girl rips your heart out. Everyone was laughing. Even in pain, the young captain still shared laughter. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Orange Peak is here. That girl was at the door. The one that Tauda himself had confessed that every time he was with her, it was as if he were in heaven. And he did not deny it. He loves her and wants to protect her from anyone who tries to hurt her. She had an angry expression. So much so that it made poor Tauda have a chill down his spine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's let the couple solve their love problems. Let's go get a glass of coffee, Issei ordered, knowing that what is coming will not be nice for the young captain. But I don't want coffee, Shinku wanted to see. If you want, they all threatened him and Rosehip grabbed him by the neck to get him out of there. Already alone. Oh, are you angry? I saw you go head on against a heavy tank. I saw how the first shot passed through its hatch as if it were air. I saw how the second shot did great damage to your tank. I saw how you crashed into it. I saw how your crew pulled you out of the tank with rivers of blood staining your clothes. I almost felt like I was going to die just seeing you in that state, so yes, I am angry with you for such an act of recklessness that you did. She approached his side. Why did you do it? Tell me why you risked your life. Don't you care about your friends? Don't you care about me? I care about you. But I had to do it and I didn't want my commander to be hit by those projectiles. Besides, I don't think I deserve someone as sweet and attentive as you, Orange Peak. She listened attentively to what her boyfriend said. Tauda. I love you, Orange Peak. You don't know how much I like you and how much I want to protect you. But I have nowhere to go back to. I have no family. I have no relatives. I have no one but my friends and Avengers, they are all I have. He locked his eyes waiting for her to come out and leave. He knows that the English girl's parents would not accept someone like him to be their daughter's boyfriend. But he felt a warm touch in his hand. He looked and saw that it was the girl who had tears in her eyes. I don't know, right, you have me, this girl who is crazy about you. Orange. He couldn't finish speaking when he felt the sweet lips of that girl who was in his dreams. The one that made him forget that he was alone. The one who is his princess. Orange Peak. He reciprocated that sweet kiss. In that hospital room, both young tankers. They officially started their relationship. The next day, at a press conference, the president had announced that those in charge of the refereeing were relieved of their duties due to negligence and that an investigation is underway to find out about the whereabouts of the graphene ammunition that was confiscated after the last Sensha-Do. After several announcements, the president led Issei in, who was accompanied by his captains. Everyone looked at the audience in a serious and disciplined manner worthy of a military man. Issei walked up to the podium looking at the reporters and cameramen. Yesterday, as you could see, one of my captains was wounded. He paused. I don't want to answer the question because I'm going to give a few words. Everyone fell silent and sitting next to the Federation president was Tsuji Arenta. Smiling with arrogance, hoping that the insolence of these boys will end and enjoying buying the Pravda aircraft carrier for their political superiors. My boys and I have received threats and yesterday was proof that we are risking our lives in this. We fight for equality. We fight for society to recognize our efforts. We fight for those who also want to participate and not be discriminated against. Is what we want wrong? Well, in their eyes we are a plague, and leaving our comrade Tauda in that state was a sign that they want to see us defeated, and that is why I have spoken with my boys and all of Avengers to make this decision. The four-eyed guy's smile widened in victory. Our decision was not to give up and continue until we achieved our goal. And that smile was erased, making a grimace of disgust. Not to allow this to go unpunished. Not to give in to the demands of those who want to see us defeated. We do not consider ourselves victims, but tankers fighting for what we want, which is a Sensha-Do in which both boys and girls participate side by side. The schools that will be used to subdue us, as in this case Pravda was, are nothing more than tools, and we are going to confront them not out of hatred, but out of respect for them. Because before being tankers we are gentlemen. Every Sensha-Do school watching the broadcast had thoughts about the commander. But one thing in common was that they began to respect him. I send this message to those who hide in the shadows and wish to see us fall. To those who do not dare to face us and face justice for all the crimes they have committed against other innocent people, and if they want to eliminate us. If they want to finish us off or simply make us disappear, do so they know where to find us, and we will receive them with a warm welcome. He left the podium and with his captains in the light of the cameras he left leaving questions in the air. Issei was upset to see that things did not go as he wanted. Then he received a call and when he saw the number he was a little alarmed. Dear Tsuji. Their plan didn't go as expected. You were supposed to make him give up. My plan failed but. And not only that. Someone bought the aircraft carrier. Your idea of putting a ridiculously high price on it didn't work out because that buyer didn't care. The four-eyed guy couldn't believe that. His foolproof plan to have the Pravda aircraft carrier was a failure. It's impossible. Well, believe it. If that brat dared to declare war on us, he's humiliated us, and we're not going to let him do that. He knew what he was talking about. Do you want me to give the order to send those people to eliminate us? The order has already been issued. You wanted everything to go out with the least amount of blood possible. But you must understand that when an inferior being insults a superior, he suffers the consequences. The next aircraft carrier on the list is St. Gloriana. We don't want any failures, Tsuji. We want to enjoy those virgin girls. Whatever you say, Senator. You better. The call was cut off, and Tsuji looked at Issei, who was making his way through the reporters. You don't know what you've gotten yourself into, brat. Now you'll have to face a whole national corruption. I don't think you'll get out of this alive. What he didn't know was that Issei wasn't someone ordinary, and his boys aren't either. While in Pravda, all the students were lined up in what would be the case in broad daylight when it was snowing. And from the monument that is a replica of Lenin's mausoleum, two people appeared who were women. The black-haired woman spoke. Hello to all of you. My Soviet girls, I am the new benefactor of Pravda. Serafol Leviathan, and next to me my friend and its new director Rias. Almost all of them were murmuring about how pretty they were, and several more looked with admiration at the new benefactor and director. But three of them had no attention on anything. They just had total depression. And it was obvious because by following orders from that Four Eyes, they almost killed someone. Clara, although she did not participate, knew what was happening and did not want to stop them. Nana felt worse since it was her own hand that pulled the trigger to kill that daring T-34 captain. But the one who really felt like shit was Katyusha. She watched a press conference and not only saw Issei's statement, but he never blamed her for anything, nor does he hold any grudge against her for what happened, even though she is partly to blame for allowing the graphene projectiles. He was already thinking of resigning and that a better girl would be commander of Pravda. But in front of the three appeared the new benefactor. Why the long faces? You guys played a good game and you knew how to retire. You should be happy for your effort. We almost killed someone were Nana's words. I know, but you made a good decision in time. You retired when it was best and you also fought for your homes. That makes me proud of you. The three of them were very surprised by the words of the new benefactor. Look at the Avengers. Despite everything against them, they don't give up. They keep going. They never back down. You as Soviets must not give up or back down either. Serafol, same. I want you to promise me that when you face them again, you will be better people than you are. They looked at Serafol in admiration. And they also remembered that look of courage and bravery of those boys who were their opponents. Now these are your goals to overcome. We promise. The depression they had was gone. Replaced by a feeling of courage and determination. The look of overcoming appeared in them, and Serafol couldn't help but smile when she saw that it was thanks to Issei that everything was possible. She and the director raised a fist in the air. Hurry. Hurrah, they all followed her. Hurry. Hurry. And from the buildings the ironic Soviet anthem was heard. They all sang. Serafol looked at the blue sky. Happy not only for having saved a school but for seeing that smile of joy and that determination that youth has. Issei. Your words have motivated many and me as well. The next one to save is St. Gloriana, and I promise you that I will not allow them to hurt them because of the love and admiration I have for you. And it was no news that she was in love with the chestnut. These days, although everyone had lost, they had also won. Red Sea. The week passed since that day. Hyodo has already fully recovered thanks to the latest in medicine by Dr. Kain Kanzaki. Issei was glad that his most joking and fun captain was okay, and even more so when he saw the closeness he now had with Orange Peak, who both announced their relationship to their commanders. Both groups congratulated them, and some boys gave Hyodo advice to be a man and not a princess. Rias, thanks to the contract she had with Darjeeling, could talk to her whenever she had free time, since her friends have been busy thanks to the factions calling them for missions. They suspect that there are remnants of the Chaos Brigade. On social media, the Avengers now had more supportive comments than ever before. Hyodo became a trending topic as videos of his encounter with his two were viewed by millions of people both nationally and internationally. Many in Russia gave more than unique comments. A real hero. Stalin would be proud. Putin wants you in his ranks. This is how we do it in Mother Russia. If you come to Moscow, I'll treat you to a drink of vodka. Honorary Russian. And several more. Of course there were comments from girls who not only gave her compliments, but each one made the English girl take away her cell phone and close her social networks. She wasn't jealous. A nice one. Now the Avengers Armored Division along with Anzio were watching the match that St. Gloriana had against a girls' school called Africa Corps that uses war without hate tanks. 1 Tiger, 5 Panzer III, 4 Panzer IV, 5 Semavente 105 95ths and 5 armed P-40. St. Gloriana used her most suitable tanks, which were 1 Churchill, 4 Matildas, 5 M3s Lee Grant, 5 Crusaders Mark IV-Y, 5 M4 Shermans. The battle had initially been with Afrika Korps having the initiative. His attacks were good, but nothing that St. Gloriana couldn't handle. Darjeeling not only brought out her leadership and strategic skills, but she and Issei had studied one of the most famous war generals of the Second World War. In the end, St. Gloriana cornered the Afrika Korps in a pincer maneuver where he had his strongest tanks in front and the fastest, which are Crusaders, on the right flank and the Shermans on the left. The art of deception. Making them believe that the tanks were abandoned trucks so as not to raise suspicions had worked. In the end, Afrika Korps surrendered and the commander, being a good loser, recognized the blonde's cunning. Although of course she didn't only give credit to herself but to her girls and to someone who helped her with the strategy. That day, in front of everyone, Darjeeling declared his admiration for the Avengers commander and encouraged many to support him. Now St. Gloriana and Avengers celebrated with a party that Avengers organized for their allies. It was a party like the ones that kids his age usually have. Music. DJ. Drinks. Both schools enjoyed. Tauda and Orange peaked together talking. Shinku and Rose hit dancing. And Darjeeling enjoying a drink with the chestnut tree. They were both happy to see their divisions having fun and enjoying these moments. Until. Darjeeling same. Assam had arrived accompanied by a few more girls. Assam, what's wrong? Darjeeling Sama. The director left the country and diverted funds to his account. He put our aircraft carrier into bankruptcy. What? And that's not all. The Federation has legally put our aircraft carrier up for auction. The auction will be tomorrow. Those last words had shocked all the girls of St. Gloriana. So much so that some fell to their knees at the possibility of losing the school that is their home. The boys tried to calm them down and help them. The celebration was spoiled by that news. So that bastard Tsuji is now after St. Gloriana? I'm not surprised. That Four Eyes is the lapdog of those corrupt pigs. It was Shiho who was reading from her tablet a news about the St. Gloriana auction. That's right, my informants have told me that Avengers with their infantry division have secured the aircraft carrier that is docked in the port of Iwaki. Hometown of Avengers. I see as commercial allies, they will support each other. Any news from Anzio and Pravda? Anzio docked half an hour ago. Pravda is on its way. Well, and how's Meiho? The commander of Kuramoriman lowered her gaze upon hearing that question. She hasn't wanted to talk to me since that day. Her teammates say that she had been crying for weeks, but after watching the previous Avengers match she started training with her team. Apparently that press conference has motivated her in some way. It's not the only one. I see that it also motivated you to train more. Hyodo is a tough commander to beat. I see that he has flaws, but I want to beat him. Meiho will be safe next to a hero like him. The headmistress looked suspiciously at her eldest daughter. Never since she trained her and made her what she is, has she shown any interest in improving herself and beating someone. But now he doesn't miss every game the Avengers are in, and he analyzes every detail of the strategies used by the son of his former rival. Meiho. What do you want by beating Issei Hyodo? The same thing you want too, mother. I want my sister to be happy and safe. You know that now things are going to get worse, and that rat Tsuji will try to take Orai, and Hyodo is the only one who can help her, she said as she left the office to go back to training. Leaving Kuramoriman's director alone. Yes, I would like that too. Although she wouldn't admit it. She regrets many things. But she knows that her daughter would be safe at Issei Hyodo's side, and the brown-haired boy would also be part of the Nishizumi family. It would be a win-win. Even so, she will look for a way for her daughter to forgive her. Issei was in charge of security at the dock. The armored division plus the infantry division patrolled and watched for anything suspicious. I knew that some of those corrupt people wanted to go after them as quickly as possible, and I wasn't going to allow that. They will protect their allies no matter what the cost. At the entrance of the pier, Issei got out of his tank, leaving Shido in charge while he went to see someone. Commander present. Kazami along with his team and some other boys stood firm against the brown-haired boy. At break, Kazami, how are we doing in defense? Everything is already organized and there are alarms at the port entrances. If they come, we will know. Did you make sure that Pravda didn't have any stowaways? There was no one. By now we would know. Okay, when you can take a break. You deserve it. He nodded as he listened to communications and looked at a map. Issei went out to see not only his St. Gloriana and Anzio aircraft carriers, but also his own and a guest. True. They had arrived half an hour ago and had approached the English to talk. He just hoped that whatever happens between them is for the best. At least Rias is with Darjeeling to calm her down. Rias was talking to a Darjeeling who deep down feared that her friends would have a fate worse than death. Darjeeling, don't worry. Everything will be fine. I appreciate your words, Rias. But I fear the worst will happen. They were both in the commander's room. Rias was by her side supporting her. She knew her friend was going through tough times and she would be there for her. After a few minutes the door opened and two girls came in from that door. Anchovy. Katyusha. We came as fast as we could. I'm here to support you, said the Italian. Thank you, Anchovy. The English girl looked at little Stalin, who didn't dare to look her in the eyes. Katyusha, I appreciate you coming even though we were enemies. The little Russian girl felt horrible when she heard those words. Darjeeling was her friend and because of the threat of that Four Eyes she had to break ties. Despite being 16, she feels like a child and knowing that, she threw herself into his arms. Crying. Darjeeling, I'm sorry, I never wanted to break friendship with you, please forgive me. The blonde just smiled. For her, Katyusha was almost like a sister she could never have. So he hugged her too. There is nothing to forgive, Katyusha. You fought for your school and you were forced to use those ammunition. You are still my friend, Katyusha. The moment between the two commanders was very tender in Ria's eyes. There were times in his life that he would comfort Kaneko when she had nightmares involving her sister Kuroka. Excuse me, who are you? He came out of his thoughts upon hearing Anchovy's question. Something that little Stalin also noticed. It's true, and what are you doing in Darjeeling's room? Girls, please calm down. She is a friend I met these weeks thanks to Issei-kun. The two commanders calmed down upon hearing that. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rias Gremory. She introduced herself. But the Englishwoman got out of bed to speak in a low voice to the Retid. The two spoke for a few seconds, which confused the guests. But they managed to hear Darjeeling tell Rias, show them. She nodded and walked away a little. Then he sighed. And out of nowhere. A large aura of crimson power emerged from her, giving her a very terrifying appearance in the eyes of the commanders of Anzio and Pravda. That feeling of terror increased even more when from the Retid's back came out wings as black as night, looking like a battered demonic. They didn't understand what was happening. How could someone like her do something like that? They were afraid, really afraid. Now I want your attention. Nana walked down the hall straight to the dining room to have a cup of coffee. Since he knows he won't be able to sleep. She has not been able to forget since that day. Forget that boy who almost killed. Forget how your hand pulled the trigger. She looked at her right hand and there were times when her mind played dirty games. Since those times she imagined that her hand was stained with blood. And now it was happening. So he got scared and went to find a bathroom to wash that hand. Get rid of that feeling of being stained. The feeling looked at like a murderer. But. Pam. She ran into someone as she turned a corner. And let's say I was on that someone. And it was who I least wanted to see. That hit really hurt. Anotada. She realized not only who she was but the position she was in. She quickly took off her clothes and blushed deeply. Aren't you the deputy commander of Pravda? What about you? She would never have imagined meeting that boy. And the worst thing is that his mind was playing again. Since he imagined it stained with blood. Blood coming out of that wound in his chest. Close to the heart. She was getting upset. Hey, are you okay? It was the last thing he heard until he passed out. Nana opened her eyes. His mind did not react properly until his vision was clear. I was in a living room lying on a couch. You're awake now? I turned to see who had spoken to me. It was the same boy who was on an armchair watching her attentively. You gave me quite a scare. The good thing is that I found this living room so I could lay you down. From one of the pockets of his tankist jacket, he took out a chocolate bar to break it in half and offer him that half. Here. It will do you good. She reluctantly took the chocolate and took a bite. I admitted it was delicious. And its flavor was helping him calm his emotional state. Delicious, isn't it? He asked, chewing his piece of chocolate. It is. There was silence on both of them. She looked at the young man. He had never bothered to look at it in more detail, but he didn't deny that it had a certain appeal. Her eyes have that innocent and happy glow that makes you happy just by looking at them. His hair was so black and messy that it showed off his mischievous side. And his smile was one that you could compare to that of a child who is happy with what he has and does not seek more than necessary. Nana doesn't know why, but she felt safe next to that boy 3 years younger than her. Why did you help me? That question had caught the black-haired boy's attention. He had his chocolate in his mouth and finished chewing it, then ate it and looked at Nana. I couldn't just leave you lying on the floor. Besides, you needed help. But don't you know who I am? Oh, I don't know. You are the deputy commander of Pravda. I'm the one who almost made you go to a better life. I almost killed you. He looked at the Russian girl seriously. Are you the one who was shooting from the IS-2? Yes, I am. Wow, I didn't expect to meet you, although I'm really impressed to meet you. You have excellent aim, if it weren't for the evasion maneuvers I don't think I would be alive. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was that boy who almost killed her praising her? Why are you praising me? Aren't you angry? You almost died because of me. These were Nana's questions as she really didn't understand how she could continue smiling after such a situation. Was it true that men were stronger than women psychologically and under stress? He looked away from her instead, as if he wanted to change the subject. But I couldn't do it. If I'm honest with you, I expected to die that day. That confession gave the Russian a shock. I am someone who really doesn't fear death because how can you fear something that is inevitable? I had nothing to lose back then. I never met my father. My mother died of leukemia. I am practically alone. I stopped to look at her. When she saw his eyes, she could see that they were those of someone who thinks that he has already lived too long. Who thinks that life no longer has meaning. The look of a suicide. Nana did not understand how someone who radiated joy had such a sad concept of life. The boy then smiled with a fake smile. I'm sorry that because of my wish you are going through this situation. I'll see how to fix this problem. For now it will be better if you rest here, I must return to the guard. He stood up, but not before taking something out of his pockets. Here, it's my apology gift. What he gave her was something that was very rare to find. The decorated medal of the Soviet Union. She couldn't believe it. These medals are very rare to see and find. Just when he was leaving. Wait. She stopped him. I know you're not going to accept what I'm going to tell you, but I want to not only pay for what I did to you, but also compensate for your kindness. Can I? She practically offered herself. His pride told him that he had to make up for everything he put him through. But. He came closer. And as if she were a little girl, he touched her head with his hand. Even though she is a little taller than him. Nana had blushed in a way she would never have imagined herself doing. I just want you to be my friend. Whenever you need help, I'll be there for you, Nana-chan. Even though she always kept a serious and cold face like the Caucasus, when she felt that touch and those words, she knew one thing. I could completely trust that boy who almost killed me. She could feel safe next to him. He could even do what his heart was screaming for. Without warning, she threw herself into his arms and began to cry on his shoulder like a 10-year-old girl. Despite being somewhat surprised, he returned the hug with a calm smile. Consolandola. But at the door of the living room, the one who heard everything was Tauda's girlfriend. Orange Peak. She had heard everything and was glad not only that Tauda never held grudges, but also that he was so kind to others. But he also worries that he's too kind, so much so that they can take advantage of that. Or also some fall at your feet for that virtue. He had no choice but to smile. Just this once, Tauda-kun, but I'll have to watch you and nobody falls for you. I don't want you to make a harem behind my back. What the English woman doesn't know is that life can give you many surprises. It dawned. And at the port, some infantrymen who were Kazami and her girls monitored the entrances. But an alarm went off. It was a convoy of 6 black vans entering. Sound the alert and bring the commander. Yes, sir. These vans reached the dock, but they were stopped because in front there were 2 German armored vehicles and several boys who were from the elite troops. 2 of them had MG-42 machine guns. Several men wearing black tactical vests and masks covered by balaclavas traveled from the vans. One of them was not wearing a balaclava, so they deduced that he was the leader. He approached. I want to speak to the leader of this operation. The soldiers kept aiming. Their orders were not to let anyone through who wanted to take the aircraft carrier. Some of them are boyfriends of girls from St. Gloriana and are willing to stop them to save them. Within a few seconds the Super Pershing had arrived, which had been left blocking the entrance. Then from the hatch came Issei, who looked at the man seriously. He got out of his tank and went straight to face the man. I am Commander Hyodo Issei, also the chairman of the council and commander of the 3 branches of Avengers. With whom I have the pleasure of speaking. My name is Kagari and I have orders from the House of Representatives to take the St. Gloriana aircraft carrier and safeguard it for them. I regret to inform you that due to the commercial alliance I have with St. Gloriana, I cannot allow you to approach them until I receive the news that the aircraft carrier has been sold to them. Therefore we cannot allow you to pass. There was silence on both of them. Look, kid. I have my orders. So be a good boy and get moving. According to constitutional laws, young people, both male and female, who carry weapons and can drive military vehicles, will be considered and treated as adults, but we cannot exercise the right to vote. Also, the constitutional law says that we who practice military sports can defend our schools and treaties with other schools. As long as it is in self-defense. What are you trying to get at, kid? Very simple, we will not move from here until the purchase is made. And if they try to shoot, we will return fire. The Super Pershing moved its turret to point at one of the trucks, and the soldiers prepared their submachine guns and MG-42 submachine guns. The men had Type 89 assault rifles. And with them they pointed. Calm down, everyone calm down." The man tried to maintain order between both groups. The boys did not obey him. In fact, some of them pointed at him, ready to shoot. "Commander, give the order and here we make it a strainer," said a soldier ready and willing to shoot. "Kid, tell your boys to put down their weapons. They will lower their weapons if your men lower theirs, sir." They both looked at each other seriously. "You're treading on thin ice, kid. The reps aren't going to have any mercy on you. I've experienced worse things. And I know you don't like what you're doing either. I'm going to defend my allies no matter what it takes. The aircraft carrier will be bought by them. You won't be able to save it. At least they will be safe in Avengers. My allies, when this aircraft carrier falls into the hands of Parliament, will move their documents and make a transfer to our school. Put down your weapons." The men were bewildered. "Sir, are you going to let yourself be intimidated by a child? This kid is the leader of a force, so let's not light the fuse here. Put down your weapons." They reluctantly obeyed. Issei with a signal ordered the same. "In half an hour the purchase will be made. If they don't move by then, we will shoot. If you shoot by then there will be blood." They both went with their groups. Being ready to shoot. Only half an hour away from confirming whether the aircraft carrier falls into corrupt hands. Rias, thanks to a magic circle, watched with the commanders everything that was happening. It must be said that Darjeeling was more moved and in love with the chestnut who defended his school like a gentleman. Anchovy was afraid, but at the same time blushed at seeing such an act of daring from the chestnut. Katyusha, on the other hand, was not only attracted to Issei's courage, but also to the altruism that made him stand out. One thing was certain, and more so for Rias. She already has more sisters in her beloved's harem. "I'm going to have to interrogate these two girls." In a place. The place where several politicians were present and each had a wooden paddle with a number on it. They were all smiling with a sinister smile. Each one wished to win so that they could enjoy the girls of St. Gloriana. They were disgusting. Pretentious. Cruel. Sick. Corrupt. They were all the scum of politics. And on the platform was the same person who caused Avengers problems with a gavel ready to start the auction. Brent Tsuji. "Well, gentlemen, today we will start this auction with 5 million. One of them. A disgusting fat man raised his paddle offering more money. "I have 5 million, who will give more?" The auction continued until the accumulated amount was 40 million. One of them was already smiling disgustingly when he saw that he already had the aircraft carrier in his hands. 40 million at 1, 40 million at 2. I was about to laugh out loud, but 50 million. The voice at the doors was heard. Everyone turned around and saw the person they least wanted to see. What is she doing here? Seraphol of Leviathan had arrived. Almost half an hour had passed. And everyone was ready. It only took one order to unleash hell. Leader Kagari stood in front of Issei. "There are 3 minutes left, kid. I don't want to shoot anyone, so you better get moving. Until those 3 minutes are complete we will not move from here, we will continue our mission. You are someone to admire, boy. But you know that you could die if you were against the representatives. They will fall before justice." They were just 1 minute away from time running out. But. "Sir, a call for you. Commander, call for you." Kagari picked up the phone and after several seconds of talking the short call and went to his men. Issei did too and looked at his boys. And at Issei's words. "Gentlemen, St. Gloriana is safe, stop your weapons." CEE. There were shouts of joy from many and several threw their helmets into the air. It was a happy ending. "Gentlemen, we are leaving." The men got into their trucks ready to leave. The leader looks at Issei. He bowed to him as a sign of respect. "I wish you luck, kid, you're gonna need it." "Thank you, sir." And with that he got into his truck and left. Darjeeling was so happy that he wanted to go there and kiss his chestnut. But now celebrating with his commander friends and Rias that his home did not fall into corrupt hands. Well, with the commander. Captain Kazami is in command. Dismount everything and go to your partners. You earned it, gentlemen. Issei receiving military salutes left, receiving also praise from not only the Avengers students but also from Anzio and Pravda. Several tankers were happily hugging their girlfriends. It was a happy moment. And when he boarded the aircraft carrier St. Gloriana, he was greeted by more cheers. Until reaching Darjeeling's room where she was with Rias and the other commanders. When he arrived he just smiled despite how tired he was since he couldn't sleep for 2 days. "St. Gloriana is safe, Darj." And without further ado he fell to the ground from sleep. They all immediately went to help him and left him on the bed. They let him sleep because of all the effort he had made. He deserved a break. "You're failing." It was the voice of a politician who led an entire parliamentary group. Everyone was talking through screens. And in front was the Four Eyes kneeling with his gaze downcast. We're close to having all those aircraft carriers and those young virgins. Of removing that brat Mikagami from power, and we're falling behind because of an idiot who doesn't follow tradition and that brat's geniuses. But gentlemen, it is not my fault that this happened. Your people have not taken care of Hyodo Issei. Your job renter, we will take care of you. Got it? Yes, sir. Okay, Kai Hotan is next. So no more mistakes. Mr. Kai Hotan was bought, and as far as I know they are opening an investigation for these situations that have happened. We're going to have to be inactive for a while. For now it's going unnoticed, but yes. Put pressure on those brats from Saunders to eliminate that idiot and his followers. Try to make it an accident. Understood, sir. The transmission was cut off and Tsuji just looked at the ground, knowing that now there will be no mercy for anyone. You unleashed hell, Hyodo Issei. On the Avengers aircraft carrier. Everyone resumed the party that had been missed thanks to the previous news. But now everyone was happy. Some danced. Others sang. And they spent more time with their partners. Issei woke up and was now enjoying the celebration with Rias and the other commanders like Darjeeling and Anchovy. Katyusha has not wanted to talk to him all this time and stayed away. She looked at her sub-commanders at various times. It must be said that Clara and Shinku were having a conversation in Russian, and you could say that it was a fun one, since they laughed a lot. Although she laughed as she also saw how Rose Hip and Pepperoni also caught her attention. It must be said that the three girls were looking at each other in a challenging manner, and the poor blonde looked at his team for help. Hyodo and Nana had conversations where he said how he managed to get out of trouble, like his encounter with Anzio, and she did not deny it. Hyodo was a crazy genius in Sensha-Do. But that was what attracted her to him, apart from the fact that she was safe by his side. Of course the poor guy got chills every time the cute orange peak appeared between them. She wasn't jealous. Katyusha was happy for her friends. They deserved to be friends after everything she put them through. She walked until she reached a bench in a park. I look at the sunset where the sun was already setting. She has always been a girl who, despite looking like a child, was actually a mature girl for her age of 16. Her childish act was only to fool her enemies. She was never someone who liked to be seen weak. But now that was what it felt like. Weak and vulnerable. With a very raw cold on his skin. I'm cold, I have no one. She appreciates her friends with all her heart. But they couldn't help her in that area of wanting to feel loved by someone. That someone doesn't abandon her, that she feels protected. She was so lost in her thoughts until she felt something covering her shoulders. It was an Avenger's jacket. I saw that you were shivering from the cold. He looked to see that it was Issei who gave him a smile. She never expected that, although she doesn't deny that the jacket was warm and had a scent that calmed her down. Thanks. It doesn't matter. He sat next to her watching the sunset. I suppose you don't usually see these sunsets, do you? They are not often seen, as we always sail the northern seas in summer is when we see them. Those seas must be very cold, colder than the Bering Strait. Were you there? You could say that a friend was in trouble, so I went to help him. She had been impressed. Even though she has heard and seen all of Ria's exploits, she still doesn't believe that someone, after having gone through all that, would still smile. How can you stay strong with all that life you've had? It was no surprise that he envied the brown-haired boy for being someone strong and firm, despite all the adversities he had. I envied his strength and courage. But also he was attracted to it. And even more so when he remembers seeing him shirtless that time against Anzio. And get that image out of your head. How would it feel to be hugged by those strong arms and that firm chest? That had made him blush involuntarily. Is something wrong? He asked curiously. It's nothing, she looked away, blushing a little. Your face is red. Are you getting sick? I'm telling you it's nothing. Leave me alone. They were both silent, but… Nope. You're blushing, it's noticeable on your face. She was blushing more. And in a second he was putting him in a neck lock, cutting off his breathing. I'm not blushing, did you hear me? I'm not. Okay, I got it, I'm going to drown, please let go. She loosened her grip a little and let him breathe. But you know, she was taking a breath. I think that despite everything that happened, I still think that you are strong and very determined. And I haven't thanked you for what you did. At that moment I didn't care about losing just my partner. I want to thank you for that. I admire you and more. He had smiled at her as he knew, and she. With great agility he jumped off Issei's back and went to hide behind a tree. Are you? Did I say something wrong? He asked, confused. Well, the little Russian was in a sea of nerves. What's wrong with me? I don't understand what's happening to me. Poor girl Loli had her heart beating 100 miles an hour. With her hands shaking and a blush so noticeable that it compares to the hair of that devil. This isn't good, I don't know what to do. I'm just so happy. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Katyusha is in love. I'm a complete mess, I'm going crazy. Which is a complete disaster. Why, she had been scared when she saw that the brown-haired boy had described her in that state. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing that matters to you, leave me alone, fool, fool, fool. She hits him in the chest in a fit of nerves. He had never felt like this in his life and he doesn't know what to do. Calm down, please calm down, he tried to calm her down. Don't tell me to calm down, you're an idiot who doesn't know what a girl feels, you're an idiot, idiot, idiot. He stopped his hands and looked at her. I admit I'm an idiot, but don't ask me to stop being one, because that's what defines me and who I am. She stopped wanting to hit him. And with pleasure, this idiot is willing to protect you whenever and wherever you want, I'll be there for you. Katyusha could not stand hearing these words. I didn't know if what I felt was love or just the emotion of the moment. But one thing was certain. She felt so safe and protected next to that daring commander who faces a system full of corruption and impunity. So much so that he just did something that he rarely does. Cry. She threw herself into the chestnut's arms and cried on his chest. Although he was somewhat surprised, he reciprocated the gesture and let her cry. Remembering when Kaneko went through the same thing. They were both hugging each other in the cold air with her holding the brown-haired boy's jacket, crying and feeling happy that she was no longer guilty. Of feeling loved by someone who truly accepts her despite her flaws. It was a moment for both of us. Not knowing that this was seen by Ritit and 2 other commanders. Darjeeling and Anchovy were happy for their Russian friend, and according to what Rias had told them, it was obvious that she fell for Hyodo Issei's charms. Rias watched and knew that more were going to join, but she ended up accepting. After all, her beloved was still a dragon, a sweet and protective red dragon. One who will soon achieve his goal. Sensha-Do mixto. Hearts of steel. 3 days since St. Gloriana was saved. The English girls met the benefactor and also the new director, who turned out to be none other than one of the alphalers of Serafal. Her name was Lyria Illustrious. It is worth noting that the woman won the admiration of everyone for her aura of nobility and elegance, and apart from that, the aircraft carrier would be safe for being one of the pieces of Leviathan, as well as Pravda. Darjeeling convinced Anchovy and Katyusha to form a contract with Rias to have benefits and also have her as an ally and friend. At that time, it had been announced that an investigation would be carried out into the auction and sale of aircraft carriers, otherwise the meetings would be postponed until further notice. Which gives Avengers time to not only practice, but also to do activities they wanted to do. The day the entire armored division was preparing their tanks to get off their aircraft carrier and go to a place. And just when they came down. Super Perhabi entrada with 4 other people. Issei went out to see who they were. Girls, what are you doing? They were Rias along with the commanders and their sub-commanders. They had not left because their aircraft carriers needed to replenish supplies, ammunition and fuel. Issei-kun, we just want to ask you where everyone is going. Asked Darjeeling. D, along with his friends and the captains who came out through the hatches of their tanks, just looked at each other and smiled. And they said. We will go to give happiness. Those words confused them. Give happiness. At a meeting was the young prime minister. Likugami Tsukasa. Ringo Hashi. Aoichiho. No Kanzaki. Masato Sanada. Prince Akatsuki. Shinobu Sarutobi. They are all considered the most talented geniuses in all of Japan. They are all friends and are involved in many things both in humanity and in the supernatural. All of them are, in the eyes of politicians, the main enemies of their plans. And now they are gathered together to talk about the issue they have been dealing with. The purchase of aircraft carriers. As you can see, thanks to various contacts, the aircraft carriers have been safe from the many news on your investigation, Shinobu. I managed to find the former director of St. Gloriana. He is now facing charges of fraud and more, although the representatives hide their tracks well. So much so that it takes me longer to find them. Merchant, what do you have for me? Their accounts are frozen. It's not a permanent solution, but it will be temporary. Those corrupt people don't know that change produces profit. And I have to admit it. Those guys make me more money thanks to their merchandise, and their alliances with the other schools being their financial advisor fell to me like a blessing from heaven. Perfect. Ringo, how are you doing with what I asked you for? I managed to review the logs. There were many firewalls that were not difficult to take down. I now have a clue as to where the graphene munitions could come from and who is distributing them. Panzaki. Machizuki Tuya and Kano Tauda's mental health is stable. Their bodies are more resilient than I thought, and that pleases me. Their wounds healed incredibly. There's no doubt that those Avengers guys are special. I'm glad to hear that. This means that we'll soon be ready to not only lock up those representatives, but also to receive the supernatural. I have heard that in several countries there have been signs and apparitions of them. I never thought that they would reveal their existence to humanity. Prince spoke, fearing that something would go wrong. Humans tend to destroy what they don't understand, but little by little over the years they became known thanks to Trihiksa. Who would say that we are supporting the one who saved the world? Aoi spoke, being a little in awe of that brown-haired hero. I spoke to Azazel, and he told me that things with the corrupt councillors are going well. There have been several arrests for treason. The geniuses smiled at this news. The world will soon change and we must be ready for when that day comes. Issei was riding in his tank with Rias sitting on the turret. They were followed by Darjeeling in his Churchill, along with Orange Peak in his Matilda and Rosehip in her Crusader Mk3. Anchovy in his armed P40. Pepperoni in his CCV3 and Caparzio in his Semavente 75. And Katyusha with her T-34 85s together with Nana in her IS-2 and Clara in her T-34 76. Apart from the 6 captains in their tanks. Everyone was heading to one place. But when they stopped at a traffic light they saw an arrogant person throwing garbage out of the window of his car while a man in charge of public cleaning picked it up. Issei along with the crew of the Super Pershing saw that and let's just say they didn't like that at all. The commander got out of the tank and took the dustpan full of garbage. "I'll help you sir," he said to the cleaner. And in front of everyone and some more who recorded their lives on Facebook. He returned his trash inside his luxury car. "Hey, what's wrong, brat?" The man tried to get out of the car, but Issei put a foot in the door. "Put your trash in its place. Don't be a pig. You don't know who I am, do you?" The dirty and arrogant person, and with that he returned to his tank. What he didn't know was that he returned his trash to a politician and a corrupt one. Everyone had recorded that moment and uploaded it to the network. That had left the girls touched by such an act that the commander did. A person of values. The boys on the other hand. Had his thug life moment. And some passers-by. Look at the size of those eggs. When they arrived, it was an open field where there was an event ground and beyond there were mountains covered by the thickness of trees. Issei-kun, what are we doing here? You will know, Darjeeling-san. They waited for 5 minutes until 2 school buses arrived. And from them came down several women who were religious sisters and children all between 6 and 10 years old. All excited. Everyone looked at the tanks in wonder. "Hello everyone, today I brought some friends who want to show you how cool tanks are. Come on kids, let's have fun." At that shout, the children, being happy, approached and looked at the tanks in amazement. The tankers got out and interacted with them. Some were having fun climbing into the tanks, and others were playing with the Avengers tankers who were like big kids to them. The girls of course interacted and many girls looked at them with admiration. It must be said that they felt happy to see the smiles of those orphan children. Among them Rosehip and Pepperoni, who played tag with the most energetic children. Orange Peak was teaching some girls how to walk elegantly and was surprised how quickly they learned. Nana and Clara taught a few children some words in Russian which they learned. But they both stopped when they saw Tauta playing ball with the children and saw how they adore him. A 6-year-old girl asked to be carried and he agreed. Having that little girl in his arms caused both the English and the Russian ladies to fall victim to his imagination. Orange Peak imagined Tauta with a girl almost similar to her. Both dressed like in the Victorian era, being a very happy and elegant marriage. Nana imagined Tauta on a modern T90 and next to him was a boy who had his eyes and the smile of the teenager. They both arrived and got off to greet her like a general, but being happy to be family. Tauta-chan, Tauta-kun would be a good father. Those imaginations are visions. They made both of them blush for imagining and thinking those things. They were still young for such things. "Are you? Girls, what's wrong?" asked a black-haired boy while still holding the girl. Nothing was the response of both of them who were still blushing. Although they don't dislike that future at all. Something similar happened with Shinku, only that, being more energetic ladies, they were open to those possibilities. Clara wasn't hyperactive like Rosehip or Pepperoni. But she was someone who, when it came to something she wanted, she got straight to the point. But now the pink-haired girl, seeing the blonde carrying a child on his shoulders, had the idea of saying these words. Shinku-chan, can't you imagine having a family?" That was the spark that lit the fuse. Why, Pepperoni and Clara did not look favorably on those words. Hence. "Excuse me Rosehip, but you're getting ahead of yourself on many things. Like for example, that you assume that Shinku-kun will marry you." Those words had started something comical. "Pepperoni-san, Shinku is my boyfriend, so it's not bad that we think about the future." "Well, I've heard that they say that a man without a ring on his finger is still single." She smiled mischievously at the Englishwoman who frowned. Shinku, like every man, knew that being between two women was like being between two dragons fighting for territory. "Calm down, you two are behaving like girls." Clara approached the group with a serious tone of voice. The blonde thought he was already saved. "Besides, they are not mature enough to think about the future, leave that to me, I have what it takes to make my Cossack happy." "Or not." The Russian hugged him from behind and her bust touched his neck. Shinku knew that hell had just broken loose between the three of them. And oh girls, why don't we just calm down and keep playing with the kids? The look from the three of them was a clear signal for him to shut up. Elsewhere. Okay kids, today we're going to play cops and robbers. First let's start with Miss Caparzio, she'll be Detective Angelina. She greeted with a tender smile that made Basara blush a little. I am Police Chief Jason Byrne. Super strong, skilled at his job and always caught the bad guys. The kids were excited and Basara just rolled his eyes at that idiot Takashi dressing up so much. And here is my friend, he is Carmelo Lames, the fugitive from the law. Wait, what? That had aroused the children's curiosity and had also made Caparzio laugh. Do you call me? Asked a child by that name. Basara couldn't say no to those children who already wanted to play with him, he just sighed and thought. I prefer Carmelo. 5 minutes later. Stop him, it's Milo, it's Melolums. Several children with toy guns surrounded the poor brown-haired boy who had his hands raised. It's not Milo. My name is Carmelo. Akashi-san, what will they do to Basara-kun? Asked Caparzio, somewhat amused by what she sees in her eyes. I don't know, but I'm sure you won't be able to remove the scratches from the permanent markers I gave the kids. Akashi-san, you are evil. Don't worry, your boyfriend will be fine. The word boyfriend made the Italian blonde blush. Hands on the back of your head, lame, said a child pointing his toy gun. Basara's thoughts were directed towards a certain guy that he now hates the most. I'm going to get revenge on you, Kamuro. Issei played with several children who, in the eyes of many, adored him. He was like his hero. Now they were playing. I'm a fearsome dragon and I'm going to stay with these children. Who's going to stop me? Us. Several children jumped on him, making what in Mexico they call bolita. Issei was having too much fun with those kids. And the girls too. Arjuling was doing the hair of a little brunette girl who had loved that princess arrangement and she was delighted to do it. Rias also did it by brushing another girl's long hair. Katyusha, being who she is, played with them easily. And Anchovy with his words had more than 10 children telling him. Duke 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 duke. Everything about them was happiness. The three commanders had thought the same as their second in command. They did not deny seeing the brown-haired boy being adored by the little orphans. He will be a great father. For Rias, that dream was almost complete. Of course more things will have to happen, but there was still time. The four of them were so deep in their dreams until the English girl noticed something. One of the orphan children was far away sitting in the shade of a tree. Something that worried the blonde a little. You noticed it too, right? She looked at Rias who had finished combing her hair. I just noticed, Rias, what will happen to that child? Are they talking about that child? One of the sisters who look after the children had approached them. His name is Izuku. His mother was an alcoholic to the point of hitting him for no reason. When she died of cirrhosis, the authorities sent him to our orphanage. He doesn't usually talk and he doesn't talk to anyone. I've noticed that he has a certain fear of people, although the reason is unknown. We've tried to get him to talk and play with others, but we couldn't. It's as if they stole her innocence. Rias finished for the sister. Exactly, we thought that coming to see his hero Commander Hyodo was going to make him happy, but I see that it didn't work. He almost always has that notebook with him and he never separates from it. The four of them looked at themselves and leaving those who were playing went to see. When they arrived they could notice that the boy was not aware of his surroundings as he was doing something in his notebook. Rias came over to talk to him. But he saw that the boy was drawing. He was drawing Issei on the super Pershing. What a good drawing. The green-haired boy, upon hearing that, became agitated like a scared bunny. Hey, calm down. We won't hurt you. The boy calmed down at the Englishwoman's words. What are you doing here alone? Sister told us that you wanted to come and meet the Avengers commander. Why don't you come and meet him? He just took his notebook and with a pencil wrote something to then show them. I prefer not to bother anyone with my presence. I appreciate that you care about me, ladies. Can't you talk? Asked Anchovy, confused to see that the child didn't speak. He wrote again and wrote this. An accident caused the vocal cords of my larynx to be damaged, which is why I cannot speak. I apologize if you find it uncomfortable to read what I say. For that reason I prefer not to bother anyone. They now understood. The mute child with low self-esteem, the worst combination. Tell you something? That incompetent won't mind you being mute. In fact, I think he'll like you. So you better come with us, kid. And we don't take no for an answer. Stalin took him by the hand and led him towards Issei along with the others. They did not admit it, but seeing the tender eyes of that child, an instinct had awakened in their minds. A maternal instinct. Issei let the children play with other people and went to look for the others, but he saw them coming with a 5-year-old boy with green hair. Hey girls, who's the little one coming with you? His name is Izuku. And we were told that he is your biggest fan, Rias said, smiling with joy. Really? Wow, I'm flattered, Izuku-chan, so you like tanks. Faced with the question, the boy was nervous and wrote in his notebook. I love them so much, and even more so when I see the legend that is the Super Pershing. The only American tank that defeated a German one head-on. Issei was confused. But he saw how they told him through signs that he couldn't speak. Well, Izuku, what you say is very true. The barrel is 90mm, so it can go through 200mm of steel with the right ammunition. It is obvious that you are very smart. Hey, do you want to see it from the inside? The boy smiling not only for the praise of his idol, but also for having the opportunity to see from inside the most powerful Avengers tank dragon. He quickly nodded very excitedly. Well, in that case, let's go see. He picks up the child and puts him on his shoulders before getting ready to leave. Girls, see you later. Have fun, Issei. And Ori. When evening came, everyone had put away their tanks. But Team Grape had noticed that their commander had been pushing himself hard in practice in recent weeks more than usual, which worried them. I have seen a comment that the word monkfish means but the lanternfish is also known by that name, and another one which is devil of the depths. There is no way I will put its scientific name. Miprin, are you feeling okay? Sayori asked when she saw that her friend was already tired. I feel fine, Sayori-san. I just need to rest. But you haven't looked very well for weeks, Hana also asked. Girls, I already told you that. It's because of Hyodo, Issei. Meiko's direct words had shaken the commander. Hyodo, do you still think about that? Yukari, who had been there that day since it was revealed that her friend and commander was forcibly engaged to Hyodo Issei, had been worried. Not just them. All of the teams had been worried. Miprin, tell us what's going on. We want to help you. Come to my apartment and you'll know why I'm like this. They were confused by that, but they went anyway. Upon arriving there, Miho used her laptop to post videos and analysis from various YouTubers who analyze Sensha-Do matches. She saw and paid attention to the analysts' comments. Almost all of them were good. They spoke of the strategy employed and the versatility well used in each encounter. The only bad thing they tell him is that he doesn't have a fixed style. Apart from the fact that several traditionalist YouTubers criticized the brown-haired man for participating in the sport made for women and that he should not be there. But Miho paused and looked at her friends. Did you see anything? He asked. They didn't understand. What did he mean by they saw something? Is there something wrong with everything you saw? Something that makes us see it in a bad way? Honestly, apart from the comments of those who do not tolerate men in Sensha-Do, they saw nothing. So they responded with a resounding no. Miprin, why do you ask that? There is nothing wrong with Hyodo Issei. That's the problem, there's nothing wrong with him, both in his personality and his decisions. Everything about him is like he's a born leader. She had sat on her bed squeezing the edges of her skirt. I was frustrated and I started to cry with rage. Hyodo-kun has so much talent, but he doesn't show it off. He works and strives for what he wants even though he doesn't need it. Everyone follows him loyally even though I can see that he feels unworthy. I don't understand how someone as perfect as him exists and is committed to me. I should feel like the victim because they are forcing me to marry him, but every time I see him and every time I see the problems and adversities that he has to deal with, they make me see that in reality the real victim is him and I am the one who wins. He covered his face with his hands. They, as the friends they are, tried to encourage her. Never in the never have they seen Miho so weak. And you know what's the worst part? That a part of me, the part I inherited from my mother, wants to accept this. What kind of person am I if I know that he is engaged to someone he already loves? Miprin, we know that you are not like that, you are just confused by what has happened in your life. Sayori is right. Although Hyodo Issei is not my type, even I would feel that way. We should just continue as we are. Sayori and Hana, the two friends who gave her back her confidence to return to Sensha-Do. Meiko held Miho's hand, trying to encourage her in his own way. But Yukari had a dilemma. A week ago Miho had gone to see her, but she refused, so before leaving, she gave something to Yukari, telling her that this object would reveal to her sister something that would change her life completely. She took out of her trunk what they had given her. A manifesto. And according to the instructions I only had to say a few words. Bail. And out of nowhere the card shone, causing a magic circle to appear in the middle of the room. She had been scared. But they were surprised to see that someone appeared from that magic circle. She was a tall girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and blue-green eyes. Good afternoon, I am Kisha, one of the servants of the Bale Ray family. I have come to fulfill your wishes. The five of them couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, and it was something that was just a myth. Magic. Yukari now agreed with Miho. His life was going to change. Several hours passed. Everyone was having fun, and it must be said that now the children were waiting for a movie they brought to start. Large white screen and a projector. They were ready. Everyone was sitting to watch. Asara walked between them to sit where Takashi and Kaparzio were. Excuse me, excuse me. When he got to where he wanted to go, he smiled at Basara. Hey, what's my seat? T1? T2? I hate you. Those last words were directed at Takashi, who smiled arrogantly. Miss Caparzio, he smiled at the Italian who, with a blush on her cheeks, enchanted the brown-haired boy. He took his seat next to her, who smiled delightedly. You are an idiot. You got rid of permanent scratches. That's because I have a secret weapon. I love children. Something I don't think you understand because I can hardly see you not being a father. Takashi frowned and looked at him, displeased with those words. You look very pretty, Miss Caparzio. Thank you, young Basara. The criminal just rolled his eyes as a sign of find a room. Another seat. Shinku was between three girls. Rosehip on your left. Pepperoni on your right. And Clara sitting between his legs. Edo, Clara-san, why are you sitting on me if there are plenty of seats? I feel comfortable with you. Does it bother you if I do this? Like all women, she used a weapon that Shinku could not avoid. Tender eyes. And we already know what happened. No, of course not. If you feel comfortable you can do it. He stopped talking when he felt his hands being squeezed by a great force. Let's just say that girls can even bend steel when they're jealous. Poor Shinku, I feel a little sorry for him. You are not the one to talk Tauta-kun committing adultery in front of me. Orange Peak said this because Nana had sat on Tauta's right side and she on the left. Adultery. And not only that, she won't stop holding your hand. It's okay that you want to help her with her problem because you feel responsible, but I think she's abusing your good heart. Orange-san, I think you're confusing things. Tauta-chan supports me as best he can, and I can say that I'll be very satisfied when I can overcome my problem, maybe in bed. The Englishwoman wanted to get on her Matilda and wipe that proud smile off her face with a cannon shot. Nana-chan, how does sleeping help? That question had confused both of them. Tauta-chan, don't you know what I was talking about? Sleeping? That had confused both of them even more. Orange Peak asked a question that he fears to know the answer to. Tauta-kun, do you know where babies come from? Does the stork bring them? That shocked them. Does Tauta not know what hex is? Even those who attend girls' schools know about this topic, since it was mandatory to know about it. How was it possible that this boy did not know about this topic? There were two reasons: either no one had taught him, or he was a fool. They lean more towards the second, although the first option is still debatable. Nana had an idea of how to teach him that subject intensively. Orange Peak, suspicious of the intentions of the Prava deputy commander, looked at her seriously. I won't let my boyfriend learn those things from her. If he's going to learn them, they'll be from me. Wait, what am I thinking? The poor girl was blushing, especially imagining those scenes not suitable for 16-year-olds. Issei along with his four ladies were waiting for the movie to start. It is worth mentioning that the brown-haired boy had a good time with Izuku. He is almost similar to how he was as a child. I was beginning to have a certain attachment to him. Rias and the commanders noticed that each of them had imagined themselves being a family with Issei as the father and Izuku as the son. There was no doubt that every moment they spent with the brown-haired girl they changed into girls very different from what they were before. And they liked it after all. It doesn't always have to be Sensha-Do in their lives, even though it unites them. They hoped to have a good future, and now they had someone to share it with, thanks not only to Issei, but also to Rias for allowing them to be with him. And now they were waiting to see a movie that was suitable for many. The golden one. The evening had already arrived. All the children said goodbye to the tankers. They were sad to see them for a while. They may have become fond of the children. Issei along with Rias and the commanders spoke to some children, telling them not to lose hope. That they will be able to find families who will adopt them. Everything was going well until… Commander. Tuya, what happened? The sisters say they counted everyone, one is missing. What? The girls didn't know why, but they felt that something bad was going to happen. They couldn't shake the need to search for a certain special child. We counted everyone, Commander, and the one we're missing is Izuku. We've already searched all over the place, but we haven't found him. They asked the children. Did he give any indication of where he might have gone? I wasn't talking to anyone. No one can know where he couldn't finish speaking when he felt a girl calling his attention. When Issei and Izuku went to the forest to look for a treasure that they told him could give him a family, he went over there. She pointed to the slopes of a mountain that was miles away. Alright everyone, get in the tanks, we'll go find him. Shinku, stay with Tuya in case he comes back. Understood. The rest of us, let's go. Issei-kun, we want to go with you. Darjeeling along with Katyusha and Anchovy had approached. Are you sure? That child became our responsibility, so we will also go whether you like it or not, Katyusha spoke to him. Okay, but if you are going to come I want you to promise me that you will follow my orders. Can I count on you? Yes, they said without hesitation. Okay, go to your tanks, we leave in 5. They obeyed, and some like Caparzio, Nana and Orange Peak also went to accompany their children. After 5 minutes and checking the fuel in the tanks, they followed in line to the Super Pershing, in which Rias went to help in whatever way he could. Clara, Rosehip and Pepperoni stayed to help calm the children down, and also for Shinku. 10 minutes passed in which all the tanks were on a dirt road. They stopped to plan. Okay everyone, we're going to split up to cover more ground and find him. Try to. Issei stopped when he saw that everyone was not paying attention to him. Ice, look over there. At Ria's alarm he could see that 12 meters away someone covered in a black robe was watching them. That person was smiling at them. I see that you have arrived, I thought that you would not notice. Who are you? Issei asked while being alert. I'm just someone who was hired to kill you. Imagine my surprise when my clients mentioned your name, the hero of the supernatural world. Most people didn't understand what that guy was telling them. But some did and they were nervous. I have no idea what you're talking about, the brown-haired boy lied. Are you really going to lie to your friends? Well, if that's the case, let's do this. I have the boy you're looking for. If you want him, you'll have to pass 3 tests to get him back. If not, I'll kill him in front of you all. What did you say? Issei was getting angry. But 4 girls were more. Where is Izuku? Darjeeling asked seriously. You will know that when you pass the tests 2 miles to the north. There is a flat area of 1500 meters, and in that area there are mines. You must defeat the forces that are on the other side of the plain. Oh, I forgot, if you do not pass the tests before 3 hours the boy will die. Rias Gremory cannot help you in offensive attacks. I wish you luck. The man disappeared in a magic circle, leaving many confused. Issei, what the hell happened? Ichika asked. Everyone had that same question as they saw it disappear as if by magic. Questions for later. Now we have to save Izuku. Come on, we have to go to that place. Commander, are you going to play along with that guy? We have no other choice, Iki, we can't risk it. The chestnut looked at Rias. Rias, I'm going to need your help. Don't say anything else. She took out her wings and flew to that place. Surprising almost everyone. Except for the commanders and slightly Hyodo. What is she? A spirit? No, if she was a spirit Katori would have already told me. I look at Issei. What are you hiding from us, Issei? 5 minutes passed until they arrived at the place Rias descended. Issei, I saw what awaits us. And what is it? That guy was a necromancer wizard. Shit. A necromancer? You're talking about those wizards who practiced necromancy? Yes, Darjeeling. On the other side of the plain there are skeletons that look like Nazi German soldiers, and they have machine guns. It doesn't make sense. Machine guns don't do anything to tanks. The only thing that can hurt a tank is another tank or an anti-tank gun. Katyusha termed Anchovy's words. Look at the field and the mines can be seen with flags on them, which is curious. Okay, here's the plan. Since there are spaces to go around the mines, we'll go slowly to be careful. The heavier tanks will go in front as defense, while the lighter ones will go behind them. Keep your eyes open and don't hesitate to shoot. Got it? Understood. Everyone got into their tanks ready. Rias, please stay with Darjeeling-san. Are you going to be okay? I will be. The plan had begun. From left to right were Issei, Darjeeling, Nana and Anchovy. And behind them were Tauta, Orange Peak, Katyusha and Caparzio for being light tanks. The others had to wait. At Issei's signal, everyone slowly advanced towards their objective, which was the tree line. As they entered the area, the sky lit up in a green boreal aura. Rias and Issei had to calm them down by telling them that they had entered a magic barrier where the damage they do could not go outside. They were attentive to anything and did not deny it. They were afraid. But they were also excited to face real Nazis even if they were just dead. It would be a dream for any World War II fan. In the Super Pershing the 4 crew members were talking. Hey, don't you think all this is strange? Naruyuki asked. I've seen strange things in my life, my friend, and many of them are painful for me. Believe me when I tell you that this is already normal, Rita replied. What do you say, Ichika? We live in a world full of mysteries. You just have to keep an open mind and be alert to anything that happens. And you, Hyodo? Issei is going to explain to us what is happening. But one thing is certain. He won't be the only one. The remaining 3 were left confused by those last 4 words. Well, with the girls. They were talking on the radio, and it must be said that they asked Rias several questions. But there was one that caught his attention. Is it true that hell exists? Well, Nana-san. We call it the underworld because hell would be a place where souls would suffer. One question, is it true that you can grant wishes? I can do it, Caparzio-san, but it depends on what you ask for, since we as demons have to ask for something in return. We sell our souls. Orange Peak had asked. We stopped making these types of contracts centuries ago. We ask for contracts and our system feeds on vital energy, years of life or objects of symbolic value. If you like, we can make a contract when this is over. You can do it later. Now what matters is saving Izuku. At the Englishwoman's words, everyone returned to what they were doing. Once they reached the mines, the operators had to make maneuvers to avoid the mines that were visible. Slowly go slowly. They were doing well. Anchovy right, there is a mine in front of you. Shit to the right damn it, she screamed, not realizing it and almost making a rookie mistake. The Italian tank managed to turn to the right, avoiding a mine. Pay attention, damn it, Issei scolded seriously. There was no time for nonsense. I wasn't paying attention, the operator muttered. The tank slowly left the mine zone when they were already 1,000 meters from the row of trees. The sound of a machine gun was heard hitting the side armor of the Is-2 and T-34. Russian girls had not expected that. There was a machine gun nest firing at them. "Nana, are you okay?" Tauda asked through the radio. "I was worried about her." "Calm down, I'm fine, Tauda-chan." A machine gun nest. I can't estimate how far away Darjeeling was watching thanks to Rias, who stopped the shots with a magic shield. "Hyodo is all yours to the left, they are 700 meters away." Charge, Ichika shouted, charging the projectile. "Shoot." The shot missed the target and the living Nazis continued to shoot. Naruyuki could see that those Nazis were something like the living dead. "Load, I load another projectile." "Shoot." But the second shot he managed to hit, eliminating those Nazis. "Ceasefire, target destroyed." Hyodo, seeing how the nest turned out, didn't know what to say. He had never done something like that before. "Hyodo, are you okay?" Issei asked. "I still don't believe this." A few seconds later a shot was heard. Issei managed to see that the shot was very high and failed. Darjeeling was surprised, as were the other commanders. "Anti-tank, it's on the left." "I was right, I knew it," shouted Anchovy. "This is getting ugly." Katyusha sensed something. "The turrets rotate so you can see where it came from." The anti-tank gun fired again but hit Churchill's sides, causing sparks. "Are you girls okay?" "We're fine." Issei-kun was a reband. "Impossible, it's a high-velocity weapon, I heard the whistle." "I see the cannon, it's on the left," shouted Nana. "I got it, Hyodo, 15 degrees below." Charge, Ichika charged. Shot. Hyodo had him in his sights. The projectile was fired but did not hit the target. "I'll try," Darjeeling said, firing from his Churchill. But it also failed. The P-40 is the same. Charge. Shoot. The second shot, plus the Is-2 shot, managed to eliminate the anti-tank gun. Target destroyed. Ceasefire. "Where did that guy get those anti-tank weapons?" asked Little Stalin angrily. But another shot was fired and passed between him, the Churchill, and the Is-2. "Another anti-tank, can anyone see it?" "I don't see her." Nana can't know where she is. The anti-tank gun fired again but missed. "Stay alert." Anchovy remained serious. "I can't see where it is." Nana tried to look for it with her binoculars but couldn't find it. Issei could see white smoke coming out from somewhere. "I got it there on the right." Charge to the right. Turning to the left, Anchovy said, already seeing where the anti-tank is. "I have it on the left, 500 meters." Nana also saw. "To the right, we must finish it off." Darjeeling had had enough of those anti-tank guns. "Fire," Issei ordered. The tanks began to fire their shells. Charge. Shoot. And with 3 shots they managed to finish off the anti-tank when they saw an explosion of sparks coming out of there. "All tanks, fire your machine guns. Pierce the row of trees, sweep away everything." All the tanks under Issei's command began to spit bullets. A rain of fire was present, piercing the row, and the living Nazis were shooting. When they reached 50 meters. Light tanks take out the stragglers. The light ones came out from under the protection of the heavy ones and started firing their light weapons, killing the Nazis. One of them had a Panzerfaust that he was going to use, pointing at the Matilda. "Chan, be careful." Hyodo pointed his gun at the ground where the Nazi was and hit him, leaving nothing but bones and burned clothes. The others crossed the trenches and crushed the living Nazis, leaving them in dust. When they reached the tree line, the necromancer appeared, clapping. "Bravo, I see that you didn't hesitate at all. Anyway, the next test is 2 minutes from here to the west. You better be ready because it will be a very tough test and the one waiting for you is someone tough to beat. I wish you luck." He disappeared. Issei looked at the girls and saw that they were somewhat upset. They had never been in a situation like this. "Girls, if you want, you can go back with the others, we can." "Issei-kun, we're going with you. Izuku needs us." Their look was one of not retreating. "Okay, let's go now." At Issei's order, everyone moved directly to the place where they would have to face the second test. That anti-tank almost hit them. It was Hana's comment when she saw through a magic circle. The 5 friends did not know what to think. If they didn't believe in magic a while ago, now they couldn't believe that the Avengers commander and the commanders of St. Gloriana, Anzio and Pravda were helping them rescue a child who was kidnapped by a necromancer who uses corpses of fallen Nazis as toys. They had just seen something that could only be seen in action movies or military exercise maneuvers. Issei knew that this necromancer was one in the service of an advisor and that he puts the tests he does to Issei and his group live. But Seraerg's queen suspected there was more to come, so much so that it would leave her breathless. Maiho and her friends also suspected it. Shiho along with Meiho and Erika watched everything from a magic circle that the Knight of Seraerg gave her in a paper seal to see what was going to happen. It must be said that Shiho was not at all disappointed when she saw with her own eyes the leadership skills that the brown-haired boy had and also how he mercilessly ordered the road to be cleared with shots. He smiled. Since he can, if his plans go well, he has the opportunity to train with his doctrine, the one who would be the best commander that the Japanese Sensha-Do has ever known. Meiho and Erika were aware of what the brown-haired boy was playing for, but that didn't take away their excitement. What they didn't know was that the next test would be more intense. The group slowly headed to the place. It was all quiet and all the tanks were in a row, being somewhat alert. But without being able to prevent it, the sky turned green again and without being able to see it coming. A shell hit the crusader that was behind. The shot was so powerful that it not only disabled him but also made him stay upside down. "They are attacking us," Katyusha shouted. Reverse, everyone get out of the way, back up and aim east," Issei ordered as quickly as possible. All tanks immediately reversed off the road. "What was that?" Shido asked, trying to know through his sight. Issei tried to look where he was or what had attacked them. "I saw nothing but fodder 900 meters away." "Eyes, get to that fodder, throw smoke shells." The Avengers boys stopped and let them hit the tree line. The shells were fired and the area was covered in smoke. Issei feared that whoever attacked them was something they were not prepared for. And in the end the smoke cleared to reveal something that Issei feared. A tiger. The girls, despite having seen tigers, this one was different for them. It seemed as if there was a dark and evil aura that instilled fear in them. It was a true definition of armored monster. The captains did not deny it. If an ancient tiger left his vice commander in a deplorable state, they did not want to know what could happen. "It's getting closer." At Takashi's scream they looked to see if it was true. The tiger approached at a slow pace. "Commander, what are we doing?" Tauda asked, scared. "Commander, we have to get out of here, we can't risk facing him." Basara was also. They both had people who could get hurt. "Issei-kun, let us help you," Darjeeling spoke. The chestnut had remained silent for a few seconds. "Unless they drown in a sea of shit, it's our problem. Takashi, you and your guys go get Ikki and his team out of the tank." Out of Basara, "We're going after that son of a hitch, we have to finish him off." The girls were in shock. These boys were going to face the tiger alone. "Hey, what are you doing? We can help you." Katyusha was angry and worried about him. "You guys hold your position here, Rias, put up a barrier so they don't follow us." Before the girls could even protest, Rias put up a barrier preventing them from going to help him. "Basara to my right, Tauda to my left." They quickly positioned themselves. "Let's go after them, don't let them escape." And at the order of his commander, the three tanks started straight to the tiger. They fired their cannons, but unfortunately the projectiles bounced off their frontal armor. The Super Pershing barely did any damage to him. The tiger fired its powerful 88mm cannon and the shot went very high. But the whistle was so loud that it terrified those inside the American tank. "Shit, did you hear that whistle?" "We heard you, Noriyuki, which is not good at all." "Ichika, get ready to load a lot of rounds," Shido said while looking at the tiger from his scope. "You don't need to tell me twice, Shido," Ichika shouted as he loaded another shell into the chamber. "Hold on, we're going to Hades." Rito maneuvered the tank, hoping to get out alive just like everyone else. "We will get out alive, friends, it's not for nothing that we are the Dragon Team." Issei's words were all that were needed to not panic. The wolf tank and rhino broke formation to try to hit the flanks. The tiger had noticed this, so it backed off and turned its turret to fire at the first enemy. The Stug 3. "Rhino, the tiger has his sights on you, get out of there. Commander, take this opportunity to finish him off." Basara, no. The tiger fired and managed to hit the sides of the Stug, causing it to spin upside down due to the impact. At the barrier, Caparzio saw everything and she, along with her Semavente, tried to get out to help him, but the barrier was very solid. "Rias-san, please, we have to help them, let me go with Basara-kun." She didn't answer. The crew of the Super Pershing, on the other hand, looked on in amazement at what had happened. "That tank is a bucking monster." "I know, faggot, I know," Shido replied to Rito. Still not believing what had happened. "They hit Basara, damn you." The T-34 commander was angry. "How to concentrate, he's all yours, finish that son of a hitch." With pleasure he pointed to his side. Hyodo aimed his 85mm cannon at the right side of the tiger, but the projectile bounced off without doing much damage. What? He didn't do anything to her? And the worst thing was that the tiger turned its turret aiming at the T-34. "Shido, aim and shoot at them." Pointing. "Hyodo, back off, get out of there. I'm not going to make it, finish him for my commander, send him to hell." 2. The tiger fired and with great impact the turret separated from the tank, leaving it useless. At the orange peak barrier and Nana seeing that wanted to go out and kill the tiger. Nana pointed her cannon at the barrier and fired but nothing happened. Rias Sama, let us go, I beg you. Rias did not listen to the Englishwoman's pleas. Let us go now, Nana shouted, desperate to get out and help Tauta. Rias knew why the shots to the sides didn't work, that tank has magic in the armor. It was almost completely protected. But the boys, the situation remained critical. It's just us guys left, we can do it, Rito, go all out, we have to aim for the back, that's its weak point. I'm coming. The tiger tried to avoid being attacked, so it moved as much as possible while its turret turned to aim at him and its machine gun fired at the American tank's turret to kill Issei. No bullets reached him and Issei did not cover himself at all. Rito, they have us in their sights. The cannon was already pointing at them. The tiger shot and hit the side, causing them to almost lose concentration. What happened? They got us, Rito shouted to Narayuki. Shido, are you okay? Ichika asked. It broke down, we have a hydraulic leak, I'll switch to manual. Shido was operating the gearbox on the turret. Load ready. Shoot. He hit the side, but the projectile did not do much damage. Rito, go faster, we have to eliminate him. I know, almost there. At the barrier the girls with their cannons were shooting, trying to get through, but the magic was no good for nothing. Rias, please let us out, we have to help. Darjeeling was the only one of the commanders who tried to talk to the Retid. Darjeeling, you have to trust Issei, he's been through worse than this. He's going to win, and if you don't trust him then you don't really love him. She had remained silent upon hearing that. How could she say she loves him when she won't let him do his job as commander? Benori, the 5 girls watching were in total shock without missing a single detail, as the boys were risking their lives there. And Kuramoriman the same, and more so when seeing that monstrous tiger and how with a single shot it finished off good tanks. The German tank fired another shot but only hit the front armor, causing them to almost become stunned. Shido, now we have to give it to him. Now I have something to hit the bastard with. Charge, Shido, Ichika shouted at him. What are you waiting for? Fire. Shoot. The Super Pershing's cannon fired but missed because the shot was too high. Shit, Rito cursed when he saw that his partner failed. Shido, what the hell, I told you to hit the back. Rito is going too fast, I can't aim properly. It's already loaded. Ichika put another projectile in. Rito, when I tell you to reverse, you do it. Shido, I'll tell you when to shoot, we only have one chance to eliminate him. Understood. The orange-haired man adjusted his periscope. Reverse right. He gave a shout and the tank reversed to avoid the crosshairs. Wait, Shido. The blue-haired boy kept his sights on. Keep calm, wait. Come on, Shido shouted Rito. Shido, finish them now, Narayuki also shouted, squeezing the handle of his machine gun. Ichika looked through his periscope on alert. Wait. The tiger was about to position itself and fire, but he was hit in the track by Takashi's Su-100, which came to his aid. What are you waiting for, Commander, finish off that damn relic. Thanks, Takashi, fire. Shoot. The cannon fired and managed to hit the rear, causing its engine to start burning. Shit, he's still alive, Ichika, another one, carry another one, come on, Shido asked quickly. Load, I load the projectile. Again. Shoot. And a second shot finally brought the tiger down. Fight destroyed. Ichika sat on the floor in complete shock. From the hatches of the German tank living Nazis came out with weapons and Issei took out of the tank a STG-44 and with it he shot those corpses. One of them who was in the commander's hatch took out a pistol. Damn Nazis, die. But Narayuki saw him and shot him dead with a machine gun. Die. After that there was silence. Rias removed the barrier and the girls' tanks immediately went to help their boys. Issei looked at the whole mess. He must admit that he almost saw it coming. He hadn't been so excited and scared since he fought the Trihiksa. Like the rest of his team. But for Narayuki this was his first near-death experience. For Rito, Shido and Ichika it was just another day, but now their girls weren't responsible for that. It must be said that. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The 5 of them started laughing madly. We escaped, guys, good job, Shido. Issei, when I shot I didn't think about getting out alive, I thought about my girls, I thought about them, since I wanted to see them again and tell them how much I love them. You're not the only one, Shido, I also want to see my girls and my family again, Issei replied. Defy me and my girls, you know, I think that with what just happened I stopped being a complete idiot. When this is over, I will tell them all that I love them, even if they think I am crazy. Me too, Ichika, Rizu, Fumino, Yuruka, Kurisu-sensei, Kanami-senpai, all of them. I thought about them all the time, telling the sky, please let me live, God, I want to tell them how much I love them. Lala, Haruna, Yui, Momo, Nana, Yami, Ashizu, Turju-sensei, Mike and Rito, despite appearing to be somewhat indifferent, was actually weak in front of them. That's why the desire to shed tears was so great that she gave in to them. Guys, I don't have the right to ask you this, but we have to keep going. The four of them snapped out of their thoughts at Issei's command. There is someone to save and his problems were for later. The hatch opened. Issei was about to shoot but stopped when he saw who they were. Darjeeling along with Katyusha and Anchovy watched with tears in their eyes, smiling with relief to see that their beloved was alive. Deacon Nana pulled Tauda out of the turret and saw that he was just unconscious. Just like Basara Caparzio with the help of his team, and Takashi took him out along with his boys. The Italian almost thought she had lost him. The three tanks were now in a mess and had to take the third test of that necromancer. And speaking of the devil. He appeared again. There is no doubt that your reputation for cheating death precedes you Sekiryuite, despite not having your great power. But now you have to pass the third test, and that is to return to the buses before them. What are you talking about? It's simple. Do you know what the Allies and Russians were afraid of? A lethal force that was totally fanatical about Hitler. Just look at what it brings those poor children closer to. With the magic circle he made something appear that terrified everyone, even those who were watching. They were rows of men in Nazi uniforms marching to the rhythm of a Hitlerian song. Some of the high-ranking ones were mounted on skeletal horses, and others were riding in semi-tracks and trucks. They were all armed with rifles, machine guns and Panzerfausts. They were the SS. You are a damn one. Issei was now furious. If you don't arrive in less than 10 minutes those poor children will die. I wish you luck. And with that he disappeared. Here. It's already on its way. Let's go. Issei immediately got in and quickly the tank went straight back to the buses. I had to get there as quickly as possible before those Nazi zombies came and killed the children. But. Issei-kun. He looked back and saw the commanders following him in their tanks. Girls, don't come. I have to. This time we will go whether you like it or not, said Anchovy, being very serious. We'll beat you up for leaving us out. Now we have to save them. Katyusha was also serious. Issei, we are allies. You helped me with my problem. It's time for me to help you too. He didn't believe what he heard. In fact, he didn't want them to come. But I wasn't the one to tell them no. Thank you girls, I appreciate it. Don't thank us yet, there are children to save. Katyusha was now motivated. And it's not the only one. Issei looked down from above and saw Rias in the air smiling at him. She was going to help him whether he liked it or not. This has to be a joke. It was Miho's cry as she now saw what Issei and her commander friends had to deal with. An entire battalion of SS soldiers. Yukari knew how lethal and sadistic those men were in her time. There have been cases of their victims who still have not forgotten that cursed hymn of war and death. That hymn with which they march to destroy and kill in the name of the Fuhrer. Miprin, don't worry, they will get through this. Sayori was still in shock from the confrontation with the tiger, and she must know that she and her friends would never have imagined that moment in such a place that those boys had to deal with. Hana was the same and she doesn't deny it, she would have given in to fear back then. Meiko for the first time in almost her entire life was very active, watching everything. She had never seen so much action and adrenaline. And they don't know that they were about to reach climax. If Hyodo doesn't arrive on time, blood will flow. These were Shiho's words when she saw what had happened. Her decision to have Hyodo as her daughter's husband was already more than cemented. The commander who can defeat a powerful tiger and live to tell the tale was someone worthy of his attention and respect. Meiho was also more than impressed to see what everyone went through, and in the end they achieved the goal. He knows that Issei Hyodo is not someone ordinary or easy to defeat with those qualities he saw. The Nishizumi part, which was one where the women of that family looked for capable and strong men both physically and mentally, called her saying that this boy was perfect for her. That I should have it. But he shook his head at the. He is her sister's fiancé and she doesn't plan to steal him. My sister deserves to be happy with him, she deserves it more than me. Commander, how do you think you're going to save those children? Was Erika's question to Meiho. The truth is I couldn't tell you. Shinku was on guard around the area as was Tuya. The girls had stayed near the buses to calm the children down. Shinku, there is no trace of the boy and the others. I think it is best to return. If you're right, besides, the commander will soon return with the others. They were already leaving in their tanks, but. The blonde heard something. Hey Tuya. Don't you hear that? Hear what? I don't hear anything. He looked in a direction that was a line of trees. So he got out of his tank and went there. I'll go see what it is. Stay alert. The blonde walked up the hill until he reached the place. He hid in the forage and when he looked at what it was his face changed to one full of panic and terror. He immediately left there and went straight to his tank. Tuya, let's go to the buses now. What happened, Shinku? I'll explain it to you later, let's go. Both tanks left from there at full speed straight to the buses that were 4 kilometers away. Are you going to tell me what you saw? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. And where was Shinku a few moments ago? The entire battalion of SS soldiers were marching singing their anthem. Eager to kill. Shinku had arrived and told the girls what he had seen. At first they didn't believe him, but then they did when they saw a video on the blonde's iPhone that it was true. They were scared just like the children and the sisters. They were planning to move the buses to escape from that battalion, but for some reason the engines were not working. They planned to get the children out of there on foot. But both boys, without consulting them, prepared their tanks and their weapons to face that entire battalion. They mounted 30 caliber Browning machine guns on the turrets and prepared grenades. Shinku-chan, what are you doing? We have to get out of here. An Avenger doesn't run away, Rosehip. I was trained for this kind of trouble, and so was Tuya. We will defend this place until the commander returns. But what you're doing is suicide. There must be more than 300 of them, and they have Panzerfaust. Shinku-kun, don't do it. Pepperoni is my duty and I'm not going to run away. And how are you going to do it? We are outnumbered. We have cannons and we will defend ourselves with weapons. We have to go now. I'm not going to run away, no sir. The three of them argued until shine. Clara screamed, unable to believe that the boy she likes wants to stay and fight a losing battle. There was a moment of silence. They understood that they didn't want to see him die. This was no longer a game. And the truth is he stopped being one when he accepted to be a tanker. Just like Tuya, feeling death close by. If he is going to die, he prefers to do it fighting rather than in a bed. But Shinku is in no way going to drag them to their deaths. Take the children and go, we will defend this place. Shinku, no, you can't do this to us, Rosehip yelled at him, not only angry with him, but also afraid of seeing him die. So much so that all three began to shed tears. It hurt him that they cried, and even more because of him. But they have a duty. He climbed into his tank and hit the back of the turret with his fist. Girls, I don't expect you to understand, but this tank is my home. My mission is to protect the place. They couldn't believe it. Take the children, we will take care of it. Go away. The boys went back to their thing, preparing for the inevitable. They were silent, neither said anything. Clara looked at her crew of 4. They looked at her, then nodded. The Russian approached him. I'm staying with you, I want to help you. The blonde smiled. Thanks Clara-san, I will need your tank's firepower. She smiled knowing he needed her. Go away girls and take everyone with you. They both looked at each other and then looked at those under their command. They did not want to leave them to their fate. Hence. If you think we're going to let you die, you're wrong, Shinku-chan said Rosehip, smiling at the blonde. What's your plan, Shinku-kun? You have my support also, Pepperoni. Now he had help. Well, let's take shovels, we have to dig. They all acted as sappers, placing anti-personnel mines around the buses to prevent the SS from approaching the children if they were unable to stop them. A deep trench was dug where the IS-3 was located, which would serve as heavy artillery. Several more mines 800 meters away to reduce numbers. And in one area were the 4 tanks ready to fight. We're ready, bring on the Nazis, Pepperoni readied his machine guns. I never thought I would actually fight Nazis like my great-grandparents did, said Clara, testing the mobility of the turret of her T-34-76. It won't be easy, but we can't let them get close to those children. Rosehip was loading ammunition for his coaxial machine gun. There was a moment of silence between the 4 tanks. Each commander waited for them to arrive. Hey, could you have imagined the 3 of us fighting side by side? Nope, Rosehip, the only time was in the Sensha-Do against All-Star. Pepperoni, that day we joined together because of a friend, now we joined together because of a boy, a great boy who made us fall in love with his personality. I know Clara, beyond that we didn't get to know each other in depth, just fellow sub-commanders but nothing more. They talked among themselves but they also laughed. If the situation were different it would be fun for them. The boy made me consider them my friends, and I don't regret it. Rosehip drank a tea. Me too, Rosehip, I don't regret it either. Pepperoni drank a red wine. I haven't had any friends other than the ones I have at Pravda. If I'm going to spend my last moments with 2 hyperactive girls and a boy I'm in love with, well, I wouldn't have chosen anything better than this. Clara took a sip of vodka. So you consider us your friends? If so, it would be an honor for me. Pepperoni took another sip from her bottle of wine. They say that friendships, and especially the best ones, are those souls that God forgot to put as your sisters. Both girls laughed at those words. Sisters, that doesn't sound bad. Another sip of vodka. So you'd lend me Shinku for a night if we get out alive? Pepperoni asked, about to take another drink. I don't think you can handle his fingers in bed. He's a machine. Machine? Yes, it's a machine. Well, it's our machine, Clara shouted. Our machine, Pepperoni also shouted. Machine. Rosehip finished very happy. The 3 of them agreed on something for the first time. Shinku was your machine. Girls, you know that Shinku is listening to you from his radio, right? Asked Tuya, who heard everything unintentionally and took a sip of cognac with his team. That is the intention, and I think that at this point there is no point in hiding our desires. Rosehip. She heard it on the radio, and she was surprised because the sand was not included in his name. Pepperoni, Clara, thank you for following this idiot and for loving me before. Because of my dream, I didn't have any friends, and now that I have them, and that I also have you give me the courage to face death. Shinku were the three who said, I love you and I promise I will love you for the rest of my life. At that moment, if anyone ever said that love doesn't exist, then they were totally wrong. Because now the girls will not only fight to protect those children, but to be by the side of the boy they love. Shinku Izumi. And suddenly in the distance the SS appeared. Everyone was on guard, walking slowly. They're here. Wait. Nobody shoot until I say so. We have to keep them close. They waited. The Nazis were getting closer, and every step was like they were waiting for a bomb to explode. When they were 50 meters away, they had their hands on the triggers ready to shoot. And being only 10 meters away. 5 meters. 2 meters. And yeah. Grenades were thrown from their hatches and exploded, causing several unsuspecting Nazis to be torn to pieces. Finish them. They started shooting, killing several. Some ran in fear, trying to find a safe place. They moved their tanks to shoot them and take them to the mine areas. When they fled to that place, some exploded into 1,000 pieces and others were missing their legs, so they tried to crawl. Rosehip and Pepperoni, having fast tanks, finished off those Nazis who were slipping away. Clara shot with her cannon at those with MG42 machine guns. Shinku shot at a German half-track and it exploded, causing those Nazis to leave the burning vehicle. Huia was still shooting left and right at those damn people. The Nazis began to respond to the fire more insistently using their Panzerfausts, but they were fast and avoided them. Everything seemed to be going well for 8 minutes, during which the Nazi forces had come down, but ammunition was beginning to run out. They will use their tanks to run over and crush some of them. But a damn Nazi hit Pepperoni with his Panzerfaust, and the impact was so strong that she and her operator were left unconscious. Pepperoni. Rosehip, seeing what attacked her Italian friend. She fired shells and killed several, but 2 Panzerfausts hit her sides and tracks, making her unable to move. Shinku and Clara were the ones left and they continued fighting. The killing continued, but the Nazis kept coming and kept shooting. The worst thing was that both were on their last legs as their tanks were suffering damage. It wasn't until a Panzerfaust hit the rear of the T-34-76 and caused its engine to burst into flames, disabling it. And another German with a Panzerfaust finished off the tank by hitting the turret, causing it to catch fire. Shinku was now not only angry. He fired his cannon and used his machine gun on everyone, but he was shot in the shoulder. The Nazi sniper hit him with his Kar 98. The blonde continued, but 2 more Panzerfausts left the tank useless on the tracks and turret. Shit. His team was unconscious, and to top it all off, the living Nazis took the captain to the trail to take him before a high-ranking officer. When they took him, they put him on his knees and he took out a Luger pistol. I was going to kill him. Shinku was going to die. Girls, Commander, I'm sorry I failed. I was going to pull the trigger. But a shell caused panic. The Nazis were flanked by 4 tanks and began to kill several. Issei had arrived. And just like that, ice stakes and spears of light fell like rain and killed several more. Gabriel and Serafal had also arrived. Several minutes passed and the more than 300 SS were eliminated. Shinku immediately went to help his girls, and with the help of his team who had recovered, they could see that they were only weak from all the action. It is worth noting that he thought he had lost them and thanked whatever deity that they were okay. He never left them at that time. Thanks for the help, Serafal-sama, Gabriel-sama, I appreciate it. You don't have to. Besides, we already captured the necromancer and discarded the child. At Serafal's words, the directors of Pravda and Saint Gloriana appeared, holding a necromancer tied up and carrying an unconscious child. Rias and the commanders went to see him, and now she was relieved that he was okay and safe. Issei sigh of relief. I could rest now. Commander, I think it's time for you to tell us what's going on. He turned to see his friends and all the teams along with the vice commanders. Everyone looked at him wanting answers. It seems that rest will have to wait. Since it will be a very long night. Creating and strengthening ties. So you're a demon? Yes, I am Ichika. And you have powers? I have them, Rito, although I am somewhat limited. And you saved the world countless times. I would say help, but everyone sees it that way, Shido. Haman Issei, your girlfriend, the benefactor and the director Gabriel showed us videos of your last battle. Naruyuki, I wasn't the only one who fought that battle that day. Besides, I only did what I had to do. The world didn't deserve to be destroyed just because of the madness of one man and the evil of a chimera. Here was Issei telling everything he had experienced in his life since he entered the supernatural. His friends and all the captains plus the girls and their teams were more than impressed since they would never have imagined that their commander was actually a hero who saved millions of lives without them being able to realize it. Respect for him began to rise more. "And now you lost your powers?" asked Hyodo, who had his wrist bandaged and orange peak along with Nana at his side. I didn't lose them because they will return within 2 years to the level they had. Now it would be like in terms of tanks a light one." "How light?" Basara also asked, having his head bandaged with Caparzio cleaning a wound on his cheek. Panzer I. Now everyone had an idea of what was happening and how limited it was. Issei had to sacrifice a lot of power to defeat that beast that wanted to destroy the world, and in the end it was worth it. All this while they were returning to their aircraft carriers thanks to several trucks that were transporting the fallen tanks. The tanks that were still moving carried those who could. Things were already calm, so much so that they wanted to rest. It dawned. In Kurumoriman, when the practices began, most of the tank leaders watched a recording of the match against the evil tiger. It is worth noting that now they respected the Avengers commander even more. Recording is now finished. "These are the enemies we must defeat. They are not savages as social media says, nor are they undisciplined as they say. They are actually a force that should not be underestimated and that must be defeated." The Germans nodded in agreement at Meiho's words. "That is why we must try harder and not only defeat them, but also make them our own." Each one looked at each other at the words of their commander. Just think about it. Not only would we win, but we would also have those kids at our mercy. They became the target of other schools, and there are already those who have them. That made them angry. Saint Gloriana are strong, but they don't take advantage of wanting more with them. Anzio is weak, and they will never reach more and more. Now that they are allies of them, Pravda is about to be allies of them, but it is a total waste. That makes them angrier. "We're going to prove why Kurumoriman is above all those schools, and we'll do it by beating them. We're going to subdue them and win." In that shout all the German women shouted in agreement with their commander. Meiho wanted to encourage them for a reason. Defeating Issei Hyodo is almost impossible. And she wants to be the first to beat him. "Their battle against that tiger has motivated me, Hyodo Issei, and I hope that our meeting will be unique, worth remembering." She was determined that the Avengers commander would fall before the power of her cannon. Determined to have it. The week passed. The Avengers managed to repair the tanks that were damaged. Issei and Katyusha managed to make good alliances and treaties in which there are benefits for both. Each of the aircraft carriers returned to the high seas and continued with their duties. But now Issei had to fill the last 2 spaces. Azazel had sent him a Tiger II. And Issei had learned from Rito that Ikki's Crusader was no longer possible to repair. The damage they had was great. Issei had to find another tank for his sub-commander. "A lot of work, Commander." Anzi arrived with a strong coffee. "I'm loaded with problems, but nothing that can't be fixed." The girl with glasses smiled and then left him his coffee. Another thing I admired about the chestnut was that despite the problems he faced, he did not give up. I kept going. That and other things were what made him appreciated. And I was hoping to see him achieve his dream and raise the name of Avengers high. In the workshop. Shido cleaned the barrel of the Super Pershing with a cotton brush. Then he went in and checked the turret rotation. Fixed a hydraulic leak by changing the hoses. Seeing how he was left alone, he smiled. This gunner will return to action. He left. But when he did, he came face to face with someone. So much so that he got scared and hit his head. "Shido, we came to see you." He looked out again, still in pain, and it was true. It was Toka. And she didn't come alone. All of her beloved spirits were there smiling at her except for Origami. She had a serious look. "Girls, what are you doing here? Your commander asked us to come and see you." Note. Your commander wants you to relax. These were the words of the Yamai twins. "We wanted to see how you were." Of course Shido-san Yoshino, along with her puppet Yoshinin, spoke. "Darling, we saw all your battles and you are amazing." It was Miku's voice. "I still wonder what's so special about these things." Natsumi in her original form was pounding on the front armor with her knuckles. Without a doubt, everyone was happy to see him. But there was one who remained serious. Hattori looked at him with her arms crossed. Shido knew why he was like that. "Hattori, I'm sorry I haven't called these past 2 months, but we know you've gotten into a lot of trouble and the worst thing is that political corruption wants to eliminate you. You know I'm not the only one." "I know, but that doesn't matter. They have been offered the opportunity to surrender and they have not accepted it. I know what they are capable of and I fear that they will come with an armed commando. Hattori, if you think that with this I'm going to return home, you're wrong. My friends need me and I don't intend to abandon my position as a gunner. I'm not here to force you to leave, we just came to see you because we know how stubborn you are." She smiled deep down, proud of him. The blue-haired boy also smiled. "Thanks Hattori, you know I'm glad to see you." "There is also another reason for being here," said the image-haired girl somewhat nervously. Which is strange, but she wasn't the only one. They were all nervous. "Girls, tell me what happened now." Hyodo was not in the mood for jokes. "I could answer that." The voice was heard from the shadows. Hyodo immediately grabbed a Mauser Cart 98K and got out of the tank to aim at the shadows. Something that had surprised everyone. Hyodo knows how to use weapons. "What are you doing here, Kurumi?" I never thought I would see the day when Hyodo-sen would speak to me like that." From the shadows behind a pillar appeared a girl he knows and was afraid of for a long time. But now not anymore. Now he was worried that she was going to attack not only his girls, but also his friends and everyone in Avengers. It was Kurumi who was smiling in her astral dress. He pointed at him without any hesitation. "Although I must admit I see that all this time away from me has helped you to be strong. What the hell are you doing here, Kurumi?" "I just came to talk to you." "Whatever you want to talk to me about, I don't care, get out." That had surprised the others too. Hyodo would never speak harshly to someone. Kurumi, despite what they say, was actually hurt by the words of that boy she fell in love with. "Hyodo-san, please listen to me alone." Bang. The bullet passed just 2 inches from his head. Hyodo was sliding the bolt, reloading the rifle's chamber. This left the girls and Kurumi in shock. Hyodo wasn't playing, he was serious. "I'll count to 3 for you to go. 1. Hyodo, wait," Toka shouted at him. 2. His finger was on the trigger. "Hyodo, don't shoot," Katori ordered him. 3. He was going to shoot. "You were right." Those 2 words made him stop. "What are you talking about?" "What do you mean I'm right?" Kurumi asked without understanding what she was saying. "You were absolutely right. When you left you had told me about a theory of time. You made me understand that what I was doing was something impossible to achieve." He still had his rifle pointed at the spirit. He didn't understand why she was talking about that until he remembered that he met her before entering the mail tanker program. When he traveled back in time to save Origami. Changing the past does not change the future. "Hyodo, how did you come to that conclusion?" Origami asked. "Like the others. It's simple." He lowered his weapon, still looking seriously. "What we lived that day was only a branch of reality where an action created that reality, but nevertheless when I corrected it and Origami returned to normal by sealing her powers, the reality in which we lived had disappeared, returning to the one we had, but those acts did not alter our original reality." Of the spirits only Katori, Kagaya and Origami could understand. "Look, I'm going to put it this way. This rifle has 4 bullets left. It traveled back in time so that somehow the 5th bullet doesn't go off, but when I come back I'll still have 4 bullets because my actions only affected my past self, but not me in this present. Whatever happens, and the change will only affect that self in its timeline, but not in this one because it had already happened. In short, it doesn't matter what one does. Time will never change, instead branches will be created and various alternate realities will be present." Kurumi's words supported her theory. And seeing with his own eyes that the look of the one who had murdered many, repentance and mercy. She asked to be heard. "And also I asked for your help. Hence. You have my attention, but before that." The gunner took a walkie-talkie radio. "This is Gunner to Loader. How are you doing with the inspection of the Tiger II's armor?" "The armor has some flaws and I was able to inspect the chassis, which luckily has no flaws." "Well, in that case, the workshop is all yours. And tell Rito not to try to put more nitro in it or else we'll have problems." Acknowledged, change and out. When he cut off communication he looked at his spirits. They no longer knew if the boy they had met before would return, since the one they see now is totally different. Although they didn't dislike it at all, in fact, they liked it. Seeing those looks, he just spoke. "I'm the second in command in the tank. After Issei, of course." And with a flash, thanks to an order from Katori, everyone disappeared straight to talk on Ratatouille's ship. While that was happening, Ichika arrived at the workshop parking the Tiger II. He immediately turned on a welding machine and began to use welding to fix some dents in the upper and right side armor. With a hammer he hit a red-hot metal to fit it together. When he finished he looked at his work. "I was proud to work in the sheet metal and tire industry. I was proud to be a tanker loader." "Why are you smiling?" someone asked. "Because I did a good." Stop talking when I recognized the voice. That voice was from Hetni, his sister, who hit him on the head with a rather thick book. Orimura-sensei. "First of all, thank you for the blow. I'm sure 15% of my brain cells died. Secondly, what are you doing here?" "And I come to see one of my students. Your commander asked me to come so you can spend some time in peace. Besides, I didn't come alone." "Huh? Ichika, I want an explanation now." Hauki had appeared. "Ichika-sen, I'm glad to see that you're achieving your dream." Cecilia was also there with her British pride. "Ichika, I missed you so much." Charlotte made an appearance. You left without telling us anything, and to top it off you got into trouble like now with the politicians. Rin had her yandier face ready to cut off her childhood friend. Girls, I'm glad you're here. It must be said that Ichika was happy to see her friends. And since that day against the evil tiger, he has had that desire to tell everyone. Wait a minute. Where's Laura? And without knowing how the Tiger II moved its turret to then aim at the group. Laura, what are you doing inside the Tiger? Get out of there. From the gunner's hatch came the German Laura, smiling like a girl in a candy store. I always wanted to have a Tiger. These were the mainstay of the armored divisions. With an 88mm gun and frontal armor 190mm thick. Yes, I know Laura, but please come down so we can talk. She got out of the tank smiling, not only because she saw a gem of a German tank, but also because she saw again the boy she fell in love with. 4 of those girls plus Tufayu talked to him and told him everything that had happened. He also talked about the crazy things and great ideas not only of his team, but also training for their next match. But one of them kept looking at Ichika with a serious look of total anger. You're Haoki. Something our charger noticed. Haoki, is something wrong? Nothing is happening to me except that I still don't believe that you changed everything we went through and is by being here achieving something that goes against tradition. The only sigh of annoyance. You have to get over that. Those words did not please him. What did you say? I said you have to get over it. Honestly, for Ichika, he was already annoyed with Haoki's attitude. He hated the way she behaved and blamed him for things that were not even relevant. But above all, she hated when as a child he once told her about his dream of being a tanker and participating in a Sensha-Do, receiving scolding from her telling him that he should not even think about it. That is only for girls. The others were incredibly surprised Ichika never showed her discontent. You don't have to talk to me like that, Ichika, she complained indignantly. If I did it, it's your fault. It's always the same with you, Haoki. Every time I try to help you or make progress, you come up with things or you get angry and blame me. Well, that's what you deserved. You were so dense that you didn't notice anything around you. Well, I didn't see much action from you either. In my first battle you didn't help me at all, and to top it off, when I lost you insulted me and scolded me, as if what I had done was important. So, well, if we talk about other things, why do you always include them when we go out? That day at the water park it was supposed to be you and me. Because we're supposedly nothing more than friends and they're all my friends. Back then I didn't understand what was happening to each of them and why I was always hurt, but being here made me understand everything. And you know what? I'm grateful to be chosen for the program because here I don't have to always pretend to be dense, but I can be myself. The discussion was getting heated, and the truth is that Chifayu liked this Ichika. Humming here was the worst. You are opposing an entire tradition that has lasted for decades. Can't you understand that your acts of rebellion are affecting us? Affect what? I fight for equality, I fight for those who believe in me, I fight for those who still support me, and in the end you are making me understand as if tradition is everything. Of course it is everything. Men do not have the right to equality now. He didn't want to say those last words. In fact, when he realized what he had said, he had covered his mouth with his hands. Ichika always suspected that Haoki just wanted to make him a trophy husband, and now with those words, he was totally convinced that that was what she wanted and wants to do. Thank you for clarifying my doubts about what you think about my dream. Ichika, wait, she tried to talk to him, but the teenager took a radio. Rito, the workshop is all yours. Shido said not to put so much nitro in it because they don't want the engine to explode. Roger that, I have some plans for the broadcast. Over and out. He cut off communication and left the workshop with a gloomy look. The girls looked at Haoki angrily because thanks to her and her pride, all the happiness was ruined, so they went to catch up with Ichika and at least cheer him up. She knew she made a mistake by denigrating Ichika years ago, and now she accidentally did it again. Shinanono. Tufayu spoke to her, to which she paid attention. I know that you are someone who has grown up with tradition and that it has to be followed, but there are times when if those traditions affect us in a negative way, it is better not to follow them. You know that at this rate Ichika will be hated. I know I sound mean wanting him to quit and go back to his, but what do you want me to do? Let him continue this. She put a hand on his shoulder and said. If you want to get out of the hole, first start by stopping digging. To then leave the workshop. Leaving Haoki to her thoughts and understanding those words that he had said to her. A minute later she also left. 5 minutes passed before Rito arrived ready to work. With the crane he managed to remove the engine from the Super Pershing and improved some things, including the Ford V8 engine. When turning it on, he could hear it roaring after changing some worn parts. Sounds like a dragon. When he turned it off and put it in the tank, he smiled when he saw that his work was done, and even more when he turned the tank on, seeing how fire and smoke came out of the exhausts. All American power. Rito didn't deny it. He loved the sound of the American tank engine. Is that what it sounds like? Yes, that's how it sounds. He looked to his right to see that it was someone who was in the place of the radio operator. Lala. It was she who smiled happily to see her fiancé. And she proved it by throwing herself at him for kissing him, something that he couldn't avoid because of the surprise. Although he doesn't deny it, he missed Lala. How did you get here? He asked after the kiss. Your commander asked us to come and see you. Us? Look outside. He poked his head out of the operator's hatch and saw that what Lala said was true. Rito-san, how nice to see you. I hope you don't do anything to One-sama inside that beast thing. Yuki-kun. Get out of that tank now, I don't want you to do immoral things in there. Rito, where have you been? Yuki Rito. Senpai, how are you? Please get out, you might get hurt. Right, Salt, so we can talk. Momo, Nana, Haruna, Yui, Run, Yami, Maya and Tirju were there. Not forgetting his beloved sister Mikan. They were all happy to see him again after several months of his departure so he could become a tanker operator. Girls. When he came down with Lala, everyone started talking. Let's just say things aren't the same without the guy they love so much. But they do their best. They were laughing after talking so much, although of course someone had to do it even if they didn't want to break the moment. Rito, there is something I have to talk to you about. What is it about, Mikan? It's about the risk you're taking now. I know you hate that I mentioned it to you, but Mom and Dad want you to go back to Seinen and stop this stupidity that won't leave you anything. There was a very tense silence in the place. Mikan, I think you know my answer, right? He answered directly. 7 years that they did not care about anything other than the economic thing that was their obligation as parents, and now it was their son. What hypocrites. Aren't you at least going to consider it? She asked again. I don't have to consider it. I know that the path I chose is dangerous, but I'm not going to back down. Yuki-kun, please consider it. We know the risks. But we fight to achieve a Sensha-Do where all of us, both boys and girls, can participate, Haruna. You know very well that that is an impossible dream, Yuki-kun. There are so many differences between us that it makes it impossible. You guys think we are delicate and we think you are savages. This school proves otherwise, Yui. Here we work together and achieve goals together. Rito looked at the 3 humans who were his sister and his 2 girls that he loved so much. So, are you sure you're ready for this almost suicidal mission? Maya asked. And sigh. Hey, listen, I know I might die in this. But tell me when I haven't been in danger of dying. But this is different for us. Whether it's an accident or not, it's still a risk of death. Besides, after all, we haven't faced each other yet, interrupted Lala. They almost killed 2 of your companions, Rito-san, said Momo, worried. She has not faced us, and this beauty will protect us, don't forget that, he said, knocking on the front armor with his knuckles. I hope it's super armor, asked Nana, not sure about that ancient war machine. There was a brief silence between the group and Rito, who leaned on the front armor and looked at the ground. Did you know that all my life since I was 4 years old I dreamed of doing this? Do you know that I had a lot of mockery and several attacks from idiots who criticized my dream, telling me that I'm only good for making trenches? Many of them wanted me to give up, and none of them succeeded because life, destiny, whatever it is, doesn't want me to give up. That 4-eyed idiot is another one in the line of idiots that we are going to defeat. If life has kept me alive until this moment, it is because perhaps it wants us to win and show everyone that nothing is impossible. I know it, and I know that destiny wants it that way. His words were filled with pure confidence and determination. Motivated to achieve together with his friends the dream of a mixed Sensha-Do. And if you're wrong? Was Yami's sharp question, who despite her expressionless face was actually worried about him. When the operator heard that question, he simply lowered his gaze, hiding it with his hair. If I'm wrong, well, what else can I lose? The treacherous tear slid down her cheek, allowing them to see that their beloved Rito had actually been hurt by years of abuse for his sleep and the lack of love from his parents. But he had achieved what he was until now by losing not only time, but also being involved in pain and mockery. He lost his childhood and his friends that he made in other schools that long ago abandoned him for criticizing their stupid dream. He lost quiet days and the time he could spend with his parents. He lost his ability to complain and get angry with life because he had to accept all the bad things with a fake smile, even though it is actually a mask. He lost hope that his parents would look at him and see him as their son instead of an obligation they had to fulfill due to a mistake in their young lives. He lost many things that made him what he is today. What else could he lose? He's already lost the best part of his life. Simple. Lala hugged him, wanting to give him warmth. You have us, we are not going to abandon you, we are going to support you, and we will always be there for you just like you were there for us. Despite not expecting that, he put his arms around the pink-haired girl's waist, thanking her for being there. Happy to know that at least they won't leave him alone. And then all the others joined in the hug too. It must be said that it was a beautiful moment. When they separated, Let's go to the cafeteria, girls, I'll treat you. You read my mind if I was hungry. Making others laugh. Just give me a moment. He took his radio and spoke. This is communications operator, the workshop is yours, Naruyuki. Understood, I'm on my way. And with that, he and his girls left the workshop, leaving it empty. Until 5 minutes passed for Naruyuki to arrive ready to work. He checked the radio and communication systems and then went and cleaned the coaxial machine gun. He fixed some damage and then at his work table, he began to maintain a weapon he had stored away. It was an MP40. I took it apart and put it back together again. He didn't deny it, he liked his gun. Then he started studying some subjects since he found free time. I'm sure I already have a place in the JSDF, I hope, and when I finish my studies I can enlist, that way I can make dad and my family proud. He was in his world solving an equation when. It's wrong here. The equation must be solved by calculating this division. He turned quickly to see who it was. Rias. The orange-haired girl with glasses was there smiling at him. What are you doing here? We were invited here. Yes. More people entered through the workshop door. Naruyuki-kun. Naruyuki. Hey Kouhai, how long? Remark. I'm glad you don't neglect studying, Yuga-kun. Son, I see you're fine. Ani-san. You managed to fulfill your dream, Ani-chan. They were Furashi, Yuruka, Kaminami, Kurisu-sensei, her mother, along with her 2 little brothers. And the one who was hugging him at that moment. Mizuki. I must say that I was happy to see them again. And I wanted to spend as much time as I could with them. They sat down to talk about some things that happened and the evidence they presented. Although everyone also dedicated themselves to studying a little. Son, there is something I want to talk about. What's wrong, Mom? She asked while helping Furashi. We saw the previous matches that your teammates went through. I know you don't want to go back home now that they are in the quarterfinals, but I still want you to come back. They all looked at Naruyuki. Their little brothers were asleep waiting for him to come home. Since they were hoping to convince him to return, but. Mom, you know I don't want to go back. I'm not just doing this for my dream and the promise I made to Dad. I'm also doing it so you can feel proud of me. Just because I was commander of Kai Hata years ago doesn't mean you have to do this. But you're still just as stubborn as your father and you won't change your mind. Thanks for understanding, Mom. You have nothing to be thankful for. Ani-chan, what is this? Asked Mizuki, holding the German weapon in his hands. But he accidentally pulled the trigger and a volley of bullets came out. Everyone on the ground. At Naruyuki's scream, everyone fell to the ground covering their heads. The same thing happened to the woman who had her children under her when the volley of bullets stopped bouncing around the workshop. Mizuki, you must be careful, give me that weapon. She gave it to him and he put the lock back on. At least nobody got hurt. From some doors. Ichika, Shido and Rito arrived pointing their weapons. Ichika had an Ithaca M37 shotgun. Shido Mauser 98K. And Rito a PPSH-41. Naruyuki, what happened? We heard gunshots. Nothing happened, Ichika, it was an accident. The girls from each of their harems came running somewhat agitated since some never expected their lovers to come straight and pointing like riot gear. They were surprised that every boy who was friends with their loved one had a group of girls following him. The 4 of them perhaps had a lot to explain to everyone, but a thought crossed their minds. The cattle gathered. Issei managed to finish the paperwork and was now resting. He smiled because he wanted to see his friends' faces when their acquaintances arrived by surprise. A lot of work, Issei. It was Rias who had arrived. You can't imagine how much you laugh and what purpose you have here. I can't come to see you. But anyway, the truth is that I'm not the only one. What are you talking about? Issei-san. He turned around to see that someone appeared and it was. Asia? That's right. The nun had returned. She had tearfully thrown herself into the arms of the brown-haired boy and kissed him so desperately, missing everything about him. Issei reciprocated, being happy to see another girl he loves again. When the kiss ended, they both looked at each other. I can't believe you're here. I was told you were busy with some remnants of the Chaos Brigade. There are only a few left since we are hunting them, but I still managed to come to see you. We saw your Sensha-Do against Pravda and your encounters against those German zombies in which we were worried about you. A sigh at those words. I'm sorry you're worried about me and I'm sorry. They both smiled at him. Knowing that her beloved was like that. Hey, what do you think if we go meet up with my friends? I'm sure you must be having a good time. They agreed and followed Issei to the cafeteria where he suspected everyone was. When they arrived, what they saw left them speechless. There were the 4 crew members of Team Dragon, but not only that. Several girls were present. Hey Issei. At Shido's call, all the pairs of eyes present looked at him. The chestnut sighed, knowing it would be a long night. The 5 stooges were in the kitchen making some treats for their girls. A few hours ago they wanted to kill them, but nothing worse happened thanks to the fact that they managed to calm them down with a delicious meal. Rito and Naruyuki thanked Shido and Ichika for the cooking lessons that came in handy for them. Issei also cooked as his mother had strictly taught him how to cook. Another reason he loves his mother so much. When the dishes were served, they all started talking to each other, even Rias made more friends among the girls in each group. Asia was the same, having Furuhashi, Charlotte, Yoshino with her puppet and Yui, who like any girl of rules watched. When they served, it is worth saying that the tables were joined together and everyone socialized as a group. The timing was perfect. They walked away to get something to drink. Watching how the girls they love were happy. Happy. Beautiful. You know guys, there are times when I think I don't deserve to have the love of my girls. The four of them looked at Shido, who was somewhat depressed. There are times when I think the same Shido, I think that she deserves someone better. I couldn't agree with you more, Ichika said, Rito looking at his happy girls. If I could make a wish, it would be to be with them forever, Naruyuki finished with a smile full of nostalgia and sadness. Wishing his father was there to see how happy he was with the girls he loves. Issei, who was in the middle of them, took a glass of vodka along with the rest of his team. Guys, it is because of those smiles we see on them that we do this one day. Maybe we will have our children and they will follow in our footsteps. That is why we must fight to ensure that future for them and for all those who want to see us win. The look full of determination was on the faces of the five friends. Let's take an oath, guys. That had caught the attention of the four. Which? It's simple, Naruyuki. Under our own word, even if we feel that we have everything against us and no hope of winning, we will not take a single step back because we can no longer go back to what we have started or retract the repercussions that come with what we want to achieve. Order 227, the same as Russia, only the one who leads us is not a dictator but a true leader that I will gladly follow. At what Ichika said, everyone agreed. So raising their glasses full of vodka. Not one step back. Not a single one. And in one gulp they drank the vodka. Like all men. Until they felt their gazes behind them. They turned around shakily to see that their girls were giving him dirty looks since they didn't like seeing boys who loved to drink alcoholic beverages. But despite that, everyone had fun that night. Shido spent the night with his girls in a big bed in a hotel where, let's say, they almost left him as it happens. Naruyuki slept with his family and his girls, who were happy. Rito too, although he didn't come out so unscathed from the misunderstandings that now it wasn't him who was making them but Momo and Ron, who wanted the orange-haired boy to take the initiative. Ichika was also with his girls, although he didn't talk to Haoki, which hurt her, but she knew she deserved it. You should never insult someone's dreams. As for Issei, let's just say he got little sleep thanks to Asia finally giving herself to him and forming a threesome with Rias. Yep, it was a great night for the 5 super Pershing dragon tankers. A week had passed and everyone was returning to their activities, and it must be said that now the Avenger aircraft carrier made a stop at the port of one of the most famous schools of the past, Sensha-Do. Alright. When they disembarked, they could see that the resident school's aircraft carrier was also docked there. All the students from the 3 divisions got off while the supplies were loaded at the port. Well, gentlemen and ladies, he said this last while receiving the serious look of several of the infantry and aviation divisions, we can go explore the place while we are here, so you know, the return time is at 9, don't forget. Yes, Commander. And everyone broke ranks to have a good time. The chestnut met with his team. What are you guys planning to do? There must be a bookstore around here since we are going to face Saunders, so I must know about the American tanks, Naruyuki said. And you guys? Just to kill time, although I would like to rest, said Shido holding an umbrella since it was summer. Does your pelvis still hurt from that night of action you had with your girls, Shido? You shut up, crazy false. Who do you call crazy, false, submissive? Now you two calm down and behave like adults. You are the least qualified to speak, Ichika. That German woman called you wife. He blushed at Rito's words as he still remembers how his classmates laughed when Laura called him that in front of them. Okay, enough teasing, let's get moving before we run out of daylight. At what the Castalian said, they moved, leaving their discussion aside for now. It must be said that the town of Ori is a quiet place. Shido began to enjoy the tranquility of the place. It would be a nice place to live. Unwillingly, he imagined himself with his girls living in a big house and several children, the product of the love he feels for their spirits. But then he shook his head. It's still early for such things. He was so immersed in his world that. Hi. I had bumped into someone while turning a corner. He and that person were on the ground. Sorry, I didn't notice where I was going. Please forgive me too. When he looked at who he ran into, he didn't know what to say. That girl was really pretty in his eyes. While she thought that boy was really cute in her eyes. They were both looking at each other. But the sound of a car horn brought them out of their thoughts. They blushed so much. Oh no, are you hurt? Not at all. What worries me is if you are. I'm fine, I'm Takeb Sayori. Itsuka Shido. Both of them introduced themselves with a handshake. By the way, I haven't seen you around here. My friends and I are just passing through. Today is our day off and I'm looking for somewhere to kill time now. Well, you're in luck. I know several places. If you want, I can take you to one. I wouldn't want to be a bother. Of course not, come with me. She flirtatiously took him by the arm and led him away. She was smiling a lot since she doesn't always have luck with guys, and now that she had a chance she didn't want to let it slip away. Shido, on the other hand, despite having experienced what adulthood is, felt somewhat nervous as he felt her breasts on his arm. Even so, he had to behave like a gentleman. They spent most of the afternoon where Sayori showed him some things about the town, making the blue-haired boy want to live in a quiet place like Ori even more. She instead enjoyed seeing him smile. Now we focus on the couple who was in an ice cream parlor enjoying a delicious Neapolitan ice cream. I had a lot of fun with you, Itsuka-kun. Me too, Takeb-sen. I must say that not only the place, but your company was the best thing I could have asked for today. I'm very happy to hear it. Shido looked at the orange-haired girl. I was mesmerized by the beauty of that girl. It was the same feeling he gets when he is with his beloved spirits. She looked into Shido's caramel-colored eyes and didn't deny it. Throughout the afternoon they were together. He showed himself to be quite the gentleman. Something that can rarely be seen in today's youth. Are you interested in something, Takeb-san? She blushed when she saw that the blue-haired boy noticed her looking at him. No, I'm sorry, I think I made you uncomfortable. Not at all. In fact, you could say that your gaze is cute and tender. Your boyfriend must feel very lucky to have a girl like you. At the word boyfriend, Shido could see that she had an aura of depression and sadness. Edo, did I say something wrong? Nothing, just it made me remember why I have such a bad time in love. I usually say that I have many suitors when in reality they are not worth it. I don't know if it's a curse or something, but I would like to meet a guy who wants to be with me not because of my appearance, but because he loves me as I really am. The girl's depression became more present. Maybe I should just give up and accept that I'm only going to have guys who just want to take me to bed. I don't think so. She looked up to meet Shido's eyes. I know some people may be like you describe them, but 100% of the majority of us are not like that. There are several people who put forward the phrase because it's what a man does, and I know if they were here listening to what you say, I think they would give you a great sermon so you can see things better. Sayori was impressed by what Shido said. I don't know you well enough, Takeb-san. But if it's not indiscreet, let me tell you that you are one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen, and not only for your beauty, but for your personality. You are kind, tender, you are attentive to your friends because of how you talk to them on WhatsApp, and you are also someone who is selfless in helping and spending her free time with a somewhat lost boy who accepted your kindness. I can spend the rest of the day telling you all the good things I saw in you, and I still wouldn't finish. Every word from the blue-haired man made her not only surprised, but also made her heart beat faster. In all that time no boy he has ever met has been as sincere as he was doing. Everyone just wanted what she had mentioned, but she could see that Shido was totally different from them. For the first time she felt like she found her prince. Thank you for your words, Itsuka-kun, I really appreciate them. I don't know how to thank you. Just seeing a smile on your face is enough for me, Takeb-san. She took the gunner's hand, smiling at him with a blush and a smile that touched him. You can call me Sayori, Shido-kun. Okay, Sayori-san. The moment was tender between the two of them as they looked at each other, leaving the customers of the place with a smile on their faces when they saw that there was romance and sweetness around them. But just as there are good things, there are bad things too. The door of the place opened. Sayori, what the hell are you doing with that idiot? Is this a joke? The guy about their age or older had entered accompanied by 4 others who, to many, looked like gang members. And the one who had spoken seemed to be the leader. She knew him. Shido deduced this when he saw the girl's gaze turn sour and annoyed. Are they acquaintances of yours or some suitor you don't like? Something like that. Let's go, Shido-kun, to another place, he said, wanting to leave so as not to cause a scene. But we didn't finish our ice cream. I already told you, Sayori, no hitch rejects me. I told you to accept it easily, but I see that I'm going to have to show you who's in charge. The guy spoke arrogantly while looking lustfully at Ella's body. Something that greatly annoyed Shido, but he had to control himself. Hence. Boys. It caught their attention. Today is my day off from many problems and errands. I know you have issues with Miss Sayori, but I would greatly appreciate it if you could resolve them another time and not let me and my date enjoy this delicious ice cream if you would be so kind. She was between nervous and happy. Nervous that this guy who is known as a complete jerk would hurt the boy she had a great time with, and happy that this boy she was starting to fall in love with told her his date or date. They instead looked at him as if he were a complete idiot. So the leader took out a knife and pointed it at the blue-haired boy. "If you don't want to get hurt, you better get out. Or I'll use your testicles as a wallet." But that knife he touched his jugular. She immediately wanted to prevent the boy she likes from getting hurt and decided to save him. "Shido, please go away. I don't want you to get hurt." He was holding back the urge to hit that guy, but she asked him to. So he obeyed. "Okay, Sayori-san, whatever you say." She stood up and they made way for her. "Thank you, excuse me." And just as I was about to reach the door. "Find another hitch since this one here has my name, Princesso, ha 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 ha." He and his lackeys made fun of Shido. Which condemned them. Since a frown plus the anger of how he called Sayori made him angry with class. So he came to the door. Manners first, sure form second, sure to the man third, sure. The 5 guys noticed what Shido had done and went to confront him. Sayori was terrified, fearing that they would get hurt or something much worse. "Do you know what it means?" That question made them look at each other, saying, "What the hell is this idiot talking about?" "It means that I'm going to teach them a lesson." And with the handle of his umbrella he threw a glass that was on a table. That glass hit the leader in the forehead, breaking it and causing him to fall to the ground on his back. This had not only surprised the lackeys, but also all the clientele and Sayori. She could see that he looked through a metal plate at his target, having good aim even with his back turned. An incredible. "Now are we going to stay here for the rest of the day? Or are we going to fight?" One of those guys threw a hook, but he easily dodged it just by moving a little bit, letting that hook go straight to his partner's face. The blow was so strong that a tooth came out of that mouth, and the companion next to him watched as that tooth passed in front of him. And with that a fight broke out. 2 of them with knives launched themselves, but Shido hit them with the umbrella, another from the back, but he avoided that attack, taking that hand and twisting, it made him drop that knife. The one with the pulled tooth launched himself to stab him with a large knife, but Shido turned to kick him, causing him to lie down. The angry guy stood up and grabbed a glass bottle to attack him, but Shido was faster and used a taser gun to send some wires to the guy's chest, causing him to convulse from too much electricity in his body. Another one got up and Shido threw the one he had trapped in his grip so that these 2 hit their heads, leaving them unconscious. The last one with another knife in his hand launched cuts that he was able to avoid easily, and then with his umbrella, he caught one of his hands, and then with a kick he hit his leg, making him scream in pain. Shido with great force kicked the guy so hard in the stomach that he fell into the bar. The leader was getting up and with his forehead bleeding, he took out a short-barreled revolver pistol with the intention of killing him. "Shido-kun, be careful." Thanks to Sayori he was able to see it and opened his umbrella as a shield. "I hope it works." The guy started shooting. "You damn rat, damn rat." Odd 6 shots until the bullets ran out. Shido quickly grabbed another glass with the umbrella handle and hit him in the head, this time knocking him out for good. It all ended in disaster. And the customers to say that they had ignored this would be a lie. Because not only were they glad that someone put those guys in their place, but it was a guy who had manners. He walked to the table where he was with Sayori before and with a spoon, he ate the last of his ice cream. All in front of her, who had not yet recovered from the shock. "I'm sorry you saw all this, but I wouldn't stand by while these guys hurt you." She didn't answer him, in fact she hadn't even looked at him. "I guess now you're going to want me to get away from you, so I'm not going to bother you anymore." He stood up, leaving some bills to pay for both of us. "Thanks for accompanying me, and I wish you luck, goodbye." He headed for the door, but he didn't take 2 steps when a delicate hand took his. He saw that it was Sayori who stopped him. And before he could say anything she hugged him, hiding her face in his chest. "Don't go, stay with me." From her grip Shido knew that she was not going to let him go, so with a smile and caressing her soft hair he said to her. "As you command, Sayori." That day Shido met someone. And Sayori too, knowing that she had found the boy of her dreams. An ideal boy to love. Ichika walked through the streets where he could see that the houses were more traditional. Something that reminded him of his children when they practiced at the Shinanono family dojo. "When I was practicing with Haoki. I think I should talk to her after all this is over. I don't want the little friendship we have to go to hell. I pass by a shopping center where I look for a store to buy some dumbbells, but I already told you that I'm not interested. Please leave me alone." I see 3 boys who look like gang members surrounding a girl with black hair and gray eyes. He could tell she was scared because they were smiling in an unpleasant way. "Come on, come with us, you're sure to like it." He, like every gentleman, went into action. "Here you were, I was looking for you everywhere." He had come in talking as if he knew the girl. Which she was confused about. "Hey, who are you?" one of them asked. "I'm your companion now, if you don't mind we'll leave. Have a nice day." They were about to leave, but one of them stood in front. "You know why you don't just go and leave your girlfriend here so we can have fun, huh?" Ichika didn't like that tone, but he was smarter. Because if you do that kind of thing you could be arrested for harassment and you could go to jail. Do you know what they do over there to guys like you? Those words had confused those guys a little, but Ichika took advantage of that to leave, apart from the fact that a security guard was passing by there. Allow me to have a nice day. He took the girl's hand and they immediately left there, leaving those three watching in frustration as the couple left. Already far away, Ichika released her hand and looked at her. Excuse my boldness, but it was the most effective way to avoid unnecessary fights. Don't worry, I understand. Thanks for helping me there. I really didn't know what to do with them. Well, not all of us go through that problem. I'm Orimura Ichika. He extended his hand to introduce himself. Isuzu Hano also did the same, shaking her hand with his. Now that the danger has passed, I would like to know if you can help me in any way. And what would that be if it is to compensate for having helped me? I'm looking for a fitness store, and since I don't know the place, I wanted to know if you could help me. Of course I can. In fact, I know where there is one. Follow me. She guided him through the mall. They passed by several shops where they were unintentionally having fun, either by eating some snacks or watching artists play their instruments. That special moment hadn't ended there, as when Ichika had gotten what she wanted they continued to have more fun. They stopped at a fountain when dusk came. Hana didn't deny it. She had never had so much fun with a boy, especially one as attentive as him, since he was very respectful during all that time. Thanks for keeping me company, Ichika-kun. Not only did you help me, but I also had a happy time. I should thank you, Isuzu-san. You can call me by my name if you want. After all this time I already consider you my friend. The feeling is mutual, Hana-san, and I must say that I found more than what I was looking for. So? And what is it? I met a person who is not only interesting, but also kind to me. I thank you very much. Even though she knew the boy was being kind and polite, she couldn't help but blush a little at those words. Thank you. After that exchange of words, they both looked at each other, each one getting lost in the other's gaze. Until they saw a couple arguing about something. At that time Ichika remembered his anger towards Haoki. But Hana knows. I see you have something similar, right? You could say yes, my friend and I had a fight because she doesn't like what I do even though it makes me happy. How to make a flower arrangement? He asked. Something like that. She never agreed and then she said something to me that I'm sure she didn't mean, but it still hurt me and I think she knows it. I hold some resentment against her, but a part of me wants to forgive her. I don't know what to do. My pride won't let me and my heart tells me to do it, even if I look like an idiot, princess. She listened attentively and it must be said that she smiled, since not many boys admit not only their mistakes, but also are very attached to their emotions when it comes to girls. So he spoke. You're not an idiot. You're talking to me, aren't you? You're talking about your insecurities when men have to keep everything they feel to themselves. So you're not an idiot, a prince. Totally. That was a little cruel. I'm sorry, but I had to tell you. And what makes you someone strong, even though they say that feelings and emotions make us weak? But we live in a society where men must be strong. It's not like that. My mother always says that a true man is not measured by how he is born or how he is, but by the decisions and the stumbles he makes. She put her hand in his to encourage him. I know that forgiving is difficult, but it is worth it because resentment is corrosive and nobody likes it. He looked at her. He took that hand and felt its warmth. He understood with those words that although he still doesn't feel ready to forgive Haoki, he doesn't want to have that resentment, that in the end there's no point in having it. Thanks for helping me, Hana-san. Whenever you want, Ichika-kun. That moment on that bench in the mall was unique for both of us. So much so that they both wished it would never end. Until Hana had received a message on her iPhone. I look at the message and it was from her friend Sayori, who asked her to come. I have to go. Leave? Did something happen? He asked with genuine concern. One of my friends may be in trouble and I have to go. Then I'll go with you. You don't have to do it. I insist. If I were you, I would go too. Besides, I wouldn't feel safe if you went alone and in a hurry. She smiled again when she saw that he was not only a gentleman, but also attentive to those he cared about. He felt happy to be in that category, although he doesn't know why. Well, Hana-san. I guided her and accompanied her. With pleasure. For them it seemed fun to behave like a maiden and a gentleman. And after laughing a little they both left the mall and went to their friend's house. That day Hana met someone very interesting. Naruyuki is not one to take breaks even though Issei gave him one. He is one of those who study so as not to forget things since he was still receiving classes. He had to study algebra. He went to the nearest bookstore he could find and looked through the shelves for a book that might help him, but he was unsuccessful. I've read almost all of them and used them to study. Hell, if there was one that. His thought stopped when he saw what he was looking for. The book I hadn't read and that was available. Bingo. When I was going to take it, another hand was going to do the same thing. Are you? "Excuse me, but I need the book." She was a girl with short dark brown hair reaching to her ears. "I'm sorry, but I need the book too." They both looked at each other, not wanting to give in, but Naruyuki is someone who prefers to avoid problems, so. "You can have it, I'll look for another one." "Thanks, I really need it." "I take this and then go to a table to study." He sighed and decided to search the shelves for another book that might be of use to him. After a few minutes he got it and went to look for a table to study, but by chance, that is, I'm a-marrying, there was no room anywhere. He saved a table where that girl was who had the book he wanted. So he asked the Almighty for strength and went there. "Excuse me," he called his attention to what worked. "Are you busy? There is no room and I need to study." "Of course, go ahead, it doesn't bother me at all." "Thank you." With that answer he took out his notebooks and started studying. An hour passed and he was fine. But that girl was something else, because no matter how much she read and tried to use her brain, she couldn't understand the calculations and algebra problems. Something that the brown-haired man with glasses could see from miles away. Reminding him of those moments where his friends had the same problem when they didn't understand anything about the subject they were studying. So he decided to help. "You must solve this problem based on this calculation to find the square root." She looked at him for a while, then did what he told her and finally learned. "I can't believe it, I actually managed to solve this problem. It's not that difficult if you know the terms, although it gets more complicated as you go along. So you'll help me study? I need to get a good grade in algebra or I won't be able to pass." "Well, it wasn't in my plans to help, but why not?" "Thank you very much. I'm Akiyama Yukari," she introduced herself. "Nice to meet you, I'm Yuga Naruyuki." And so they spent almost the entire afternoon studying, where on more than one occasion poor Yukari had a headache. But she was impressed by the enormous patience that Naruyuki had. The boy with glasses did not deny it. He was good at teaching and explaining. When they finished, they went out for a coffee where they both enjoyed themselves. Of course, it was her idea to compensate him for dedicating his time to helping her. "Thank you for helping me, seriously, I wouldn't know if I would have made it without your tutoring." "You're welcome, but I think you should review it when you get home so you don't forget it." "I will, I'll see if our drinks are ready." She got up to leave, and when they told her that he would be there in a few minutes, she returned to where she was, but when she arrived she saw that Naruyuki was drawing something in his notebook. It was a sketch of a Jagdpanther, a German tank destroyer. "Is that a Jagdpanther?" He was surprised when he heard that voice. "I'm sorry. Can I see it? I can't even finish it." "Come on, don't be bad, let me see it." He was a little hesitant until he gave in and let her see. "Wow, your drawing is great. It really depicts a fearsome German tank destroyer. I'm missing some details like the color." "Have you drawn a Sherman?" "Yes, I have drawn them, although they are not my favorites since I prefer the T-34. "So? And why, if they were the best tank?" "For me it was the T-34 due to its speed and versatility on the battlefield. But in my opinion the T-34 had major flaws." That time in the cafe both young people were debating which tank was better. It must be said that Yukari has never met someone who was not only intelligent but also a fan of tanks like her. They talked about more tanks like the legendary KV-1. The monstrous Kognistager. The Fierce Is-2. And the one they called the Queen of the Desert in the War Without Hate, Matilda 2. Both young people had a lot of fun talking. "So you're the loader for your team?" "Yes, I am. Tanks have always been part of my life, and thanks to that I didn't have many friends more now that I only have friends among the Sensha-Do teams at my school and in others, but nothing more. Even my mom had told me that I would marry a tank." "Tell me about it." "My mother wanted to name a tank Matilda and said she would be her daughter-in-law." Both young men were happy. I think their passion for tanks was what brought them together. But then it was something else. So much so that it warmed Yukari's heart. I've never had such a long conversation with someone about tanks and more. She remembered her mother telling her that if she doesn't want a tank as a boyfriend, at least she should find a guy who loves tanks as much as she does. And maybe I had already found it. But he dismissed those thoughts. "I don't think he is who mom says, or is he? But you know what? My mother also told me that the girl who loves me has to love me for who I am, both inside and out. Yes, just like me, it crossed your mind to change to fit in, but don't give the pleasure to someone who doesn't deserve it, Yukari, I tell you from experience." She was very impressed not only by what he said, but because she sensed what she had wanted to do for a long time. But in the end he was right, whether you change or not to fit in. Nobody cares. "Thanks for your advice, Naruyuki, you made me remember who I should be." "You're welcome, Yukari. The moment was good for both of us. And more for her. Maybe I'll take him home to my parents." But her thought stopped when her iPhone rang. It was her friend Sayori. "I have to go." "Seriously? What happened? I see you're worried." "That's my friend Sayori who calls me, I have to go see her, maybe something serious has happened to her. I can go with you if you want." I can't just let you go alone like that. Yukari was going to decline, but she couldn't find any reason not to. After all, he earned his trust to call him his friend. Let's go. Yukari met someone kind that day. Hyodo was someone who had long enjoyed moments of peace. He always got into trouble because Lala was always up to her tricks with her pranks. Although the others were not far behind. But remember that before he was chosen for the program, he worked in a mechanic's shop learning from a good man. I wonder how Mr. Morita and the workshop are doing. He was passing through a park being in his own world when something happened. Miss, you must leave that bench. The policeman on a bicycle was talking to a girl who was sleeping on a bench with a magazine on her face. And you could tell from the man's face that the situation was going nowhere. Hyodo came closer to find out what was happening. Grave error. Hey kid, do you know her? He asked the orange-haired boy. Hey? Was the only thing to say. What a relief. Take her away before there are problems. One moment, what? I'll come by in half an hour to see if they've left yet. If not, I think you'll have to accompany me to the headquarters. Hey, listen, please, I don't know her. See you. Without letting him speak, the officer left on a bike. Leaving a boy who couldn't believe what just happened. What the hell happened? Although he is used to this type of situation, he wished that it would not happen to him anymore. Why did he sigh heavily and go straight to the girl to try to wake her up? He could go away and say it was none of his business, but that wasn't him. Oi oi, wake up. She didn't respond, so he moved her a little, but the same. Hey, if you don't wake up you'll be in trouble and then I'll be in trouble. He moved it more, but the same result. So, fed up with not having results, he decided to remove that magazine from his face. She opened her eyes when she felt the sunlight. That was when their gazes met. Who are you? He asked, a little sleepy. My name is Hyodo, and a policeman ordered me, whether I wanted it or not, to wake you up and leave, since it is forbidden to sleep in the park. She didn't seem to pay attention to him. Are you listening to me? She nodded. Okay, you just have to go home to sleep or something. I stopped talking when I saw that the girl went back to sleep. Hey, don't fall asleep again. I heard her snoring softly. Hyodo had a migraine. You have to move her before that cop comes back. Today is not my day. The only thing he could think of was to take the girl and carry her to the shade of a tree where he laid her down. And he just sat next to her thinking what to do. I couldn't leave her, nor would it help to wake her up. I already thought that my day off would go to waste. What should I do now? What he didn't notice was that the black-haired girl placed her head on one of Hyodo's legs. She did it unconsciously, but she liked the warmth and comfort that Hyodo had. When the boy realized it, he blushed a little. Hey, what are you doing? Naya. She looked like a cute feline sleeping like that with her hands on her leg. Hyodo thought that was cute. But he denied those thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? I have to find a way out of this situation. I was trying to think of something. But nothing occurred to him. Maybe the gods hate him. But he didn't deny that he found that moment pleasant. So accepting his fate, he just leaned against a tree and let himself be carried away by tiredness. Maybe a little sleep will help me. Yes, I know I'm doing something stupid, but at this point I don't care anymore. And in 5 minutes, letting himself be carried away by the birdsong and the sound of the green leaves in the wind, he fell asleep. Woke up. With a pain in the forehead. Ouch, that hurts. He saw that the girl was awake and she was looking at him seriously. May I know why you did that? You took advantage of me, he replied seriously and coldly. He looked at her as if she had grown a second head. Well, to begin with, you didn't wake up. It's no excuse, he contradicted him. And secondly, you pushed me aside because I'm not someone who leaves a girl asleep in the middle of the park. She continued to look at him with some bad mood, although not so much since she felt more relaxed and calmer than usual. Your name, he ordered. Hyodo didn't know how to deal with her, so despite the annoyance he answered her. I'm Hyodo, and I think I've already told you my name. When did you say it? I asked because I didn't remember that. A few hours ago. Hyodo was tolerable with the others to a certain extent. I didn't listen, I was too sleepy to sleep. The orange-haired boy slapped his forehead when he saw that the girl wasn't taking things seriously. So he sighed in an attempt to calm down and lower his frustration. Okay, now that I've introduced myself, could you give me your name and tell me what you were doing on that bench sleeping like a homeless person? She hadn't responded to him for a few seconds as she continued to look at him seriously. Until he told her his name. Rias, I have hypotension. There was silence on both of them. Wow, that explains a lot of things, but did you know there are treatments for that kind of problem you have? If you haven't had them, I'd think you like being a lazy person. Ah. He screamed as he felt his nipples being pinched hard by Mako, who had angry marks on his temple. It's none of your business. I understand, please let go. She let go of him, and he moved away a little as the pain eased. I feel violated. He sighed and then looked at the brunette who had not changed her serious look. "Well, since you've cleared everything up for me, I don't think you need me here anymore. So, see you later and take care of yourself." He stood up to bow and leave, believing his problem was over. But Mako had other plans. She watched as he walked away smiling he was going to give her a bad time. Hyodo was humming a song when he heard something fall hard to the ground. He turned around and saw that it was Mako. "Hey, are you okay?" He went to help her and she recovered a little. "I'm still weak, I don't think I'll be able to get home. So take me." "What?" It seems that he did not understand well. "Take me home." For Hyodo this became strange. "So I take his iPhone. Look, I'm going to call an ambulance or a taxi so that." He was interrupted when she caught his attention. "I don't trust ambulances and transports, I get dizzy with them. So how do you want me to take you home?" "Hargam." "Asparaki." "Hargam." He expected a lot of things but nothing like that. This couldn't get any worse. Now Hyodo was seen carrying Mako on his back who clung to him hugging his neck. Several people looked on and some older couples talked about youth and love. Hyodo did everything possible to not be carried away by those words. But it seemed inevitable. Mako, on the other hand, didn't know what was wrong with her. In fact, she wasn't thinking clearly when she had ordered him to take her home. The reason, even though it sounds crazy, was that she felt safe around him. And she also felt that no matter what things she said or insulted him, he was going to protect her. Apart from that, she also enjoyed the warmth he emanated, making her feel more secure, and the smell of his hair, which was unique. Honestly, she wouldn't mind being carried by him every day. "And your parents won't be worried about you?" "My parents died in an accident." Mako's blunt response made him understand that he had screwed up. What an idiot. "Before the accident I had a strong argument with them, then it happened, and I was never able to apologize to them. I would give anything to see them again. I didn't know why I was saying such personal things to that unknown boy. But it felt good because she never talks about this, not even with her friends. I had a childhood where every time I turned a corner I was hit, insulted and humiliated for being a crazy dreamer. Do you know what's the worst? That in all those difficult moments my parents were never there. They never spoke to me either because of their jobs or because they didn't want to deal with my emotional problems, not even a single phone call. Since then, I realized that there's no point in crying because the clock won't wait for you to overcome it at your own pace." Mako listened to his words. As harsh as they were, he couldn't deny that there was reason in them. "So I have to forget them?" "I'm not telling you to forget them but to accept, not with your words but with your heart, that they will never return." The girl felt her arms shaking. After all, she knew that she had to accept it sooner or later and also accept that her grandmother would die sooner or later. Accepting for her will not be easy at all. Hurts. Hyodo listened to her, and it must be said that it reminds him of when he asked Marita why his parents don't love him. And he said to him the words that he will now say. "I know it hurts, but you have to accept it, you have to accept it." He felt Mako's silent tears wet his neck. He was also hurt by everything he said that day with his boss, whom he sees as a father figure. "We have our lives here and it is what we have. We have to do something good with what we have. Otherwise it would be better if we didn't exist so we could stop suffering." She became more attached to the boy, crying silently. For the next few minutes neither of them said anything. After that, she spoke. "Thanks for your help, Hyodo." He was silent for a few seconds until she responded with a smile. Smile that calmed the heart of the black girl. "Don't worry, I'm a mechanic, that's what I do, I repair things." "Well, you are a great mechanic." They both laughed at that moment. Since it was a very nice one for both of us. But that moment was interrupted by the sound of an iPhone. She checked hers and saw that it was a message from Sayori. "Hyodo, will you take me to my friend?" "Your friend? Weren't we going to your house?" "The friend sent me a message asking me to go and see what happens since she doesn't usually leave out details. I guess I have no other choice, right?" "You guess right." He sighed heavily. At this point he didn't care anymore. Hence. "Tell me where to go." She smiled and pointed in a direction with one hand, and he obeyed. "RR. I'm not a mule for you to tell me that. We will go to a store to buy a muzzle and oatmeal." He was going to complain, but he saw how she smiled. So he kept quiet and let her be happy. That day Mako met someone patient. In an apartment building Hyodo and Mako had arrived. "That here?" he asked. "Yes, it's here," he replied. Hyodo, is that you?" "Mako-chan." They turned to see two people they both knew. "Ichika? Hana. What ritual are you doing here?" He also turned around to see two other people he knew arriving. "Naruyuki? Yukari?" The three couples honestly did not expect something like this. "Let's see what happened." No one answered Naruyuki's question. "I think it would be better if we go in," Hana suggested, seeing all the confusion that there was. So they obeyed and entered. "Hey Hyodo, since when do you work as a mule?" Ichika asked him in a comical way, making Naruyuki and the other girls they were accompanying laugh. "Ichika, you are an idiot," he insulted. "Oh, and you kiss your mother with that mouth." Ichika's full counter. When they arrived at Sayori's apartment, the girls knocked on the door to call. "Sayori is us. I'll be there in a second." The door opened and she saw her friends along with boys she doesn't know. That surprised him, and even more so when he saw Meiko clinging like a cola to the back of that orange-haired boy. Were they all on a date? "They are friends we just made who offered to escort us," Yukari replied, blushing a little at the word date. "Well, come in girls, and you too, maybe you like my new friend." The three couples entered and managed to sit down wherever they could, which Hyodo was grateful for since he was finally able to get Meiko off of him. Although she had a pout about not being on the mechanic's back anymore. "Now Sayori, what are you cooking?" "It smells delicious," asked Hana. "This time it's not me who's cooking, but my friend and soon my boyfriend," she boasted, being very happy and content. "Wow, he must be an excellent cook because my mouth is watering." Yukari did not deny that smell surpasses what her mother cooked. "I think it's similar to what a friend we know prepares," commented Naruyuki as Yukari sat next to him. "Well, if that's the case, I'd like you to give me the recipe for what you're making." "Do you know how to cook?" Hana asked, not only curious but also finding it charming that Ichika was a man who knew how to cook. Question. "Your friend has dark blue hair and brown eyes?" asked Hyodo, who had Meiko on his shoulder. "If it is, how did you know?" Hunch hey, undressed with a kiss. "Who are you calling crazy fools like that?" The other two boys were surprised that they found Shido here just like they found them here at their friend's house. "Let's see what happened." "Hey, that's my reference, Shido, don't steal it." A few hours passed until Shido, with the help of Ichika, served what was prepared and everyone enjoyed a good meal made by the gunner. They were talking not only among themselves but also among themselves, and sometimes they told one or another anecdote. "And you seriously didn't realize that it was your friend Ogata?" Shido asked with Sayori at his side. "Hey, you should have seen her, she was so different that it was obvious I didn't recognize her." "And you haven't asked yourself why she changed her image?" "Because a girl who does that would be because she's really attracted to you." Hana and Meiko had to agree with Sayori, since that sign was very obvious. But Yukari wasn't, as she speculated that it was a mistake and she wished it was so that the boy with glasses would be available. They were going to continue talking when someone knocked on the door. Sayori went to receive and was her friend. "Maiho, you're late, what happened?" "I had to take care of some things regarding One-E-san." She walked in and was surprised to see 4 people she didn't know. "Here, and you are?" "They are new friends we made today, believe me, you are going to like them, and one of them is going to be my future husband." Maiho was a little nervous about the last thing her friend whispered. Time passed and he could see that Sayori was not lying. Those 4 boys were not only nice but polite and funny. Not to mention that they were respectful to their friends, being surprised that even Meiko slept on the shoulder of the orange-haired boy who was arguing with Sayori's partner. It was almost 9 o'clock and everyone was a little disturbed by the sound of thunder. A storm began. "He takes me the ow, and why is that?" Rito asked Meiko as she pinched his shoulder. "Language?" "Okay friends, it looks like a big storm and from what I see it's going to last," said Ichika looking out a window. "Ara? Do they have to be somewhere?" Hana asked her companion. "We have to be at our aircraft carrier at 9 o'clock, but from what I see, I think that will be impossible," he replied to Hana. "What do we do?" Naruyuki asked. "What if they stay here for the night?" Sayori suggested so that Shido wouldn't have to leave. "I'm sorry Sayori, but there is no space here apart from the fact that we have training activities tomorrow, so we have to be there," Shido told her. "Hey Shido, what if you call him? Maybe he'll come with dragons so we can leave." "You know he's going to be upset with us," he replied to Ichika. "Anyway, the clown friend killed us better this way," Rito replied. "Okay, prepare your heads Naruyuki, pass me the radio," I asked, not having any other choice. He obeyed and took out a radio from his things to communicate with someone. "Sierra to India, we have a problem with the weather. We cannot leave. We request transportation, change." "India to Sierra, they were supposed to be on the carrier before curfew, what were they doing?" "Over. Some things, will it be possible for you to come for us?" "Changed." The person on the other end was heard to sigh. "Tell me 15 minutes, I need to know his location and then we will talk about this Shido." "Okay, our location is," he told her where. "I'll be there in 15, India out." He looked upset, Yukari said. "He's had a lot to deal with, it's not easy being him," Naruyuki replied. After 15 minutes Shido received a call on the radio and he ordered them to take their things to go down and leave. They were a little sad about not being able to spend more time with them, but they understood that they had things to do. When both groups came down the girls couldn't believe what they saw. The Super Pershing. Yukari knew about that tank. Look at your turret, Hana pointed, and everyone saw the symbol. It was a red dragon. He was the ace of the insurgent team that went against the system. See you girls, it was a pleasure spending time with you. Each of them said goodbye to them, still in amazement that all this time they were with the infamous Team Dragon. From the commander's hatch came out a chestnut tree that the girls in Myho could recognize. Hyodo Issei. Okay guys, come on up, we don't have all night. We'll talk about this tomorrow and… He stopped talking when he saw that there were 5 girls at the entrance, and among them was Myho. Myho-san, I didn't think I would see her. Don't worry Issei-san, I didn't believe it either, but I'm glad you're okay, although I would have liked us to meet another time. Well, we'll be docked here for a few days so we could meet up to talk if you'd like. Yes, I would love to. They both stared at each other. Despite the rain, the moment between them was sweet. But there is always someone who screws it up. This her now it was Rito who received a sape from Shido for killing the moment. To say that they weren't both blushing was a lie. Well, I'm leaving now, good night. Good night Issei-san, see you tomorrow. Each one went with his group. Issei scolded Rito, and the others laughed. Myho was bombarded with questions by Sayori while the others entered. That day for both groups was a unique one. Promises, promises. It was dawning in Ori, and on the aircraft carrier of the same school everyone was entering their classes. There was talk among the students about the presence of insurgents who opposed tradition. Something Myho and her team had noticed. By the end of classes she had gathered all the teams. Myho-chan, could you tell us why you gathered us here? The student council president spoke along with her 2 friends at her side. There are some guests I asked to come Kaichu. They should be arriving soon. And before any more questions could be asked, the sounds of engines and tracks could be heard. In the distance, 5 tanks could be seen approaching. They were a T-34 85s. A Su-100. A Stug-3. An Is-3. And a Super Pershing. Those 5 tanks were the most well-known by all teams. When they arrived from the hatches, their captains came out from their tanks and some of their crew opened their hatches to look. Don't be afraid ladies, do you know why? Issei paused and then all the captains and their teams shouted. Why are we here? It must be said that several girls from all teams shouted. The Avengers. The plan of both commanders was for both groups to get to know each other and enjoy. And seeing how everyone was talking and laughing together, they knew it was a good idea. May I know why you invited me here, Shiho-kun? Is there anything wrong with us talking like civilized people, senpai? It was Kasumi who was invited by Shiho to Kuramoriman Academy. There's nothing wrong, I just wanted to have your presence here at my school. Both women walked through the hallways. They walked until they reached what was a training camp where the Kuramoriman girls practiced their maneuvers. Both women watched. The shots. The formations. The tactics. For Kasumi, everything was like going back to those days when she was young and had fun in a Sensha-Do together with her team and her tank. Su Fury. Look at them senpai, they will have a great future in this sport that has been going on for years, and even more so my daughters who have shown that they are capable. Your daughters have talent, I admit, but in a Sensha-Do talent is not everything, but the courage and guts to achieve what you want. Your students see their tanks as simple machines or vehicles, at least my son's team along with their commanders see their tanks as their home. I know, it's not for nothing that they have had my attention. The chestnut looked at her. What are you talking about? You know about his battle against that tiger. Your son, despite seeing his teammates fall before his eyes, remained focused on finishing off the tiger, as did his team. It reminds me a lot of your days in the Fury when you defeated Saint Gloriana against that Centurion Mark I. My teammates fell and I and my team were the ones left, even so we won, but my son was not looking to win that day, he was looking to rescue someone and defeat those who messed with the people he cares about. Yes, son, things have already changed, even though many say otherwise. Several Sensha-Do and Sentoki-Do schools have plans to accept boys and become mixed-tech schools. The same goes for Hyodo. My son is laying the foundations for a new era, and when he reaches the final, it doesn't matter if he wins or loses, history will remember him as the one who fought for gender equality. The tank stopped practicing and went straight to their director. Once they were formed, they paid attention to him. I want you to say hello to our guest, she was very well known in my time, maybe you have heard of the Fury of Saunders. More than half of the girls opened their eyes to the shock thanks to the fact that they knew who beat the director twice. The commander that many commanders from other schools preferred to avoid or attack from ambush rather than face her. Hi everyone, I recently saw you practicing and let me tell you that you do it well. They smiled when they heard those words from the one who is considered a legend. But I want you to pay attention to me, you have not yet exploited your potential, since from what I have just seen you do not feel confident about yourselves. That had surprised Shiho and Meiho along with Erika who were in the formation. Sensha-Do is a sport to create the perfect lady and wife, that is what tradition dictates, but the truth is that I never saw Sensha-Do as something like that. I saw it more as an activity or simply something from which you can create bonds. I want you to look at your companions who are at your side." They obeyed, looking at their companions. They are there to help each other and vice versa, they are all a team. Sensha-Do will be a tradition, but the bonds they forge between them will last a lifetime. Those words were engraved in the girls' minds. For them this was a good motivation. Shiho was satisfied by this. And he wants everything to go according to his plans. Instead, Kasumi knows that the new generation should not forget the things that make Sensha-Do a sport that not only demonstrates power. If not, it creates bonds that will never be broken. I hope to know what my son is doing. Come on, you just have to put your body in it. My body is too big for this thing, I don't fit in it. The guys from Team Dragon were in a workshop because a wheel had come loose. Luckily the owner lent them the workshop because he was a fan of them. Now Hyodo and Issei had a huge tire on which they planned to kill time while it ended. But none of them fit inside that tire. There was only one. Here. What happened? Asked the orange-haired boy who was cleaning his hands after changing the part. That in here, Issei ordered him. So that? You just come in. No way. After a few seconds of pressure from the four of them, the orange-haired boy was inside the tire. We're just going to roll you 5 meters, okay? Okay, but don't push him, he's the strongest of the 5, he says, pointing at Ichika. Since he was the one in charge of the projectiles. The aforementioned just smiled. At 1, at 2. Mommy will stop you, mommy will stop you. And at 3. And with that he spun her around. Issei was supposed to stop the tire, but his phone rang. Just 5 meters. Hi Rias, I'm fine. Issei kept spinning. I'll talk to you later since I'm a bit busy, I love you. Why do I keep spinning? Issei. After hanging up he found out what had happened. Didn't stop Hyodo. Oops. Help. The 4 of them immediately ran trying to reach the tire. But it got worse when I saw that now it was going downhill, passing by some cars and more. The people around were watching what was happening and they have to admit that it was fun. When will this end? They couldn't reach him, and to top it off, some Avengers students who were there just watched. Among them was Arata with his girls and they watched the tire pass by. Summer has arrived, old man was what he said to receive a sape from Lilith. In between crews were Miho and her team who had decided to go out for a ride in the Panzer 4. They were waiting for the light to turn green, but they saw a huge tire pass by with someone inside. Hey Mako, wasn't that Hyodo? He told me that he would go to help in a soup kitchen for the poor, is what she said, since she had asked him before to accompany her to spend some time together and he could not. Then the 5 girls saw the rest of the boys running after the tire. Issei sent, what's wrong? Miho asked him. Hyodo is in the tire. Oh god, said Hana. But he couldn't say more when Mako drove the tank to go after the tire. The speed was enough to leave the boys behind and be close to the rim. They were going to arrest him, but Mako wanted to teach him a lesson for being a liar. Liar? No please Mako, the orange-haired boy asked, already knowing what he was going to do. The black-haired girl with the sides of the tank hit the tire and made it go off the road. Poor Hyodo was already dying and was asking for help because of dizziness. Already in another between crews, the Panzer 4 skidded until it was on its side. Their plan was to stop the tire from advancing with the same tank. The tire was approaching. Girls brace for impact. And just as Miho predicted, the tire hit the sides, scaring those inside a little. After several turns on the ground the tire stopped. They went out to see the boys' condition. They were already arriving after so much running. But blue vomit came out like a pressure hose. Oh, how disgusting, Sayori commented, somewhat disgusted by what she had just seen. Issei was left speechless. Until he said the following. It's my turn. Are you crazy? I'll go next, Hyodo complained. Of course not, it's my turn also, Naruyuki. No idiots, it's my turn, same as Ichika. The 4 of them, forgetting what happened to their friend, began to argue to see who was next. Something that seemed to them the most stupid and childish thing they had ever seen in their lives. They rightly say that women live longer than men. Poor Hyodo stuck his head out from under the tire. Hey. That shout stopped the discussion. But what happened? The phone rang, Issei answered. Well, I forgive you, was it your girlfriend or something from school? He said as something dirty came out of the rim of his mouth. It's not that I want to be cruel to the fallen, but here we have someone who is very angry because you had lied to her about a dining room, and from what I see I don't think she will calm down, Yukari said with Sayori moving her finger in affirmation. While Hana tried to calm an angry Mako. It wasn't true about the dining room, it wasn't true about the dining room. While in St. Gloriana. The commanders along with Rias enjoyed a tea party and relaxation. It is worth mentioning that the topic they were talking about was about several of their colleagues. Really? Rosehip, Pepperoni and Clara spent almost the whole day in that room with Shinku. I swear Anchovy, I don't know what happened there, but I controlled myself so that my blush wouldn't show. The truth is there's no need to say what they did there. Katyusha and Anchovy blushed. Even though they know about these issues, they did not dare to talk about them. Although Rias is something else. I hope you have a good time, although that poor boy must try very hard to please you. Now Rias, do you know about that topic? The redoubled smile sent a chill down the spine of more than 3 commanders. Girls, from what I see, you haven't gotten into that subject yet, but don't worry, I'll teach you what I know. She spent a whole hour explaining what she knows about this topic, and the commanders did not deny it. With each word they became curious. To say that they didn't imagine those scenes with the Avengers commander and themselves would be a lie. And that's all any doubts. Mussolini nervously raised his hand as if they were in class. Oh, and you didn't use protection when you did it with Issei-san. The fertility of a demon is very low, so I don't have to worry too much about getting pregnant on the first try although. What thing? Katyusha asked. Although Issei being part dragon could increase my fertility so I could get pregnant. You better take care of yourself Rias, there may already be a junior Issei, and you don't realize it. Thanks for the advice Darjeeling-chan, although if you are thinking of doing it with ice, it is better that you take care of yourselves since, being human, he is capable of impregnating you on the first try. That last thing not only made the commanders blush, but also made them have visions of the future. The English girl in an elegant house reading a book while watching Issei arrived with a cute and tender brown-haired girl who had a beautiful sky blue dress. The Italian girl, like her friend the commander, also only had that one thing in which she prepared a delicious lasagna with crepes, and he had breakfast while 2 twin children with greenish-gray hair, a boy and a girl, came home from playing, and everyone enjoyed the girl's food as a family. Katyusha's thoughts were more complicated as she imagined herself as a grown woman with a blonde girl watching from the Red Square stage as the Russian army paraded and the brown-haired boy as the president of Russia. That's what went through their minds, and even though they were in their world, Rias knew what they were thinking. Smiling with joy. They are so in love with him that they think about the future. I think the others will have to fight a lot not only to forgive themselves, but also for him. He looked out one of the windows where he could see the beautiful sky and the sea. Hoping that your loved one doesn't get any more. Although deep inside he knows that this is impossible to achieve because of the big heart that his beloved chestnut has. Still dreaming is free. The 2 strongest teams of Ori and Avengers were now watching the sunset. Each of the girls had her boyfriend that she wanted to have. Although Punishment Right had to act as a stuffed animal for Mako who was happy to have it. Hyodo watched the sunset on the turret of the Super Pershing with Sayori on his lap, which she enjoyed very much like a girl in love. Ichika leaned on the armor of the Panzer IV, talking with Hana about anything to which they were happy to agree on a lot like friends and Sensha-Do experiences. Naruyuki and Yukari kept talking about history, which for one person was boring, for them it was unique, and only then could they understand each other, which they liked a lot. While Issei and Miho. They walked along the sand where they watched the waves move through it. Both commanders were happy for their friends. Happy to see you like this. They are very happy, I have never seen them like that. My boys too, I must say that despite everything they carry, they can have fun with them. They walked further until they saw something curious but strange. She was an old woman who had 4 geese that followed her everywhere like her guardians. But these birds approached both young people, which scared the commander of Ori and threw herself into Issei's arms. Issei-san, please take me away from them, I was scared. Miho-san are geese, they are not as dangerous as vipers and bulls. He couldn't speak because one of them was biting his leg. Hey. And then another one bit his rear end. Understand? Then he realized that those geese were going to bite everything as long as he brought Miho down to bite her. Hey, stop biting me. After a while of getting bitten and keeping Miho away from those birds, the old woman drove the geese away and apologized to both commanders. Of course Issei, very annoyed, told him. You should put them on a leash, ma'am. But those geese seemed to understand him, as with open wings they approached him to bite him again, and the now frightened commander walked away with a millet clinging to him. Already far away, the chestnut tree sighed, somewhat in pain in his legs from the bites of those aggressive birds. Issei-san, are you okay? She asks worriedly even while in his arms like a princess. I changed my mind, geese are what I hate most in the world now, snakes and bulls are second and third, he complained about the pain. I'm sorry, I should have told you. No problem, Miho-san, this is already in the past, although my point of view of those birds has just changed completely, those damn winged demons. She laughed at the brown-haired boy's expressions, and it should be noted that although it was fun, it was also a unique experience. Experience that I enjoy with him. They were already on a log in the sand and were watching the sun begin to set. She put her head on Issei's shoulder as he touched her soft hair with one hand. Miho felt safe next to Issei. In these days that she spent with him, she managed to get to know him more apart from what she has been told, and it turns out that despite the pain that his mother has given him, he still loves her and wants her to be proud of him. She thought they would be the same because of the rejection they had from their parents, but she could see that he does not let himself be carried away by hatred. Something she failed at when she learned that her own mother had compromised her without her consent. But now she doubted if her mother had thought of her when she did it, because Issei did seem like someone perfect in her eyes. He didn't care about his achievements or his failures. He didn't care what he did to get to where he is now. He did not care that half of Japan was against him for dirtying the sport that is Sensha-Do. What mattered to him was who he was. And what her heart felt for him. And the truth is she doesn't want to leave his side. He doesn't want to get hurt. He doesn't want me to die because of people who are closed-minded. What she wants is to be by Issei's side and wake up in his arms. And for that to be possible there was only one thing I had to achieve. Ibo Gainer El Sensha-Do. I had to win for the commitment to be fulfilled. Before, she would never have imagined having to fight for a boy, but life can give you many surprises. And this was one of them. She snuggled into the chestnut's chest and he just let her smile with affection at seeing a beautiful smile on the commander. And her friend. Not knowing that she wants to be more than that. The next day. All the girls of Ori said goodbye to the Avengers at the port as they had to return to the high seas. Sayori was crying on Shido's chest as she really didn't want him to leave her side. But he knows he can't stop it. Sayori, I know it hurts you, but. No, you don't know how much it hurts me. If you really knew, you wouldn't be leaving me. She clung to him. I didn't deny it and in fact I told him that afternoon. She loves him a lot. And Shido also loves her since he had really fallen in love with her in all the time he had known her. He wished he didn't have to leave her, but he had a duty to fulfill on the front line of the battle against corruption and traditionalism. Sayori, it hurts me too. I would have liked us to stay longer, but I have to fight for my dream and everyone else's. I know you want to be recognized as the best gunner in all of Sensha-Do, but I. She couldn't continue when she felt something on her lips. It was a sweet and pleasant feeling. I didn't want it to end. She didn't want Shido to stop kissing her. At the end of the kiss she understood that he was fulfilling his dream and she couldn't stop him. But if you supported. Promise me that you will come back, promise me that you will come to Ori with all my harem sisters. Another thing that the blue-haired boy confessed to her was that he told her his whole life and the whole truth. That he had a harem that loves him. And she accepted. It sounds strange, but we are talking about a girl who always seeks more friendships than conflicts, which is why she asked to be in his harem. To which he, still with doubts and without being able to believe it, accepted her. I promise you, Sayori, I will bring them so they can meet you. She kissed him again, wrapping her arms around the gunner's neck. He wrapped his arms around the orange-haired girl's waist. Everything seen in front of her friends. It seems that they love each other very much. I know Hana-san, I can see that, but I'm worried that he can't concentrate because he's worried about her. They will be fine, after all I will make sure of that. We have a lot on our shoulders, Ichika told him. I know and we must be strong for them, said Hana too. Both of them lovingly had held hands. Smiling. Please take care of yourself over there, Ichika-kun. I'll take care of myself, Hana-san, I promise. While elsewhere Naruyuki was talking to Yukari. Remember that Saunders only uses Shermans, but as things stand now they may have other types of tanks. I will remember it, thanks Yukari. She didn't look at him as she was looking at the ground. To which he spoke. Yukari, what's happening? Naruyuki, promise me you'll be careful please. The boy with glasses put a hand on the brown-haired girl's head, making it clear that he would keep his word. I promise you, Yukari, he said, smiling. She smiled back with a blush on her cheeks. Being happy to have met Naruyuki. While with Rito, he and Meiko looked at each other seriously, waiting to see who of the two would speak. I'm leaving, Meiko, aren't you going to tell me something? We'll stop you from leaving. He denied. Then there is nothing to say. He sighed, he knows Meiko was like an onion, you had to peel it layer by layer. So he decided to turn around and leave, but arms wrapped around his chest stopped him. It was Meiko who had his face hidden behind the operator's back. Rito could feel her starting to cry. Be careful, get out of the tank if necessary, but please don't die. I already lost my parents, and I don't want to lose anyone else. Rito understood that Meiko was afraid thanks to what he had to go through. Losing the most important people in your life must be a blow that one cannot recover from. To which he turned around and hugged her protectively. I won't die, Meiko, because I have a dream to fulfill and many people waiting for me, including you. She looked into his eyes with tears threatening to come out. Rising up on her toes, she kissed him on the lips. A tender and innocent kiss, but sweet. Something that Rito accepted with pleasure. He didn't deny it. In fact, the four boys from Team Dragon didn't deny it. They had fallen in love with them. The girls of Team Grape. But the farewells over, they parted ways and boarded the aircraft carrier in front of them. As for Issei, he talked to Miho. Be careful Miho-san, I know your school is legally safe, but you still have to be careful with what that damn trash does. We will have it Issei-san, I will send you the latest information on Saunders if I get it. Thank you Miho-san, take care. The chestnut climbed the ramp boarding the aircraft carrier. Being mentally focused on winning and protecting his friends and the girls he loves. But. Issei-san. He turned around to see that it was Miho who had climbed the ramp and was running towards the chestnut tree. Miho-san Jesus. Man. Issei couldn't speak. I actually didn't expect this. Since Miho herself in an act of courage and demonstration of her desires. I was kissing him on the lips. Something that was seen not only by his friends but by both teams. Unable to believe the tremendous luck that the chestnut had. She pulled away from kissing him and said to him. Take care Issei-san. And just like that she came down the ramp leaving a brown-haired man trying to figure out what just happened. First Arjuling and now Miho, is there more? I hope Rias and the girls don't kill me. Come on Romeo, it's time to go. Ichika pulled him to board the aircraft carrier. Everyone has already boarded. The ship moved slowly beginning to leave the port of Ori. Everyone said goodbye to them, who also said goodbye to them. But among them. Shido, I love you, come back soon, I'll be waiting for you. Sayori screamed at the top of her lungs, showing him how much she loves the gunner. But. I will come back Sayori, I swear. He was also not left behind. For the Avengers and more in Team Dragon Ori is a place where they plan to return. 2 days passed and Issei along with Ikki were on the aircraft carrier's runway. Commander, why did you bring me here? We are waiting for someone. Whom? You will know. The black-haired man didn't say anything else. For days he was thinking of giving his resignation to Issei because he no longer had a tank. He could no longer hold the position of deputy commander and help Issei in his fight. He and his team were thinking of resigning. But the sound of helicopter blades could be heard. Someone came out of that helicopter. Someone that Ikki himself knows. The beautiful girl with reddish-pink hair. Sensha-Do. Both young people had looked at each other. Then they began to hug and kiss each other like true lovers. A moment that had not been had for a long time since he left his school to be a tanker. Promising Stella that once he was done he would return so they could get married. Commitment that was approved by her father. Stella, I'm glad to see you, but what are you doing here? I came for 2 things, one is that I wanted to spend time with you, and the other was that I have something for you. For me? Yes, for you, HITMAN is ready. Of course it is, you can give the order now, the brown-haired boy said to the girl with a smile. Order of what? The 3 young men were now in the school parking lot where they were waiting for something. Ikki didn't understand what the hell they were waiting for until in the distance of the sky, he saw a heavy cargo plane opening a door on its back. Something came out of that door and it was a tank. The tank landed on the asphalt to show what type it was. The type of tank that Ikki knew well. Stella, this is. That's right Ikki, it's a Centurion Mark III. Created in 1945, with 150mm armor and a 105mm cannon, it was used in the Korean War and has been a relic of the Vermilion family for 60 years. She looked at him. I was told that you lost your Crusader and I don't want you to lose your chance to be an Ikki tanker because of that. He couldn't believe it. Not only was he reunited with his beloved, but he now has a new tank. But. No Stella, I can't accept it. He refused. Ikki, why? I'm giving it to you and my family is also supporting me. It's not that, it's just that, I feel that it would be wrong to receive help when I should do it on my own merits. They both talked, trying to reason with each other. But Issei spoke. Do. The sub-commander paid attention to him. Look, throughout my life I thought I had to fight my battles alone, but in those moments I was not alone, because my loved one helped me along with my friends, and I am not ashamed that they helped me, in fact I was grateful because I knew how important I was to them. He put a hand on her shoulder to give her this advice. The most important thing in life is to believe in yourself and your own strength, but receiving help from others is always a great blessing. And with that he left knowing that his second in command was going to make the right decision. For now I was going to let him spend time as a couple with his beloved. It was now nighttime and Issei was in his office reviewing some papers along with the captains of his unit. But then there was a knock on the door. Shinku opened the door and let a young man in. It's good that you arrived, now it's time for the interview. Now Issei along with them looked at the boy whom they sat on a chair. Well, the first question would be this: what is your motivation for wanting to join the Avengers Armored Division? I want to join so I can help my school, which is now my home. At this response the captains murmured. Second question, do you have any grudge or resentment against girls? I don't have one, Commander, in fact I respect them, but apart from that I want to fulfill my dream of being a tanker so that my friends are proud of me. The captains looked at each other and nodded in approval. Last question in each Sensha: do they seek to eliminate us and intimidate us into surrendering? Our lives are at risk, and we accept those risks. Tell me, are you willing to fight against a political system and half a country in order to achieve our goal? Are you willing to take on the dangers that being an Avenger implies? The young man lowered his gaze. He didn't say anything and they saw that. But then he spoke. I know that the path I want to take is difficult, I don't deny it. I was afraid, even my friends didn't want me to apply for the risk of dying, but seeing that everyone was trying hard to achieve something that many say shouldn't be done is something that motivates me and tells me to do it because for me it would be worth it. We are already doing it, did you know that? I know, but you are putting your lives at risk. I have no right to do anything less than that. After those words there was silence. The captains looked at each other, murmuring their opinions. And in the end everyone agreed on something. So they nodded in total approval. Issei stood up and put a stamp on a request. Well, you showed us sincerity and commitment to the Avengers cause, so by unanimous vote of my captains and my personal vote you are accepted. He showed her his application which had a green stamp, one of approval. Congratulations Takeyama Hyodo, welcome to the Avengers Armored Division. That boy was happy to be able to be part of achieving not only helping his school, but also the aircraft carrier and its inhabitants. His girls may not like him, but he hopes they are proud of him. King Tiger now has its commander. And now they were complete. Ready to face Saunders and his American tanks. Hoping that nothing can stop them. Nothing. And Saunders. The girls practiced their maneuvers. And now they didn't just have Shermans. If not something worse. Hay looked at the tanks that were already being repaired to get them going. Commander, do you think these tanks give us a big advantage against them? Asked Naomi, who was very serious. I hope so, since we spent a fortune on them. Although it's not much money, it's still up to us to win. And you're going to use the tank. Alice pointed to a tank that was in a container which the girls were opening. I must try if I want to prevent Saunders, son of Fury, from winning. This is for the good of our school. From that container a tank was shown that they knew but never thought they would have to use it. They just hope to win even though they don't know that their hands could be stained with blood. They don't know that the devil is leading them to hell. Avengers versus Saunders. At the Avengers training camps everyone was trying hard. The new captain on the Tiger II was getting a good education from all his teammates and his team. Iki and his team were attached to the Centurion Mark III in order to adapt to it, which the tank, despite being heavy, proved to be fast, and its cannon gave them a better advantage against tanks with better armor. It was already dark, and all the teams stored their tanks in the cellars and formed up with their captains in front. Issei was in front having their attention. Well guys, we have trained hard for 2 days from now, because this rival is a difficult one to beat, and it is not because of his artillery power or his speed. We are facing an enemy that knows how to use his numbers well. Saunders is a strong rival. There were murmurs from several until Issei put things in order. I know that we could not really measure ourselves against Pravda, thanks to the dirty tricks of the traditionalists, but even so we cannot give up. We are getting closer to achieving what every Sensha-Do fan wants to achieve. Many expect to see us win, and we cannot disappoint them. He raised his voice. This time, no matter what tricks the traditionalists throw at us, we will win and advance until we reach our goal. Our goal is to win and prove that we can achieve what we cannot. Everyone was watching with motivation. Gentlemen, we will win united. He raised his fist and everyone raised it, already motivated. Motivated to win and move forward in achieving everyone's dream. While Issei hoped to be able to do his best tomorrow. It was dawning. The aircraft carrier arrived at the area where the tanks would be taken by rail. Why was the meeting place chosen at the last minute? It was just a day trip where we enjoyed cold weather and beautiful white snow. The train arrived at its destination, which is a forest of dark pines and snow. Issei immediately ordered the tanks to have chains on their tracks so they could advance in the snow. Once the tanks were unloaded, they were placed in the assigned place on the battlefield, which was only a copy of a place where a real carnage had taken place. Commander, tell me this won't be the same as the Ardennes. Hyodo, who had joined the Avengers, is someone who is not only the captain of the Tiger II Aka Tiger Siberian, which is the largest tiger in the world, but also someone who is a lover of history. I didn't deny it, I was afraid. I don't know Hyodo, and don't be afraid. I know you're new, and this is your first Sensha-Do, but remember you're not alone. I know, Commander, it's obvious that I'll be afraid of dying, but even so, I gave my word to fight until the end, and I want to continue until the end. The brown-haired boy looked at the new captain and couldn't help but remember that this was how he started when he started this movement as the commander. Being the leader of a group that has become very strong and is able to face whatever is thrown at it. Now they had to fight and nothing was going to stop them. Everyone was watching the match and more Rias with the commanders who were now close to the place with a heater so as not to feel the cold of the place. Thanks to Ria's magic, everyone could go to the meeting place to support the brown-haired boy, apart from the fact that the sub-commanders could also go to support their boys. But they were worried because they feared that Saunders would use those ammunition and they would not know what to do if one of their boys died. They just hope everything goes well. At the Hyodo mansion, the chestnut-haired boy's parents were preparing to see their son's meeting. Bora was bringing some snacks and then when he left them on the living room table, he looked at his wife who had her phone. "You didn't answer him, right?" "I didn't have the courage." The man sighed knowing what his wife was like. Someone proud but at the same time somewhat insecure, and that insecurity that her own son hates her is the reason why she has not spoken to him. "Love, I know you're scared, but you can't hide forever. He's shown you that he doesn't hate you." "I know, but I can't forgive myself for what I did and I don't know if I will." "Kasumi. For now it is better that you concentrate on achieving your dream. As much as I want to be there to support you, I must not return to Sensha-Do and it is better this way." For both adults this was difficult. But they had to do it. I say. So they sat and watched waiting for the match to begin. Now he and all the captains were going on the Super Pershing to the stadium to present themselves to their rivals. He was trying to concentrate since before every meeting, he always tries to call his mother to talk to her and ask her to wish him good luck. But she didn't answer his call like the other times. Still, he holds out hope that the woman he loves most in the world other than Rias will speak to him and support him. When they arrived as usual they were greeted by cheers and boos. But the applause was even greater because, somehow, a video of their battle against the evil tiger was uploaded to the network. Thanks to that, the respect and admiration for the Avengers was even higher. The captains greeted everyone, and there is no doubt that it was euphoric for them to begin to be recognized. They do love us. For Issei everything was good, there was nothing that could ruin that moment for him. Until the Saunders girls arrived, the three of them being Kay and her two loyal subcommanders Alice and Naomi. But they arrived in something that not only caught the attention of the captains, but also baffled Issei. They arrived in a tank but not just any tank. It was the tank that was considered a legend in Sensha-Do. The Fury. Son of a hitch. The Kyushu language, said the Englishwoman to little Stalin. "Hey, you should be as angry as I am. Darjeeling, what Kay did is very dirty, so don't take her side. You know that his school is threatened by that guy. We have to understand why he does this. As much as this disgusts me. Oh, it can't be because of all the tanks, it had to be that one." Anchovy was worried. Rias immediately called the Hyodo mansion, and let's say the one who answered was the elder Hyodo. "Odo-san, tell me how Okasama is." "Not very well, Rias. I'll try to calm her down. You try to make sure Issei doesn't do something crazy." He hung up and looked at his wife who now had tears in her eyes. "After so many years I saw an old friend whom I thought I would never see again." Fury. For her, that tank was a home in which, despite many people telling her that it was not a powerful tank, she faithfully believed that with determination and maximum effort, even the weakest tank can defeat the most powerful one. That's why Kasumi had a hard time forgetting her friend, because she went through great things with him. Now he is watching it and they plan to use it against his own son. I wished I could do something and stop this. She could only pray to whatever deity that her son would not give up and would be able to overcome this storm. The Norai, all those who watched the match were really surprised by this, since the same people from the history club knew that this tank could be considered a hero in Sensha-Do. But Miho and her friends knew that this was very serious, since they knew the emotional impact that the Avengers commander would have. Nishizumi only implored the deities that this does not affect her too much. Issei-san, please don't fall into his trap. And Kuramoriman, the same director who was watching this meeting, was enraged to see someone driving that tank. Tank that should not be used by anyone other than just a person who earned all of its respect. While the others were also speechless to see that legend and more Miho. This could harm or in any case worsen the already bad relationship that her sister was beginning to have with the brown-haired boy. "Commander, do you think this is going to go wrong?" Erica asked, somewhat worried. "I don't know, Erica, this is something I don't dare to deduce." Kay really didn't want to do it. She didn't want her idol son to hate her for this dirty trick she's doing. But Tsuji stressed it to him that day. "Your school will be sold due to the high taxes and debt that the previous benefactor put on your school, so you have to win, or there will be consequences. I don't care what you have to do but break Issei Hyodo's mind, kill him and send the message to all those morons that the mud is the only place they belong, and that's where they have to stay." Those were his orders and he really doesn't know if he can bear the blame for killing someone. Now I know how the Rangers feel in the Middle East. She with her thoughts in her head and her sub-commanders went to the line, hoping first that plan A would work so as not to reach plan B, which involves blood. Issei was in shock. He always dreamed of meeting the tank which turned his mother into a legend. The tank that earned him the nickname Saunders Fury. And now I had to face it. Its speed can be compared to that of a Hellcat, and its caliber, although it did not penetrate the strongest armor, did not need that to eliminate its enemies. In the eyes of many, he was a veteran without equal who deserved respect. Issei calmed down. Hyodo left the tank to calm his friend, along with the rest of his team, since they knew the importance that tank has for Issei. Hyodo yo. Cheer up, buddy, we'll get through this, Ichika told him, trying to cheer him up. Okay, let's do it. Already calming down, he went straight to the line with Ikki and Tauda, who were also worried about their commander like everyone else. By the time they reached the line, they were face to face with Saunders' girls. When they were introduced. Issei Hyodo, we don't have to resort to violence and blood. I know you're fighting for a dream, but you have to stop now. What does K-san mean? I offer you a deal you can't refuse. You have to give up now and leave the Sensha-Do. In exchange I will give you the Fury. She showed the tank. It will all be yours and you will go home so that you and your friends can forget about this. He lowered his gaze. You know what they are capable of. Now I feel cornered. They threaten my school, they try to close what is my home. I don't want to fight with you or have to hurt you, but I don't want to lose my school either. She put a hand on the brown-haired boy's cheek, crossing the line that divides both groups. You just have to give up, please. I will dedicate my victory to your name, and I will dedicate a lot of my time to getting to know you and making you happy. Just give up. I know what society wants for you. For Issei, this was something that a desire he didn't want to have was gaining strength. There were times when a man has moments of weakness. And this seems to be it since he considered the proposal. His growing desire for his mother to see him with pride was leading him to want the Fury. Besides, he didn't deny it, he was afraid that his friends would die and he would have to bear that on his conscience. I was going to speak to accept and go home. But. Don't you dare give up. He heard a voice in his head. The voice I haven't heard for a long time. The voice that was not only his best advisor but his best friend in life. Dragon. And out of nowhere he met his red scaly friend in his subconscious. You think things will work out if you just give up? What are you trying to do? Break your friends' dreams? Destroy your dream just so they can be safe without even asking them if they want to? First I will say that I give up. And then what? You never think before acting when your head is full of anguish. This is the same thing that happened in the Battle of Trihixa. You let yourself be carried away by the pain of losing Vali and thought of sacrificing yourself. My sacrifice was going to be necessary. No, if you're female and your friends hadn't made you see a reason, we wouldn't be here talking now, we would be dead. I know my dream very well, Drake, this will fix everything. Is this what you want? Or is this what you desperately seek for that day when she refused to acknowledge your dream? Enough, Drake, this is something I have to do. For Issei, this was an internal struggle in which not only his dream collided but also the desire for his mother to love him. The conflict was so great that he began to shed tears and fall to his knees. I beg you, partner, it is time for you to look inside yourself and start asking yourself these two big questions that you should have asked yourself a long time ago. Who are you? And what do you want? Ah. 5. He let out a scream of anger and hit the ground because as much as he wanted to make a decision he didn't. In the real world, after Kay said those words, only a few seconds passed. Team Dragon and the Avengers captains were worried about their commander. Rias, like the commanders and the girls who love him, were also worried. Maiho and her friends were. Meiho, Shiho and Erika waited for what the brown-haired boy was going to say. Asumi just prayed that her son doesn't take the easy way out, that he doesn't give up on his dream just for her. But without waiting, with the back of his hand, Issei moved the Saunders commander's hand away from his cheek. Leaving all the spectators in total shock. Kay didn't understand what was happening. Until around Issei the air expanded, raising snow, and from his body remarkable green flashes came out in a dance. She was scared, as were several others who were present. What's going on? Anchovy was puzzled. If you don't know, I don't know either, Katyusha was too. Rias, you know what, Rias? Darjeeling asked Aritid, but he noticed that she was really worried. Well, the heiress was now preparing to use a magic circle and go stop him, since what he was expelling was draconic power. That alone set off alarm bells throughout the supernatural world. His power is returning prematurely. In the underworld this was already a total alarm, and the worst thing was that he received reports of altered activity from several street demons. Surziches along with Grafia and Azazel looked at a magical hologram where something never expected was shown. The whole horde of stray demons and remnants of the Chaos Brigade heading to the meeting place where Issei was. Surziches, Sama, what do we do? Grafia asked, worried about his. Send them and also the Citri group for support. My sister will be there to lead them along with Sona. We must prevent them from not only exposing the supernatural but attacking Issei and his friends. I will send some of my men. I spoke to Michael and he said he will send some of his men to support, said Azazel, now being serious. Hoping Issei can pass this test. Meanwhile in the same place now Issei was looking at Kay seriously. Nobody understood what was happening. But the chestnut still had those green flashes around him, he spoke. I am Issei Hyodo, son of Kasumi Hyodo, commander of the Avengers Armored Division. I know very well who I am and what my dream is. He faced her so much that Kay backed away in fear. And I swear I will achieve it. She unknowingly came to his side and Issei stopped behind the line. In this life or the next. His friends, the captains, and several others who were watching could only see the demonstration of will and courage that the commander had. He openly and symbolically told those who planned everything to go to hell. But that he returned to his team. But. You will not win this, please don't force me. He turned to look at her. They will kill you, she told him with tears. Of course, but what do I care? He continued on his way and when he got into the tank they left. Kay now regrets having used the fury to convince him. Now he has to fight him and the worst thing was that they expect him to win. Forgive me. Issei was silent on the entire way back to the meeting point. None of those present spoke to him or dared to speak to him. Until Shido did it. Hey Issei, are you okay? The chestnut looked at his companion. I am Shido, I just had a revelation, that's all. Commander, do you think you're okay for what we're going to face? Shinku asked, also worried. Don't worry guys, now I'm more motivated to win this and we will win. The commander's determined look made everyone's courage rise. After all, you have to fight to get what you want. And that desire is to win. When they reached their tanks they filled their tanks with gasoline and prepared for the signal. When a green flare appeared in the sky, they immediately set off. Moving forward in a row along the forest paths, enduring the cold. Issei was able to withstand the cold well enough to keep his jacket open. The captains, on the other hand, kept their jackets closed to keep warm. Already reaching a reference point. The captains met. Well, according to this information, Saunders is making use of these tanks, although I don't know if this information is 100% reliable. Sub-Commander Iki, please trust my friend, I believe in her and I know she did not betray us. Naruyuki spoke in her defense and it should be noted that he fully and totally trusts the information he obtained for her. The captains had their doubts. Don't worry, if Naruyuki trusts her, I do too. After all, Ori welcomed us in a good way in her city. At Issei's words they understood that it is not worth worrying since they will overcome whatever it is anyway. So Iki continues his discussion of tactics. Well, the objective of this encounter is that I took a village and planted its flag, these are the tanks, and it seems that they take us very seriously. 10 Jumbo Shermans, 4 M18 Hellcats tank destroyers, 6 M26 Pershings tanks, and here is the worst part, they are 4 T-29s, along with the flag tank, which as we deduce is the Fury. So we're facing armored vehicles with more powerful cannons, right? That's right Takashi, now they want us dead, since I can assume that the T-29s have the graphene ammunition. Okay, let's be careful with those tanks, since there are no high ground we will have to fight head-on, be careful and keep your eyes open, who knows what trap we may have to face. They all got into their tanks and went to that area which they had to take to win. But despite his words, the chestnut fears that it was actually a trap. When they arrived at the place they could see that it was an abandoned town with wooden houses lined up at the entrance and others scattered around. But in the middle of the village there was a large abandoned church with its doors open. The place seemed quiet, very quiet. I have a bad feeling is what Basara said when he saw the place that looked like the perfect trap. I didn't know how right I was. 6 kilometers away from where Issei was, someone was approaching. They were remnants of the Chaos Brigade, along with hundreds of stray demons that they managed to gather with the promise that they could kill the Red Dragon and enjoy Saunders' girls. Very soon the Securitate will pay for the death of Rizavam-sama. That's what one said while several others encouraged him. But with only 5 kilometers left they stopped. Since a wave of power of destruction stopped them, killing several. They looked up and were terrified to see who they were. Rias along with her group accompanied by Sona who also came with her group. Hiroka, Lefei, Biku y Arthur. Not forgetting several angels and fallen. Everyone blocked their way. Not one step further, this is as far as they go, was the cry of the heiress who was now very furious. Furious at having to waste her time fighting with trash and not being able to support her loved one. But they had to kill him because if one of them escapes it would be terrible. So a barrier was raised trapping everyone there. Do you think a simple barrier is going to stop us? They're locked in with us. That stray spoke and launched an attack to kill Rias, but without moving her hands, she surrounded herself with the power of destruction and upon contact it turned to dust. Terrifying the strays a little, especially his entourage, since they knew what Rias was capable of for Issei. And now she was furious. We are not locked in with you, you are locked in with me. And with that cry she was the first to launch herself to start a massacre. Hoping to finish quickly to see Issei win. The tanks advanced on the road entering the town since they could not enter from other sides. As they got closer they could see the town in more detail. The place had cobblestone streets and wooden houses in which there was a fountain in front of what they assume is the church. They had their senses on high alert. And without being able to prevent it, the snow began to fall quietly and the cold increased. They still maintained their orders. Keep going and don't stop. When they were in the middle of the town, everyone followed their orders. Kakashi and Tui along with their teams were checking the houses in case there was someone hiding in them. After a few minutes the two teams returned and gave the all-clear signal. Alright boys, everyone prepare for defense, we must prevent Saunders from taking the town, go ahead. And after that everyone got to work. They covered some tanks with piles of hay at the other entrance of the village, while some were taking cover in the houses, and the heaviest ones, which are the flag tank, which was Issei along with Hyodo and Tuya, were in front of the church. Waiting for them to appear. Then in the distance, 4 super Shermans could be seen at the entrance to the town, driving slowly. Team Jaguar, Wolf, Ram, Rhino and Lion, don't move from your positions, let Siberian, Grizzly and I take care of the first wave. Understood. Issei along with those mentioned positioned themselves ready to fight. The Shermans fired their guns but as expected. The shells bounced off the heavy armor of the heavier ones. They fired their cannons, managing to hit the Shermans that were about to enter the town. Inside Super Pershing. Issei, there are more contacts. Shido warned, looking through the tank sight. There were 3 Shermans and 2 Hellcats behind them, and it seems that the tank destroyer shot at the heavies. What's wrong? Hyodo asked. They hit us with a smoke projectile. Tuya couldn't see anything even looking through the hatch. Issei knew that they had to stop them before they entered the village, but to do that he had to get his captains hidden in strategic places. Hence. Leon, Rhino and Ram units finish off those approaching the entrance. Received. The tanks mentioned left the houses and with excellent aim, managed to hit 2 Shermans, but the Hellcat left the road and entered the snowy field just like the other surviving Sherman. That's yours, me and Reno will go for the Hellcat. At the Ikkei's command they moved trying to hunt down the stragglers. Kakashi, despite the snowy terrain, the tank destroyer managed to catch up with the Sherman. That tank turned its turret and tried to hit the Su-100, but the slope of the armor helped a lot. To which the tank destroyer finished off that tank with a single shot. The Hellcat was complicated because despite the terrain it was fast. But not so much as to leave behind the Centurion who was trying to give him. Later thanks to the Stug-3 managing to intercept it. Managing to corner the Hellcat and with frontal shots they managed to finish it off. Dear Lion 2/8 to Dragon, the stragglers were shot down, we will return to our position. Lion received, Dragon out. Issei, something was wrong. Saunders' strongest tanks have decent armor to try to get in which only Shermans send. What is Ella planning? It must be something I'm not aware of. Issei looked at the driveway Saunders takes, knowing he must find out what his commander is planning. Wolf and Jaguar units, do not move from your positions, I repeat, do not move, it is vital that you stay there at the entrance. Received, Commander. I will do that. On Saunders' way. So the light tanks are at the entrance. Well, we already have everyone's position. It was Kay who, thanks to a balloon, intercepted the Avengers' communications. All thanks to Alice who suggested it. She didn't like to play dirty, but she had no other choice. I actually didn't want to give the next order, but I had no other choice. She prayed for God to forgive her. Girls, get the big guys ready, let it rain fire. In Tauda and Shinku's position everything was quiet until something was heard. Hey Tauda, did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. I think it was a boom, 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 boom. Several explosions occurred in the area. They looked at the road, there were no tanks. Commander, we are being shot at from a distance in a covered position, we don't know what it is. I hear them, the shots are loud, I don't know what it is, but. Then explosions also fell in his area and he managed to get in like the other boys. Something was happening. Commander, this is Hyodo, I know that sound, their self-propelled artillery. Dear Dragon, report now. Dear Leon, the artillery is damaging the area. Dear Reno, my side is the same. Dear's Ram, we can't resist. Dear Wolf is pounding us, several of Saunders' tanks are approaching, we can't hold the position. Issei now understood everything. In urban warfare sometimes to save a city you have to destroy it. And that's what Saunders is doing. Everyone back off, gather in the center of town in front of the church. Commander, they are retreating. At Naomi's words, who was in charge of the Pershing K, he smiled bitterly. The rest of the units move, we have to corner them now. The remaining forces were heading in that direction as 4 M40 GMC self-propelled guns were seen firing, dropping artillery on the town. Issei managed to gather everyone and was relieved that the rain of fire had stopped, but then he watched as the American tanks approached and were going to finish them off very soon. The chestnut looked at the church that was big enough for all the tanks he had. And under fire from the T-28 cannons he immediately ordered. Everyone enter the church now. Immediately one by one they entered while the Super Pershing continued firing along with the Is-3 and the King Tiger defending themselves. Suddenly a shell hit one of the tanks, which was the Stug-3, on the sides, putting it out of action. Issei immediately ordered Tuya and Hyodo to immediately enter the church, leaving the Super Pershing alone, which positioned itself behind the Stug-3 and pushed it towards the entrance of the church, still firing and eliminating 3 other Hellcat and 2 Pershings. Saunders' tanks fired, but K ordered the attack to stop. It was clear that he already had them cornered. Issei immediately got out of the tank ordering Tuya to stay at the door with his Is-3 as a barrier. I went down to check on Basara and fortunately he wasn't hurt. Nobody knew how they immediately went from being the ones who dominated the field to being trapped. But the worst was yet to come. Avengers Commander, I want to talk to you and negotiate. He heard K's voice over all the communicators. Now everything makes sense. They intercepted the communications to know the positions of the other teams and attack in a lightning attack. I expected this from Kuramoriman, but not from Saunders. He now looked out of a window that he was actually surrounded. Issei, go do your thing, we'll take care of the tank, Rito told him while taking out mechanical tools along with the other operators of the other teams. They got to work. Okay, the rest of you stand guard and Ikki have this. The sub-commander took the paper that the brown-haired man gave him. At my signal executed. And what is the signal, Commander? You will know. He climbed out of the Is-3 and walked over it to see which front of the tank surrounding them was K in front of the Fury and had a serious look on his face. Can I help you with something? Tsuji gave me 5 hours to make you surrender and that was 4 hours ago, can you help me? Hey San, I know you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, believing you have no way out, but you don't have to do this. And you have a clouded judgment. I knew that from the moment you declared war on the representatives, caring little that 2 of your comrades almost died. He's selling your friend's schools to corrupt guys and I'm going to stop him. Hyodo-san. He turned to see second-in-command Naomi who was in the hatch of a Pershing. If you don't surrender now, they will all die here. Hyodo-san, please listen to us. He turned to see that the third-in-command, Alice, was on a Hellcat. We know what you know, we know what you have done, we know everything, but a horde of them are coming here and will finish you off, please you must surrender. Issei had been left silent by what he heard, but he still didn't want to back down. Something Kane noticed. Ladies, I'm out of patience, Hainweva. At the shout a Pershings moved pointing its cannon towards the roof of the church, threatening to shoot it down with everyone inside. Issei was alarmed by that. The girl with short white hair and emerald green eyes emerged from the Pershing's hatch. Hyodo-sama, I'm sorry about this, but I'm not going to allow Ani-sama to die there, so you better obey the commander. Issei didn't understand who that girl was talking about but… Shizuku. He looked from behind as Ikki looked at the girl in amazement. The thing was clear, they are both brothers. What are you doing here? Did he send you to Saunders? I joined them to return my Ani-sama home. I won't come back, Shizuku, I can't yet. You don't understand. You have to go back. Wait, we're getting off topic. At K's words everyone returned to the point. Don't expect this, Issei commented. And you go crazy, Hyodo. Issei, you turned my friends against me, I offered you the Fury and you rejected it, you risked the lives of your friends all for this goal that the powerful do not want you to achieve. I try to prevent you from doing something stupid. You did it by using Fury. She already had a look of utter desperation for dealing with someone as stubborn as Issei. Just as Alice said, they already knew Issei's previous life as the savior of the world, the one who killed a beast of biblical proportions and now no longer has power. She doesn't want her friends to hate her, nor does she want him to die because of those horrible monsters that are approaching. But still. You know he's not going to back down. He is so stubborn that tears of frustration are coming out of his eyes. Okay, that's enough, you and them will surrender right now, it's either with us or die in the hands of horrible monsters who don't even know what mercy is, please, I beg you. Those last words were said in a whisper as a plea since she does not want his death. There was a brief silence in the place. Everyone watching was waiting for the chestnut's answer. Some wanted him to give up. Others wanted it not to happen. But the answer came when he said, I'm sorry but I won't give up, I haven't done it before and I'm not going to do it now. Behind his back he put his hands in the form of signs. And inside the church something began to be heard. Music. And the Is-3's engine began to roar and suddenly the tank launched itself on the barrier of American tanks with an Issei that was in its path. But the chestnut tree made an acrobatic jump over the Soviet tank. And then the tank turned, causing the snow coming off its tracks to cover the sights and periscopes of Saunders' tanks. And then in a row all the Avengers tanks came out with the King Tiger in front and having an obstacle destroyer on the lower chassis. Which worked as it got the T-29s out of the way and allowed them to pass. Issei already climbed into his tank and threw smoke grenades to block Saunders' view, although several projectiles were fired and he was at risk of being hit by one. Curse after them, don't let them escape. Saunders immediately went after them, firing his shells. The 5 girls feared the worst, and thanks to the magical transmission by the Bale clan, they could hear everything that was happening. They were all afraid, especially Sayori, who had to use the graphene projectiles to hurt those from Team Dragon. The Sushido. Calm down girls, I know you're scared, but they got out of worse situations. This is my fault, if I had gone deeper into Saunders, maybe they would have information about the M40 GMC and would have a countermeasure, maybe Naruyuki would not be in danger. Yukari, none of this is your fault, this was out of our hands, we did what we could, now we just have to wait for them to come out okay. At Maiho's words they watched the meeting hoping that everything would go well. Like the other commanders who expected a good result. One in which they see Issei emerge victorious and unharmed. In Kuramoriman, Maiho herself now knows that Issei would never give up even if everything is against him, and she already wants to have her encounter with him, not only so that he will marry her sister, but so that she can also have something with him. On the battlefield Rias and the others had already finished off all the demons that were trying to go kill Issei. It was discovered that they were hired by the Demon Council who wanted to eliminate Issei for various reasons. One of those reasons was that it ruined the business they had with the political representatives of Japan. Well, we're done with everyone now, said Sona, a little tired. But you no longer detected any presence of them. Good job Kaneko-chan, after this we will all go see Issei, I promise. The girls were smiling with excitement, knowing that they will see him again after a long time. They love him and want to see him to show him that they love him and support him in everything, even in his dream. When the barrier was removed, something hidden in the snow moved and came out at full speed. It was so fast that not even Kiba could see it well. But Yu-1 escapes. The situation became critical. If that demon reaches Issei, everything will have been in vain. After him. The Gremlin nobility accompanied by Citri and Irina along with Ravel, Kuroka and Lefei went straight to hunt that demon. They tried to get to him but he was too fast. Curse. The tank battle was about to end as the Avengers tanks made a leading formation and then at full speed turned their tanks around to face the ones pursuing them. The Super Pershing was the only one that continued forward and curiously the Avengers let the Fury pass. Already about 900 meters away from there, our tanks turned around trying to hit each other. Issei looked out the hatch giving instructions which his companions obeyed immediately and synchronously. Pei could barely keep up with the pace of the Super Pershing, although the Fury had more speed, the chestnut could predict what she would do. After several shots and on the other battlefield where there were casualties, both tanks only had one shell left. It was an armor-piercing vehicle, both of them charged, and Kei prepared to go straight ahead and then turn to hit it on its sides or rear. But. Right now reverse. The orange-haired man reversed the tank. Shell in the chamber, Ichika shouted while loading. You tell me when, Issei. We have to hurry, our companions won't last long. At Shido and Naruyuki's words he looked serious. They continued like this for several very tense seconds. Kei's artillery was trying to stabilize in order to hit him. But when I had already told Kei. Fire. Right now. He stopped. No, stop. It was too late. The Fury fired and the projectile missed him by just about 10 centimeters. Shido fire. Shoot. The tank fired in slow motion and no one could do anything. The projectile managed to hit the side of the tank. Damaging it. Boom. Making a white flag appear on the Fury's turret. Giving them the victory. The Avengers win. After the announcement, the captains who survived the encounter, Hyodo and Tuya, went to see their commander along with the others who had their tanks disabled. We did it. They were celebrating and the Saunders girls were sad because that means they would now lose their school. Pei got off the Fury feeling like crying for having lost. Everything you worked for and everything you worked hard to protect will now be passed into the hands of a corrupt and disgusting man. But then in front of her was Issei who smiled at her. Don't worry Kei-san, your school is safe since a friend took care of it. He took out his smartphone and showed her a video call from a girl he didn't know. Hello, my name is Levi Tan, I am your new benefactor since I bought your school and don't worry, as long as I have ownership of the school, no one is going to hurt you, I give you my word as a magical girl in Mao. Now after hearing that Kei no longer had tears of sadness. Now they were of happiness. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Don't thank me Kei-chan, give them to Issei Tan, because without him this wouldn't be possible. See you later, I'll introduce you to your new director when you get back with your friends. Once the communication was cut off, everyone celebrated knowing that they would not lose their school. Kei, without thinking or what her friends would say, threw herself at the brown-haired boy to hug him. This surprised him, but he let her hug him anyway. After all, he wanted to help. This was going to end with a happy ending, but. Sekuruyute, prepare for death. A monstrous being with grey skin resembling a gargoyle approached at full speed with a dragon-slaying sword heading towards them. Issei saw that the sword was pointing at Kay and immediately did what he had to do. Everything happened so fast that in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Kay receiving the stab with his own body. But the sword buried in his chest. Everything was a total shock. The commanders were stunned. The same goes for Orais. At the Hyodo mansion, both parents and especially the mother could not believe what they were seeing. In Kuramoriman this was totally unexpected. The entire supernatural world was in shock. A street demon was going to take out his sword to finish him off, but… bang. The shotgun blast was heard and the stray was driven away. Open fire, shoot him down, Shido ordered. Each Avenger boy had a personalized weapon and with those weapons they shot at the street people to fill them with lead. It was a total shooting scene in which each boy emptied his weapons and was filled with bullets. The Saunders girls, out of fear and on the orders of their sub-commanders, covered themselves and covered their ears because of the merciless gunfire. When the stray stopped, he was still alive, but he was dying, and Shido, with a Makarov pistol, gave him the coup de grace, killing him definitively. Kay had the chestnut in her arms who was now having trouble breathing. The demons Gremory and Citri arrived and immediately Rias ordered. Asia, quick. The nun Alphil used her rings to heal him, although thanks to the sword she could not do it properly. Rias, we have to take him to the underworld. I already asked for a healing room to be prepared. Rias had no doubt that it was the best and they had to do it quickly. He looked at the other Avengers boys. I'll let you guys know, I promise. And so all the demons left taking Issei away. The boys prayed that he would get out of this. But a determined Saunders commander was still on her knees in the snow, still staring at her hands, which had the blood of the boy who had just saved her life on them. Who just protected her even though he knew it was risky. What was once a happy moment was now one filled with sadness and anguish for both sides. It's Avengers Day and again nobody celebrates. Battle for Issei. In the underworld things were serious. The best demons in the field of medicine tried everything they could to remove the sword from the chestnut's body, but it was impossible. If the sword was removed it would tear the heart, killing him immediately. In Avenger things were not going well as the three divisions were between sad and distressed, knowing that Issei might not return. In Ori Maiho was crying all night fearing the worst. In Kuramoriman almost the same with Meiho who tried to talk to her sister and give her support even though she was worried. But the commanders, they feared that the boy they fell in love with would not return, especially Darjeeling, who tried everything she could not to burst into tears. But the one who was most in total sadness was Kay who was still looking at her hands which were previously stained with blood. He wished he could have avoided all that or at least that the chestnut had not jumped to be his meat shield. Now all because of his incompetence, a boy who is worth a lot to the world is between life and death. Now Issei was in a bed still with a sword in his heart being maintained by machines and supervised by doctors. Now everything was total sadness. They all cried in the waiting room and boys like Kiba, Gaspar and Saji felt helpless. They wanted to do something. But it seemed that nothing could be done. A week passed and the Avengers had to train. Kay welcomed her new director who is the Queen of Seraphol. Natalie Enterprise. It should be noted that Kay was a little happy that the new director was able to fix things at Saunders, but she still couldn't smile about what happened. He still had Issei on his mind. But… Kay-chan, I talked to Seraphol-sama and she told me that if you wanted to come to the underworld to visit Issei Hyodo you can come. For Kay that was all she needed to hear. To be able to smile. Although it was not what I expected since something happened. The next day she was ready with a bouquet of flowers and her sub-commanders, but she met with two of her friends. Darjeeling and Katyusha along with their sub-commanders who also came with their directors Illustrious and Rasia. It was difficult for them to talk because of the awkwardness of the situation. But they still went together thanks to their directors. When they arrived they saw that Anchovy was there with his director Gabriel and his sub-commanders. They were all in what appears to be a private hospital in the underworld. They entered and saw the members of Team Dragon along with their captains and several people they didn't know. Among them was Rias, who had dark circles under her eyes from crying and not sleeping so much. Darjeeling, Katyusha and Anchovy immediately went to hug her to give her their support. But Kay felt everyone's gaze. Feeling those gazes, he couldn't help but think that they were blaming him for Issei's situation. Which doesn't deny it if he was responsible for a boy as good as him ending up like this. But suddenly someone was in front of her. Laughs. He expected her to say cold, hurtful words to him, but… I appreciate you coming, I really appreciate it. The blonde said nothing, instead she trembled with helplessness. In the end he hugged Rias to which she reciprocated by letting him vent his tears. 2 hours passed and everyone was talking. The commanders met the girls who are Issei's harem which is surprising. They learned more things and knew more about him. Until from the door someone appeared. Eyes, I have news for you. Everyone paid attention to Azazel's words. They are not good at all because the sword is impossible to remove without tearing the heart. I fear that it will not survive. Those words were a bucket of cold water for those closest to Issei. Everyone began to fear. Azazel, there has to be a way, please, you can't let him die like this, Rias begged him. He denied. In fact, I already felt that there was no one who could help them. The atmosphere now became gloomy. Night came and everyone had stayed in the hospital where they were offered rooms. The captains who had partners had their moments alone, which helped them a lot since the partners comforted them. Those of Issei's harem had stayed in a huge room where everyone, despite the sadness, talked to get to know the commanders. It must be said that even with a difficult moment, there was a laugh or two from everyone as they told anecdotes about the chestnut which were funny. But among all of them, the only one who did not speak was Kay, who was away from everyone. She looked out a window at the night sky. Wishing I could do something. The guilt ate her alive completely. But then. Are you okay? She looked again and it was Rias again. To which she didn't dare to look her in the eyes. What's wrong? You've been quiet since you arrived. I'm sorry. Do you have any problems? I don't know if I deserve to be treated kindly after it was my fault that Issei Hyodo was in this situation. Kay wished that what was happening was just a nightmare in which she wants to wake up. But he felt a hand on his shoulder. Rias Hira. He did it because he wanted to save you. It wasn't your fault or anyone else's that this happened. If he were awake he would tell you the same thing I did. How can you be so kind to me? I practically hurt your fiancé using the fury. I pressured him to give up on his dream. All this was because he would probably forgive you anyway. She was surprised by that. He has never hated someone who fights for what he wants most. You can keep saying those things, but Issei is the one who will ultimately tell you what you need to hear, and I know it because he will get through this. What if you're wrong? What if he doesn't make it? I won't lose hope. He will come back, I assure you. Then she gave him a hug to soothe his guilt. Kay didn't know if this was real or if this could be a dream, but she's still grateful that Rias helped her. And I wish that Issei Hyodo would not die. Already a few hours into the night an alarm was heard. The girls had woken up because of such noise and they immediately went to see what was happening. They looked through the door to see what the boys were who had their weapons and went straight to the room where the brown-haired boy was in a coma. After that, everyone changed with what they could and went to see. Upon arrival. Don't move. On the ground, don't move. Get away from him. They were pointing at someone who was looking at the chestnut bed. They tried to calm them down, but it didn't work since their priority was the safety of their commander. Silence. Hyodo along with the rest of Team Dragon and Ikki arrived having their weapons. Who are you and what are you doing in the commander's room? That person did not answer Ikki's questions. Answer, speak now. Instead of answering, the person created something from his right hand, something that the supernatural recognized. A spear of light. The boys were ready to open fire. So that's how you want it, huh? Well, open fire. Stop. Someone's voice stopped everyone. A young man gave way to Azazel, who looked seriously at that person. Put down your weapons, this person will not hurt anyone while I am here. What does that assure us? Ichika asked with his shotgun still pointed at the intruder. Because I know this person, why don't you introduce yourself, Azrael? Wait. Are you talking about Azrael? The angel of death? Naruyuki asked after reading the Bible and its angels. The person sighed a little and then turned around and looked at those who were looking at her. She was a young-looking girl with blonde hair, 2 large black wings with golden edges and black horns on her head. She is Azrael. I'm sorry to cause a fuss, but it was really impossible for me to get in without attracting attention. I was already wondering when he would send you for our hero. The dark angel just sighed deeply, being somewhat annoyed. It's not like I'm going to want this, I'm just doing my job. Don't tell me, Azazel said sarcastically. Well, try being the angel of death. See if you can stand having to take souls that didn't deserve to die. There are times when I hate my job, you know. Well, I understand that since he is no longer here, you had to work for Hades, and from what I see, he wants Issei's soul. Well, partly, since it's not the only one. What do you mean? Asked Rias. Hela, Anubis, Osiris and Indra want to have the soul of Seker-Yuete in their possession, more Hela than others. That had greatly surprised the leader of the fallen angels. They are the gods of the underworld, what do they want with him? As I understand it, they want to give him eternal rest after everything he has done for the world. They became benevolent with him and do not want him to continue fighting a lost battle. What do you mean by lost battle? Hyodo asked. Hyodo Issei does not want to give up, he is clinging to life, and that is why the god sent me to take him, since he does not want to leave. The boys raised their weapons again, and now those of Issei's harem showed their powers. Everyone was ready to fight the angel of death in order to prevent her from taking Issei. And what makes you think we're going to allow that? Tauta threatened with his Masan. We will fill you with lead if necessary. Takashi also threatened with an STV-48. You better give up. Shinku warned him with a Thompson. Asara had an MG-42. In short, everyone pointed their weapons at the Angel of Death. Calm down everyone, put down your weapons, I told you she won't do anything while I'm here. At Azazel's order they lowered their weapons again. Although they did not want to. You can't stop me from doing my job, Azazel, unless you know how to save this boy's life. It will be better for everyone if you let me take him. The atmosphere was tense and very volatile. The boys did not want to lose their friend and commander. The girls did not want to lose their beloved. It really seemed like no one was giving in. But then Azazel spoke. Luckily for everyone, I know how to save Azrael's life. She gave the leader of the Fallen a serious look, wondering what he had in mind. Tell Hades that if Issei doesn't recover within 3 days, he can take his soul. That was a risky and very dangerous deal. So much so that everyone looked at the leader, but he was still smiling. How to be confident that you will win. Hades won't like this, but Azazel will still accept this challenge. I know, and rest assured that we will win this. You have 3 days. And in a whirlwind of black feathers she disappeared from everyone's sight. Nobody said anything as the situation was really serious. Everyone go back to rest, and tomorrow I will start with my plan, and rest assured that we will win this. Nobody liked this, but they had no other choice. All this was for Issei. In a castle in the underworld. The guy was looking out the window on the dark moonlit night with a very creepy smile for an ordinary person. Suddenly someone enters who seems to be a woman. My lord, I have news for you. Is it about the death of the Sekiryuite? It's even better, the Sekiryuite is in a coma, which would be the opportunity to get revenge. I think luck is on my side after all, but we're still not going to risk it. I want you to gather all the elements we have and also recruit more strays, the most unhinged and cruel ones you can get. My lord, this will take me some time to accomplish. How long? 3 days at most. You have 3 days leave. The woman walked away smiling with malice and cruelty, while the guy kept smiling and was now even more chilling. That guy was Rizivim's right-hand man. Euclid. Before they left the Sekiryuite, the one who raised his head. 2 days have passed since it was said that Azazel had a plan which will be ready. Everyone was on alert for Issei's safety, which showed no signs of improving. But one night. The door of the room had opened and 3 people had entered. One was Rias, while the other 2 were those who for Issei were the most important. His parents. Seeing him connected to a machine that keeps him alive, they felt pain in their hearts. I'm going to leave you 2 alone was what the Retid said before leaving. Letting parents see their child. They came closer, and upon seeing him more closely they could see that despite looking weak he was still fighting for his life. His son was someone who did not give up. The woman took her right hand while with the other hand she touched her brown hair. Issei, you don't know how much it hurts me to see you like this. I tried to keep you away from my past, and in the end I couldn't do it. All your effort has taken you to the top in your life, and you don't know how proud I am of you. Every time you call me, the desire to tell you how much I love you is so great that my heart always hurts when I don't answer. Fear and pride always win over me, they have always been my worst enemies. The tears in the woman's eyes began to slide down her cheeks like rivers. I always wanted the best for you, I always wanted you to never go through what I went through, but it seemed like it was inevitable. The affection in the touch of his fingers to his son's hair increased. Now I don't just want to see you alive and happy, but I want to tell you how proud I am of you. You will achieve greater things than I could not. The hand that touched his son's had a slight squeeze. I don't cry because I won't see you again, since it won't be your time yet. I know that you will win this victory, and I know it because I choose to believe in you. She felt a hand on her shoulder, which was her husband's hand. He also looked at his son lying in bed. Son, I know there are dark clouds in your life, and I know that throughout your journey both inside and outside of Sensha-Do there will be times when you want to give up, but even so, surrender is not an option in the life of someone with stubbornness like mine and your mother. I know you will get up, and you will bury us when the time comes to go. Both parents were smiling, and it was because they had all their faith that their son would win this battle. We love you, son, and we hope you come home where we will welcome you with open arms. With those words the woman leaned down to kiss her son's forehead in a sign that no matter what happens he should not give up. It's not your time yet, I know we'll see you at home. With that, despite not wanting to leave, they had to do so. Asumi took one last look at her son, who she wished was awake now, so she could tell him how much she loves him. And how proud she was of him. But that they left, letting Rias enter the room and look at her beloved Issei. Who upon seeing his face could not help but be surprised by what his eyes saw. A few tears came out of the brown-haired boy's eyes along with a smile. Full of joy. Even in the state you are still someone with a good heart, someone who loves their loved ones. I just took his hand, wiped his tears and spent the night with him. A beautiful and quiet night. It dawned. And today would be the day. Everyone was gathered in the room with Azazel in front to talk. Well, Azazel, are you going to tell us what your plan is? Look, do you remember what Issei used in Mjolnir to be able to fully recover after Fenrir bit him? Everyone who was in that battle nodded. At that time they were afraid of not seeing him again. You see, I had a theory that the copy of Mjolnir completely accepted Issei to the point that not even Thor himself could lift it, and my theory was confirmed thanks to Odin telling me that the copy wants Issei as its bearer. At that time, Odin was thinking of giving it to him as a thank you, but he had a better idea, which is why he asked the dwarves to reforge and improve the hammer, making it not only more powerful but also more versatile. Will that weapon be enough to help Issei? Darjeeling asked. It will be, now it's just a matter of waiting as I send Rosweeser to Asgard for the new hammer. How long will he be here? Ichika asked. It will be here in an hour. He couldn't finish his sentence as he felt a tremor. Everyone looked out the windows to see what magical attacks they were trying to give to a barrier that protected the city. They were cannons that the boys and commanders knew. Black 88. They kept shooting and shooting. They are attacking us. Aji arrived, alerting his mistress. We have to call them out, said Kiba. Impossible, they will take at least an hour to come with reinforcements, they are attacking the capital, I must go help, said Azazel, disappearing in a magic circle. We don't have an hour, Ravel screamed, now scared of what could happen. Does Itri-san have a weapons room? Ikki asked, which motivated the boys to fight. Second floor, there are also magic swords, and the ammunition is light, which will help you against demons. Come on guys, this territory won't defend itself, Basara said, motivating them more. Raise the defenses, evacuate the Sitri territory, and give them some weapons, Sona said to the commanders who did not know if they had to use them or not. The minutes passed and things had gotten worse. The few fallen angels and demons that were there formed up for a battle, which were around 3,000. As the boys arrived in jeeps with 50 caliber Browning M2s, which had special light bullets for demons. But not only that. Shido decided to use the power of the spirits to fight, which now has Saldafin and Camel. Ichika is using his Byakushi. Rito, thanks to an invention of Lala, showed up at the field with a mecha almost 3 meters high, with both firearms and melee weapons. Naruyuki, not having weapons or something, couldn't fight. That was until Azazel gave him an artificial sacred gear, which is a bow that shoots arrows of light. The other boys, despite their weapons, had swords and spears in the case of Shinku and Hyodo, which are special thanks to Azazel. Finally, 2 people appeared outside the barrier. Which Rias and his group knew. I'll go see them. I'm going with you, Rias, Sona told her. I'll go too, Ikki told him. The 3 of them walked towards the barrier to be face to face with those they were going to face. When they were already in front. I haven't seen him for a while, Euclid and Utuka Kabiel. Gemrieris, it's a horror to see her again, and where is the Sekirute? Oh, I remember, he's in a very vulnerable bed. I would kindly advise you not to speak like that about my commander, Ikki told him seriously. And who do you think you are to talk to me like that, you dirty human? He said and then spit at the barrier. As if the presence of the sub-commander disgusted him even more. Someone who can say is not crazy about battles and was not locked in the casino. The fallen one growled, now having plans to torture that human. Look, Grimory, since I am merciful, I will give you this opportunity to prevent blood from being spilled on this earth. Give me the head of the Sekirute, and no one will die today. What do you think? I don't think so, Rizavam Hitch. Apart from that, without your boyfriend you are nothing, Rias told her with fury. Making the demon frown. Now you are in Sitri territory, and soon all the forces of the 3 factions will arrive. The only thing you will have is blood and dust. It was Sona who threatened, and the truth is she had her reasons for doing so. They threatened his family's territories. They wanted to hurt their nobility and friends. And the worst thing. They wanted to kill the boy she had fallen in love with. That's right, at this point you can't deny it anymore. She fell in love with Issei and wants to see him live so she can be with him. That's why she wants to fight. Because Issei unknowingly motivates her to launch into war. The Lucifuge just laughed when he saw that some brats were on his way to fulfill his revenge. Then he looked darkly at the young people. Well, if that's what you want, fine, we have plenty of blood. He raised his hand and just 300 meters away circles were forming, which were for transportation. The young men returned with their forces, informing them of everything. Did you surrender, senpai? Shinku asked his vice commander, somewhat confused. I wouldn't say it like that. From the circles several monsters who were street demons and renegades had come out. They were horrible and varied, ranging from spider legs to lizard bodies. And some more looked like gargoyles and vampires with wings. Everyone began to leave the circles until they fell into the forest that was there. Preparing for the attack. Hurrah, shouted Basara. Hurrah, all the boys shouted. Something that confused the demons and fallen angels. Hooray. Hurrah, they shouted again. But this time some demons were motivated by that scream. Hooray. Hurrah! Now several more joined in that cry. Hooray! Hurrah! Everyone shouted, ready for battle. The demon lowered his hand and at his signal several hordes of strays came out of the forest straight to the barrier. There were tens of thousands. Thirsty for blood. Something that everyone could see. "It can't be," said Zenobia, squeezing the handle of her sword. "We made him angry," said Kaneko, squeezing her gloves. The strays reached the barrier trying to get through it, but they couldn't do it. They put their hands and feet in it, even their bodies, but they were burned and even cut up, not to mention dismembered. One thing everyone noticed was that they didn't seem to have any self-preservation instinct. "They are sacrificing themselves," is something Irina said when she saw that they cared little about their own lives. The demon smiled with pleasure at seeing the confusion and fear in them. Afterward, some street people managed to pass the barrier even though their bodies were burned, they didn't care. They just went to attack the defense line. "Prepare defenses," Sona ordered, and everyone raised magic shields and attacks. While the boys were preparing the heavy machine guns ready to fire. When those street vendors were already 100 meters away. Fire. They all fired magic attacks and 50 caliber light bullets in which they killed the strays without any mercy. Then Ichika flew up and with his sword, he managed to kill 2 or 3 before anyone tried to catch him. "Have you seen how ugly those things are? Get back in formation, Ichika, or you'll burn your wings." That's what Shido said, and then in the air he used camel and burned a few more who passed the barrier. The situation seemed under control. But then they could see that the demons were surrounding the barrier trying to get through another side. "Listen, I don't want to alarm anyone, but if those things surround the perimeter from behind, there will be nothing between them," Issei said, somewhat alarmed. "We have to keep them in front of us," said Rias seriously. "And how do we do that?" Tsubaki asked. "Opening the barrier." That's what Sona said when she knew there was no way to maintain the defense without the risk of flanking. So she had to be sacrificed. He put a finger in his ear to communicate. "Momo, on my signal, open southwest sector 28. I request confirmation. Kaichu, did you say open the barrier?" "On my mark," he confirmed, leaving no room for doubt. "We owe a lot to Hyodo for saving us that day," said Saji, looking at the battlefield, activating his sacred gear. "And I think it's time to settle our debt with him." Tsubaki held her Naginata very tightly. "And it is because of him that we are here, because thanks to him, we would not be what we are now." Kiba tightened the grip of his swords, ready to fight. The DXD and Avengers captains were preparing for what is coming. "Prepare weapons." With that order, the men of the factions left the magic shields and prepared swords and spears to fight. The Arasitri took a few steps forward and with great determination, gave the battle cry. This battle was for Issei. The XD forever. And with that, everyone charged into battle. The fallen took flight to fight the flying strays, and the rest were on the ground. After a few meters. Now Sona gave the order. And the barrier opened with a gap of 6 meters, which the street people took advantage of to enter the place. Everyone was running, about to face each other. But Rias and Sona, having more power, went ahead preparing their best attacks and launched themselves, killing several. Sona used her water like a scythe, cutting and killing anyone. Rias struck and killed with a single blow, thanks to the power of destruction infused in her hands. Then the others joined in and several collided, starting the battle. Iki, Tuia, Tauda and Basara with swords. Shinku and Naoto with spear and halberd. And Takashi with an axe. Blood began to spill onto the field, and the sounds of fighting grew louder. "Ross, how much longer do you have?" Rias communicated with his tower. "I'm on my way," Rias said, the ex-Valkyrie, along with Kuroka, who had to fly several minutes to arrive because the magic circles were blocked. All thanks to the demonic council of elders. "We don't have much time." She fought again, killing another one that approached her 8. While in the room, the commanders were watching the whole battle from a window from afar. They didn't deny it, they wouldn't have been able to fight or do anything. Now the only thing they could do was protect Issei from any surprise attacks. Meanwhile, Kay, who had an M1 Garand, looked at her friends who were looking at the window. Girls. They stopped looking to turn to look at their commander friend. "I know it's not a good time to talk or tell you this, but You're right, Kay, it's not a good time to talk when there's a battle going on," Darjeeling told him seriously, holding a Lee Enfield rifle. "I know, but You used fury to psychologically damage Issei-san, and not only that, but you threatened him and his friends." The American schoolgirl remained silent upon hearing what Anchovy said. "That had a Carcano. Hey, and the worst thing is that even though you didn't do it on purpose, that incompetent we fell in love with is between life and death," Katyusha finished. Having 2 Makarov pistols in their holsters. The 3 of them looked at Issei, who was still in bed. "Girls, I understand, you hate me, I know I deserve everything you say to me, but We haven't finished talking yet, Kay, so keep quiet." She fell silent at what Darjeeling said. Before the match you had against Avengers I spoke to him, he told me that you might do something you might regret, but still he was determined to forgive you. That had surprised her. It was one thing to hear it from the brown-haired man's fiancé and another to hear it from her friends. I don't know if I deserve your forgiveness and I don't know if I can forgive myself. Your time will come for you to forgive yourself, but for our part you are forgiven. The blonde, upon hearing that, could only start crying. Crying to know that she hasn't lost her friends. She felt happy to not only feel forgiven, but also to feel that her friends were hugging her. The commanders were united. Thanks girls, I appreciate this. You have nothing to be thankful for and save those tears that this incompetent must return. And so you join us in this harem. The American was now shocked by Katyusha and Anchovy's words. What? Harem? The commanders were smiling. Don't think we don't know your feelings for Issei, you just have to talk to Rias, although I don't think you'll have a problem with that. Hei blushed at Darjeeling's words. It was obvious. He accidentally got into something strange but unique. Without knowing that. Oh, how cute is this? The four were surprised to hear a mocking voice. They looked to see that it was someone they didn't expect to see. Who are you? They pointed their guns at the uninvited. She just smiled maliciously. I am from the Stolas family. Call me Multi and I have come for two things, my sword and the head of the security. Please, I have to go to the underworld. It was Miho who with her friends tried to convince Serair to take them to the underworld. Since I wanted to see Issei. I'm sorry but there is a critical situation in the underworld and for now, no matter how much I want to go, I won't be able to. So there is no way to go? It was Miho who asked. She had stayed with her sister to support her. I'm afraid not, and the truth is there's nothing to be done. But. Miho. It was Shiho who spoke seriously to her daughter. As much as it hurt him to see her so sad, he had to stay strong. But one thing he can do is hug her. Something he achieved when he felt how she responded to the hug. Honestly, I would never have done something like that, but it's thanks to the people who told me that it shouldn't always be like that with the most precious thing I have. His daughters. Miho will always be her most rebellious, but at the same time tender daughter. And she knows she's done a terrible job as a mother, yet she knows Issei will be able to protect her. She smiled as it is thanks to Kasumi's influence and Issei's courage that have motivated her to stop being a director and be more of the mother she should have been. Now they just have to wait. In the chestnut room. Wow. Darjeeling fell to the ground with a great pain in his stomach. She looked at her friends who were in pain. I must admit that you are so stubborn, I recognize that, but now I have a dragon to kill. The Englishwoman stood up, placing herself between the Hitch and Issei, taking her rifle. You won't touch Issei, you damn Hitch. Darjeeling lunged forward trying to cut and stab that woman with the bayonet of the rifle, but she easily dodged him. Fufu, is this all you can do? No, but thanks for asking. Katyusha hit her on the knees with the butt of her pistols, and then Anchovy hit her in the ribs. The girl stepped back and then Kay shot her twice with the M1 Garand, hitting her in the shoulder and grazing her leg. What did you think of that? I'm sick of you. She using magic power burned the commanders and made them hit the walls. Now they were in pain. I'll kill them later, for now I have to take care of someone, he said that while he healed his wounds with a first aid spell. Stop, why do you want to kill him? Was Darjeeling's question while she was in pain. Why? Well, I met him a while ago at a young demon meeting, I saw his power and I wanted to have it. I tried to convince that Hitch Gremory to give me the security, but she didn't give it to me. Then I tried to seduce him and ruin the relationship he had with his group, but he didn't fall for it. Then when I tried to kiss him and cause those Hitches to stop loving him, he simply rejected me. Me, nobody rejects multi-stole as nobody. She walked to Issei's bed. He humiliated me that day, and all because he said he loved Rias and her girls, making me look like a damn self-interested Hitch. Well, that's what you are, a spoiled little brat who doesn't take no for an answer, Katyusha yelled angrily, with a twisted ankle. You are just one of the worst people I have ever met, Anchovy also shouted at him, unable to move. And now out of spite you want to kill him, you're nothing but a piece of damn trash. Kay tried to get up despite the pain. Say what you want, but in the end I get what I want, and now what I want is to be feared for killing the hero of the factions. I will be so feared that no one will oppose my wishes. Your crazy fear doesn't work, Darjeeling shouted at her. The Hitch grabbed the handle of the sword and the Englishwoman along with the American desperately tried to move. Fear always works. Ooh. And without being able to do anything, the Hitch removed the sword. In front of the commanders. And also Kuroka and Ross, who, in shock, dropped the case that had what was going to save her beloved. The chestnut tree's vital signs were indicating that it was dying. Just when Hitch was going to cut off his head. Damn it. The newcomers attacked her, taking her out of the place. Darjeeling approached the chestnut tree and became terrified. Issei, resist, please don't go. In the hallway, Issei's two girls tried to stop Multi, but that hitch was as powerful as Rias. "He's dying," the desperate Englishwoman cried. "She needs the weapon, we can't give it to her quickly, you have to give her the weapon," Ross shouted while she was busy holding a barrier against the lethal magic power of that demon. Kay saw the gun that came out of the case thanks to the fall. It was an axe. At that time she couldn't do anything and Issei took the blow instead. He saved his life. And now it was her turn to save him. So without hesitation she approached the axe and when she touched it she felt a shock that was hurting her. Still he didn't let go of the handle. Even if it burned his hands. She dragged the axe towards Issei and halfway there he was starting to go numb from such electricity. "I wasn't going to make it." But then two pairs of hands grabbed the handle. It was Katyusha and Anchovy who, even with pain in their bodies, helped her. The three of them smiled at each other. And with more force they dragged the heavy axe. They screamed in pain but still didn't let go. And when they were just a few centimeters away they gave him the axe in the right hand. When they touched her, they released her, hoping it would work. They waited. They waited. But then. Nothing. The tears were not long in coming. They had failed. But. The axe began to flash rays, and those rays went straight to Issei who those rays now danced on the brown-haired body. They didn't know what was happening. And suddenly a light blinded the room. On the battlefield things were getting worse. The street urchins began to overwhelm the defenders with their numbers, which were many. Too many. Hyodo with his robotic suit killed several people with blows and laser attacks. Naruyuki fired arrows of light left and right, killing several with accurate shots, but then one knocked him to the ground and he took out a knife to stab him in the neck. Rias along with Sona and Total Skill killed more covering their backs. Ichika fought in the air cutting several. And Hyodo using the origami angel that is Metatron, fired his lasers into the gap, killing those he could. But then a spear of light hit him in the shoulder and knocked him to the ground. It was Kakabiel who, on Euclid's orders, went into combat. Kakashi and Basara were fighting shoulder to shoulder but were being hurt. Shinku, Tauda, Tui and Naoto couldn't do much. And Ikki was on the ground with a wound on his leg still not giving up. Hyodo then tried to attack more demons, they threw themselves at him and sent him to the ground, tearing the suit's helmet with their claws. "There are too many," he shouted. Then Sona also began to fall from exhaustion. Tiba too. Zenobia. Irina. Ravel. Hineko. Tsubaki. Ikeno. Serving. Everyone fell. And Rias with a wound in his side fell to the ground moaning in pain. For her everything happened in slow motion. Looking at the battlefield where the ground was dyed red. And Astray approached slowly with a chilling smile that did not promise anything good. She closed her eyes. "Remembering why I fought. Why he was trying to stand up. And it was for someone. Issei, forgive me." And just when that stray was about to lay a hand on him. A fearsome roar was heard. And then a blue pillar of light filled with electric shocks fell on the stray killing him. And without seeing it coming, an object came out of the pillar and spinning like a boomerang full of blue rays, killed several strays. And helped the defenders. When the light cleared, 3 people could be seen. 2 of them were Kuroka and Ross. But the third person was someone everyone considered a hero and a born leader. Someone who, with just his arrival, not only gave hope to the defenders. But it suddenly raised their morale. And that was it. Issei. "That's right, Rias, I'm here." "That's right," Issei came back. And raising his right hand the flying object landed on his hand showing itself as an axe surrounded by electricity and plasma. Along with the booster gear on his left hand and his body having battle attire that makes him look like a Norse god. Everyone was not only happy but euphoric. The hero has returned. The girl smiled with tears. The boy smiled with relief. His own team looked at the chestnut like it's about time, bastard. And right. The haha, now they'll see who's who, shouted with joy. The Kabiel and now Multi, who appeared next to the fallen angel, were furious to see such a miracle. As for Issei, he clenched the handle of the axe as he looked at the army of strays and their leaders. He rode and shouted. "Bring me Euclid." He launched himself at them head-on, followed by Kuroka and Ross, while the strays launched themselves at him. Suddenly he leaped up and gathered power into the axe with a shout full of courage. Brag. And he hit the ground causing lightning to kill those within his reach. Then he looked at those 2. Ready to fight. And ready to finish this. Once and for all. Battle for Issei final. In the human world, Miho watched the entire battle along with her sister, her mother and her friends, as well as the rest of both teams. Everyone was watching the battle, which is a bloody one full of blood and struggle to survive. But the girls from Team Toadfish could see that those boys they were beginning to love were fighting there. Sayori watched as Shido burned his enemies to ashes. Hana watched as Ichika cut several strays in half. Yukari saw how deadly Naruyuki was with that bow and knife. Mako was impressed by how Hyodo crushed strays in that suit. But what really shocked everyone present was Issei's arrival on the battlefield. It seemed as if a warrior god descended from Asgard to help. Miho couldn't help but support that boy. That boy who has moved her heart. Come on Issei-san, you can do it. Shido-kun finished them. Ichika-san, be careful. Dodge, don't let anyone get close to you, Naruyuki. Crush them right. It must be said that Shiho could now see that although the battle was not over yet, it had taken a turn for the better. And hope it can improve. Miho really wanted to not only be in that battle, but to help Issei there. I couldn't deny it anymore. Every action the brown-haired boy did throughout all the Sensha-Do he had truly captivated her. Is something wrong, Miho? Asked the director of Kuromorman. Nothing, mother, it's just that I would like to be there to help. That caught the attention of both primary and secondary groups. And I really wanted to be there to be able to help. I'm glad you want that. That voice put everyone on alert and they saw that someone had appeared. Who are you, if I may ask? I was sent by Seraful Sama to ask for help. My name is Adela Bismarck. The battle continued, and thanks to Issei's presence the forces of the factions began to gain ground. Regarding the aforementioned. Shido, report the situation, he asked while cutting off the head of a stray. The underworld is being attacked, it seems to be a coup d'etat by the council, the objective is to eliminate you, Issei. At this point we'll get tired if we don't stop this, these guys won't stop coming, Ichika said while evading stray attacks with a maneuver. Ichika is right, it seems that these strays have no end and are motivated to kill us, Naruyuki said, while loading an arrow that pierced the body of 3 strays. The plan was to resist until the reinforcements arrived, but we will not resist like this. Does anyone have a plan B? We could use one right now, especially when we have these lunatics on top of us, shouted Hyodo, while he crushed the heads of several strays with his foot and cut them with his sword. The chestnut looked at the gap in the barrier, and there he could see it. Euclid. I have a plan, and it is to cut off the snake's head. Issei, what are you talking about? Shido, I need you to keep fighting, I'll go finish this. You're not thinking what I think we're thinking, are you? Hyodo shouted at him. It's time to finish this, guys. Issei. At the cry of the 4, the chestnut in a moment went straight towards Euclid, who was waiting for him just 30 meters from the gap. Damn stubborn. Iki kept fighting. He really wanted to get out of this alive and see his beloved Stella again. But he couldn't see that a spear of light was approaching. He was able to dodge the spear and looked at who it was. The Kabiel. Who smiled sinisterly. Afterwards, without knowing how the sub-commander was being taken by the neck by the fallen. It's time to pay me back for that insult you did to me, you will die at my hands. Iki was running out of air. I couldn't escape. The Kabiel thought he was going to kill him but. Hey Crow. He turned to see the edge of a sword approaching his neck. It was Tauda. But he dodged it without problems, although he didn't see coming that a kick reached his stomach. It was Shinku who took Tauda's attack as a distraction to save Iki. And it worked because the fallen warlord released it. Iki, who was helped by Tuia, regained his breath and saw that the rest of the captains stood in front to face the fallen one. Eyes. We came to help you, senpai, said Tauda. He's mine, Basara said, flexing his shoulders. What do you mean, yours? It's mine, Takashi replied, cracking his neck. Are they always like this? You get used to it, Tuia replied to Hyodo. Wow, how interesting. Do you really think that simple humans like you can defeat me? The captains looked at each other and then nodded. From their pockets they took out an emerald green pearl. Which broke in his chest at the height of the heart and out of nowhere, just like the Sensha-Do against Saunders. Each and every one of the captains had flashes of green energy in their bodies. Something that Kabiel did not really expect. It's a gift from our commander, Basara said. And now we will use it to win against you. And with Takashi's words, everyone raised their weapons and rushed to fight the fallen one. Rias was fighting. With a lot of power of destruction he managed to kill several more strays. But then someone attacked her from behind, seriously injuring her. She turned to see who it was. Hello, Gremory. Someone who was your headache. Malty. The same one who long ago wanted to steal what she loves most. Issei. They both looked at each other and suddenly they launched demonic power at each other, colliding with each other. They were both powerful, but unfortunately Malty was in excellent condition. Rias was not. So much so that he won the match and made her fall to the ground. Fufu, look at the great and powerful Rias, Gremory, pathetic cowardly thing. He threw a magic sphere at him, making him suffer. She screamed in pain. You were the best heiress for a long time, Gremory, but that's over. He puts his foot on the wound on her side, making her scream more in pain. And don't worry, I'll gladly take care of your dragon. With every word she put her weight on the wound. Rias was weak and couldn't do anything. Very soon he will die and you will join him. Do you know why? Because he is alone just like you. She is not alone. The hitch turned around to see who was talking to her. It was Sona, who had water snakes surrounding her. But it wasn't just her. The Keno appeared from the air with electric shocks just like Ravel with her wings of fire. Irene along with Zenobia were present. Kaneko, Lefei and Ross too. Beige attended to Ria's wounds. They all looked at the one who had long wanted to hurt Issei and break the family they are. And now this was a reckoning. The hitch smiled with pride, knowing that now she would have her revenge not only against Rias, but against all those who refused to be part of her group. And so the battle between them began. Issei made his way through several strays with lightning and cuts until he managed to spot his target. Euclid. Who was sitting on a throne smiling macabrely. Then the demon stood up and still smiling watched as Issei continued to kill and kill. When both were only 30 meters away, Issei tightened the handle of his axe, ready to fight. You have recovered Sekiryuite, it is a shame that the power you have now will not be enough to stop this massacre. If I finish you off, this will end. I made the mistake of letting you live, but now I will do what I should have done a long time ago, he said while blue rays surrounded him. That's right, you should have aimed for the head is what the demon said, showing a sword wound near his heart on the left side of his chest. To then do something that Issei did not expect. The one on his back took out some blue wings. He has Albion. Partner, you must stop him. Surprised. I killed the previous carrier who was just a baby by extracting the sacred gear, and now I'm going to use it to avenge Rizavam Sama. Issei now not only has to defeat Euclid, but also recover Albion. Mom, Dad, friends, girls give me strength. Remember, partner, you only have 1 hour before your body succumbs to the power of Stormbreaker. If you go over that hour, you will be charred. Only if I die, Drag. Yeah, that's what charring means. He launched into the attack, while Euclid stopped the axe with a sword, causing the clash of weapons to create a notable shock wave. Starting a battle. The commanders were being healed. After Issei managed to recover, he asked for them to be treated, which the doctors immediately obeyed. But now they took up their weapons and headed into battle. Stop, where do you think you're going? It was Momo Hanakai who stopped the commanders. We will go help, replied Darjeeling. Hyodo-san asked me to take care of them, I can't allow them to go into battle. We can't just stay here and do nothing, Katyusha told him. They already did something, they managed to save Hyodo-san. We can still do more, those 88 are causing destruction in the countryside, said Anchovy. Please, you have to let us out, Kay begged him. Momo didn't know what decision to make, either let them go or stop them. But I was sure of one thing, I could see in them a look that I had only seen in one person. And Issei. So he sighed. I just hope they don't kill me for this. I'll open the southern sector 17 so they can surround the field and finish off the cannons, but please be careful. We will have it, we will take the jeeps to get there, Darjeeling told him, thanking the Bishop Sitri. Let's go, our comrades are up to their necks in shit, move, Katyusha shouted, then climbed into the jeep and drove off with Anchovy at the machine gun. Darjeeling took over the drive with Kay on the machine gun, and so the 4 girls left, leaving a white-haired girl somewhat worried about letting them go. The Kabiel was like a child in a candy store. Those boys brought out a power similar to the Sekiryuite, which makes them fast and strong. They were fighting him with their skills with weapons, and that made him euphoric. The captains, on the other hand, had problems to deal with as time was running out. That power they use is only temporary. Already at a moment of catching their breath, they saw that the fallen man began to laugh maniacally. Ahahahaha, it's fun to fight with you guys, but you know you can't beat me. Look at me, in terms of power I'm like you call Superman, so why don't you just accept your fate and die at my hands? But he didn't notice how Takashi kicked him in the back, hurting him a little, but he also grabbed the young man by the neck. You will be the first to die. He was going to kill him, but dodged a shot from an M1 Garen from Hyodo, and then released Takashi to then hit Basara in the face, but not before receiving a kick in the face from the criminal. Something that Ikki had actually noticed. So seeing that Kakabiel was somewhat confused, he spoke. Guys, I know how we can win. He can defend himself, but he can't do it when he attacks. One must receive while the other attacks. We will have to coordinate so that we can achieve this. I know, Tuya, but it's the only plan we have left before the Pearl's effect runs out. Okay, Takashi, I receive and you hit. You too, Basara, I receive and you hit. Everyone do the same now. And at Ikki's order they launched themselves, and Kakabiel, upon regaining his senses, saw how they came towards him. What fools. Hyodo lunged and received a kick to the stomach, but the fallen received a hook to the liver from Shinku. He then managed to land a punch on Basara's face, but received an elbow to the cheek from Takashi. He kept hitting, but at the same time he was receiving damage, and that same damage was affecting him. After all, being locked up in the Kitsudo has caused his magical and physical power to decrease. Already somewhat stunned. Something that all the captains noticed and looked at each other to now attack with everything. Doing Hyodo was Ikki's order. The fallen one launched himself to strike but was stunned by a double kick from Hyodo and Tuya. Takashi Basara. Then a double hook by Takashi and Basara. Out to Shinku. Then Tauda jumped on him, putting his knees on his chest while Shinku gave a lasso behind his legs, giving him a powerful combo. The KBL couldn't do anything. They gave their all, having Ikki as their leader. Tuya did a sweep that hit his knees, causing him to fall to the ground, but then Takashi also swept him by kicking him in the head. Basara with his strength managed to lift him and threw him, but Tauda used Hyodo as a step to jump and hit the fallen man in the face with his knee. Shinku, seeing that he got up, kicked him in the stomach and Hyodo jumped on a rock to give him a guillotine on the back of his neck. But this was not the end. Only one final combo was missing. The KBL was already staggering and couldn't even see or concentrate. I actually didn't know what was coming. Do you think you're Superman? Well then, was Takashi's question, preparing himself. He turned around and then kicked him in the chest and Basara grabbed him from behind. And Tauda along with Shinku take him by the neck. Here comes the kryptonite. A suplex along with a double claw were enough to crash the fallen man's back onto a rock, leaving it in rubble. The result of that last attack was that KBL's spine was completely broken, with several vertebrae. They had already won. The fallen, screaming and writhing in pain, got on his knees looking at the captains who were in front of him. Hurt but still willing to fight. How I was defeated by weak and pathetic humans, I, a 10-winged cadre. We may be weak in the eyes of the supernatural, but you forget that we have something that you lack: pure will. These were the words of Ikki, who had an M1911 pistol pointed at his forehead. And what are you waiting for, you dirty human? Kill me, save me the shame of being defeated by pathetic beings. Maybe we are pathetic in front of you, but we are the pathetic ones who left you like this, and those you will never forget in your miserable life. And at Tauda's words, Basara kicked him in the face, knocking him unconscious. It was official that they had won. Then it was heard that a large portal had opened in the sky and from it several mid-level dark dragons came out. This had gotten worse. The Grimoire were having trouble. Malti was gaining ground at every moment because just when she was going to be defeated, she ingested a snake. It was the power of office that remained. Now they couldn't stop her no matter how hard they tried. Did you think you could beat me? You should have agreed to join me when you had the chance, but you chose the path of pain. She increased her power and the shockwave hurt the others. Sona and Rias got up and with their magic, they launched an attack hitting her, but Malti was very powerful. Every punch and kick was blocked and deflected. Is that all they can do? The fire magic, he hit them in the stomach, wounding them and throwing them far away. What's wrong with you? Are you tired? Did you realize that you won't beat me? They became enraged at such mockery. Well, since you don't have the strength to stand up, I think I'll end this. At a slow pace he approached directly towards Rias, whom he had a grudge against. She just looked at Malti and then looked in amazement. You are so desperate that you can't even move. I'm going to see how the blood in your body turns out the same color as your hair. I don't believe it. Rias took Sona and ran away from there, leaving Malti confused. Until he heard a whistle and turned around to see something big, explosive and pointy in front of his eyes. It was a projectile. Boom. Where had it come from? Well, he went back until he saw the projectile coming out of a 88mm cannon that was 1,800 meters away. Cannon that was taken by the commanders who had managed to eliminate the demons by killing them with light bullets. Darjeeling was sitting pointing. Anchovy and Kane moved the cannon following the Englishwoman's instructions. And Katyusha loaded the shell into the chamber. They were just waiting for the moment to have the hitch in their sights. And seeing him approaching Rias, Darjeeling at a slow pace with the glow of a flare, he alerted his friend. And he shot. Back to the present. The smoke from the explosion cleared and from there it was seen. Ah. Malti on the ground holding her left arm, or what's left of it. And the left side of his face was burned. It's our chance. Rias lunged and managed to land a punch on the burned side. Then Sona with a water whip managed to hit him on the other cheek. The Keno and Ravel surrounded her in a tornado of fire and lightning, making her suffer more. Ross, Kuroka and Lefei contained her in a magic barrier. And now finishing. Zenobia, end this. The blue-haired girl used her night speed and prepared X-Durandal to deliver the final blow as the sword's edge destroyed the ground. This is for Issei, damn Hitch. And in an instant he managed to cut the heartless Hitch in half. A storm of fire and lightning calmed down, revealing a multi-split in two at the waist. It was obvious that they had already won. Rias approached the one who was once her companion and colleague among the demonic heirs. You didn't give me any alternative, Malti, you created your own ending. She, still in pain, looked at Rias with anger. Do you think you won? Do you think you achieved something? No matter what you do, you will never be able to protect him. You will never be able to protect him from pain. Euclid Sama will have his head. He is not alone and he never will be, he has us and his friends to help him, that is what makes us strong and what you never saw love and friendship. Before the eyes of not only Rias but also the girls there was an intensity that demonstrated the courage and will of each one of them. What they are capable of for the love of their lives. She laughed out of pure mockery at the Redeed's words and the looks of the others. You are terribly naive. Naive is an understatement. That was what the Grimoire said as she prepared a sphere of destruction to finish it off. But I don't expect Malty. And what do you think about this? He created a magic circle in which he activated a portal spell. In which 6 portals opened over the battlefield and from them several evil dragons came out along with giant black scorpions, joining the battle on the side of the strays. Let's see how they get out of this. And with those last words she was reduced to nothing by Rias who now had another problem to deal with. And they no longer had strength. In the gap. Issei fought harder but couldn't win. Euclid had become stronger than he expected. He stepped back still in pain from Euclid's blows. I must say that now you fight to try to defeat me, but it is still not enough, you know what? I used to have a purpose, and it was to serve Risivam Sama's objectives. I was happy with my purpose, since that was what my life was about, but now that he died because of you and that idiot Vali, I became a so to speak a free demon. Congratulations on your freedom, said the brown-haired boy standing up with his axe. Thank you, although I must tell you that freedom is only an illusion, since the truth that one refuses to believe is that there is no reason for space nor purpose of denial, because as we know without purposes we would not exist. Added confused Issei. What do you mean, Euclid? I asked him seriously. Purpose was what created us, he approached the brown-haired boy. Purpose is what connects us, what drives us, what guides us, it is purpose that defines us. What unites us. Energy was created from his palm to eliminate Issei with an attack. I'm here because of you, Security, and I'm here to take away from you what you took from me. He pointed and smiling in a macabre way he launched the attack. Your purpose. Issei was weak, he wouldn't be able to avoid that attack, but it wasn't going to be necessary. Since a robotic suit stood in front of him and used a shield to stop the attack. It was Rito and he didn't come alone. Ichika and Shido prepared their weapons. And Naruyuki took out a bottle with green liquid from his pocket to give it to Issei to drink. They were phoenix tears. Eyes, what are you doing here? What else are we going to do here? Help you, idiot, is what Ichika said. It's my fight, guys, you have to leave or I will kill you. Nel Pastel, we will not leave you alone, was what Rito said, ready to fight. Leave is an order, retreat now, he shouted desperately for them. Withdrawal. If we just arrived, retreat at all. That had surprised the brown-haired boy, and then Naruyuki spoke to him. No matter what you say, Issei, we are not going to abandon you, so accept the fact that we will fight by your side. He helped him up, who grabbed his bow and the chestnut his axe. The demon looked mockingly at those young people who stood in front of him. I didn't think the Security's friends were going to be suicidal, but it doesn't matter, I'll kill them anyway. And what makes you think you can do it? Rito asked mockingly. It's simple, how can they beat me if they can't protect their friends? As he finished those words, several portals appeared from which emerged low-ranking evil dragons and giant black scorpions that were intended to kill the defenders. Shit was their cry when they saw that the situation had worsened. Now how do you plan to stop this? You should just give up and accept your cruel fate. Even though their friends were there, they started to fight against Euclid. Ready to do anything to win. The evil dragons and scorpions began to attack the defenders, and now Euclid's forces were gaining strength, which the captains along with the Grimoire group did everything they could, but they no longer had the strength. Rias, we have to go back, we can't win. Sona, we can't leave, if we leave they will win this Torero and take the city. There has to be a way to win, Ikki shouted desperately. Rias looked at everything now, begging for a miracle of hope. But I knew I had to fight. And now that everything depended on Issei, she had to maintain her position on the field. If we fall here we won't leave alone. I'm glad you say that, Rias, because we won't leave you alone. The voice was heard over her communicator. The voice that the Redeed recognized. Vittori. Are we late for the party? From a portal on the defender's side a lilac-colored ship emerged. And from it came several girls with normal Is who positioned themselves in attack, being led by Hauki and the other girls with personalized Is. After the tip of the ship were Katori along with Toka and the other spirits who had their astral dresses ready to fight. And even if you don't believe it, Kurumi was with them, smiling in a macabre way, ready to kill. There were advanced ships which were Lala along with her sisters and the Rito girls who were ready. On the ship were Mafayu along with the other girls from Naruyuki who controlled the weapons, interceptor ships and defenses ready to fight. And on the ground several portals appeared, and from them several tanks of all types from all schools, including Kuramoriman and Orai. Something that surprised the commanders, and even more when they saw their companions ready for battle. And Maiho, who with her Panzer IV just said. I say. And with those words the tanks advanced. The spirits and representatives launched themselves alongside the interceptor ships. Now things evened out with them joining the battle. Killing evil dragons, giant scorpions and stray demons. Taking wounded to the city with aid transports and defending. Come on, we can't stay behind, cheer up, Basara, now more motivated to keep fighting. Come on, we have to let them know who we are, Rena shouted, more motivated, flying straight to the battle. The war was not over, but that still did not discourage them. Rias flew straight towards the ship where Katori was. Katori. Rias, is there a way to stop these waves? That's my question, even though we have a lot of power, we are outnumbered. It was Lola in her ship that kept shooting. Isn't there a way to close the portals? Ogata asked, controlling the interceptors. Yes, I have the right one, but to do that we have to get close to the checkpoint, and the bad thing is that it is guarded by a very powerful being. And what are we waiting for? Let's go get him. Aoki, we'll need a lot of power to defeat him. I'll bring Akeno and Zenobia, we need to cover Lefei so he can cancel the portals. Tokiyoshino Kurumi, I need them. Momonana, cover me. Rin, Charlotte, Laura, I need your help. The four groups were passing through a sky full of battle and fire. Upon reaching the point they could see that a tornado of orange infernal flames was forming on the ground. And out of it came a demon-like creature more than 10 meters tall with horns and flaming wings. Rias, what is that thing, asked Haoki, somewhat scared. The Balrog. The creature looked more intimidating as its body created more flames and infernal heat, managing to scare some of those present. Then the great demon created a sword of fire and tried to cut Zenobia, but he couldn't because she, along with Toka and Haoki, managed to stop the cut with their swords. Rias along with Akeno, Katori and Charlotte were shooting from a distance, along with Laura who fired a railgun, along with the Deviluk ships and Ogata's interceptors, who couldn't believe seeing such a demon. One thing was certain, and that was that they will fight to win. But the five heroes. They fought with everything against Euclid. They attacked in turns or finding openings to finish him off, but that demon was strong. Ichika stood up and spread his wings, as did Rito, who stood next to his partner. Okay, Issei Dame. Issei with 20 increases plus the power of the Stormbreaker, launched a powerful ray that increased the energy reserves of both mechas. The which they launched themselves with their swords. Shido using Sandalphon prepared an energy attack to which he launched it, but Euclid saw it coming and knocked out Rito, and then used Ichika as a shield, and he received the damage. The demon flew towards the gunner and both fought, but he won due to the experience he had in battles. So much so that with a kick he managed to knock him out and he crashed to the ground, becoming unconscious. Naruyuki fired arrow after arrow of light, but Euclid absorbed the energy of these with his wings, which at a higher speed, gave him a slap and threw him away. Issei took out Ascalon from the booster gears, and with his two weapons plus his rays he fought against the albino, who with each blow became weaker as the demon stole his energy. After so much exchange, Euclid managed to make Issei release Ascalon and Stormbreaker to take him from the sky and crash him to the ground. He gave him several blows to the face that he resisted. Issei called out his axe, but Euclid saw him coming. He took the axe to absorb its power, and with it he tried to bury the blade in his chest. The chestnut tree struggled more and was weakening. It seemed like a critical moment. But the sacred dragon-slaying sword that was stuck in the ground was suddenly taken by someone. And just when the edge of the axe was going to hurt Issei, a cut of golden energy hurt Euclid in the back, stopping his act. He looked at who was just like Issei. And it was Naruyuki, who had the sword in his right hand. The commander smiled, remembering that day where he told his friends how only a born sacred sword bearer could bring out its full power, and how apparently his four friends tried to pull the sword out of the ground, but no one was worthy of it. But he had suspected when he saw how that sword had moved a little when the boy with glasses took it that day. The only thing I could say now, even with pain and a smile full of pride, was, I knew it. Until he received a kick from Euclid that sent him to sleep a little, and he took his double-edged sword and approached the boy with glasses, who at great speed, having the tip of the sword cutting the ground, stabbed the albino in the chest, who was in a lot of pain. Then both exchanged blows with their swords, but Naruyuki became faster to the point that he managed to damage Euclid more, and he could not do much. The blade of the sword had dragon-killing energy, and with a spin it threw Euclid away, and then jumped and spinning horizontally launched an energy cut that finished Euclid off on the ground, causing him to suffer more. Damn lizard ordered you to help me. I'm not going to help you at all, you bucking scum. Then Naruyuki was going to kill him by stabbing him in the chest with the sword, but he moved and hit him, pushing him away from the sword. I'm fed up with this. With magic he shot the boy with glasses, hurting him a lot until with a kick he left him weak. It seemed that the five of them could not continue. They approached where Issei was to finally kill him, but was surprised to see him trying to stand up. And then his friends did it too. For the devil, everything they did made no sense. Why, you damn brats? Why? Why do you do it? Why do you get up? Why do you keep fighting? Do you think you're fighting for something more than your own lives? Shido, leaning on Saldalfin, tried to stand up. Do you want to tell me what it is? Do you even know? Is it for freedom or peace, maybe for truth, or could it be love? Ichika, with his Byakashiki half functioning, was trying to stand up. They are illusions, impertinent brats, whims of perception, simple creations of inferior minds that try to justify an existence that has no meaning or purpose, just like me, and everything is so false and also so useless in itself, although only the inferior, like humans, can create a feeling that can be destroyed with total ease in this world, where only power and hatred prevail. Rito, with a fuse that had several breakdowns and was giving off sparks, tried to get up. You should know by now, you idiots should have realized it by now, you won't win, it's useless to fight a lost battle. Naruyuki, with Ascalon and his bow, despite the wounds he has, tried to get up. Why? Because you damn brats, why do you want to keep going? Why do you refuse to give up? Why do you refuse to die? Issei managed to stand up and spoke. Because we. And the next words he said along with his friends who also said them were. We decided it. The devil, upon hearing these words, became completely enraged against the young people. He launched himself to kill Issei, but he stopped the blow of the sword with Stormbreaker. The battle was about to end. The great demon fought in the air, dealing with the deadly attacks of Toka and Zenobia, who used their swords. But then his body began to freeze, something that was impossible. And it was Yoshino. The great demon fell to the ground, and Rias took advantage to give an order. The Kendo throws your holy beam at Toka's sword. The half-fallen obeyed and launched the lightning, to which Toka had Saldalfin charged with sacred energy. With it he launched himself to stab the fire demon's chest in a quick movement, thus killing him. The demon's body fell to the ground. And Lefei managed to close the portals. It was just a matter of time to get the victory. But the sky was beginning to cloud over, and the clouds carried powerful blue lightning bolts. And those lightning bolts all went to a point far away from there. All the girls knew what was going on. They were his beloved ones. Ah, the demon screamed in pain as he felt Ascalon's stomach pierced from behind by Naruyuki. Then Rito took him from behind, Shido had him by the left arm and Ichika by the right. Issei, do it already. Issei was hesitant to do so, as the next attack could kill his friends, but he was running out of time. There was only one way. He raised his axe and the sky became cloudy, thunder could be heard, and lightning could be seen. Those lightning bolts went straight to the metal of the axe, and Issei, charged with powerful electricity, spoke. It's your end, Scold. He ran with the axe, destroying the ground with his power, leaving a path in the. Well, the demon no longer had any strength and could no longer fight to free himself. I couldn't believe that he was defeated. The only thing he said was. It's not fair. Ah. And Issei, with a war cry and raising the axe charged with power, he lowered it to give the final blow, leaving a great electrical explosion that illuminated the place. In the distance everyone saw that explosion that reached the sky, and a powerful roar was present. When the explosion ended, the loved ones of Team Dragon immediately went to see. Where there were 6 people, there were now 5. The 6th person was dead, with the body burned and the head separated from the neck. It was official. Total victory. On the ground the 5 young men were unconscious after fighting so much and struggling so much to win. Now they had no choice but to rest. They all arrived, including the captains and commanders. Each one cried to see the boys they loved not only escape death but win. That day in the underworld will be remembered as the day the last battle was fought against the Chaos Brigade, and when several heroes left their mark not only in the underworld but in the supernatural. That day would be remembered as the Battle of the Dragon. The Morlix Fissure. 2 days passed since the attack on the Citri territories, where blood and dust were spilled on their fields, along with the victory of the defenders. The street people were mostly executed, and Kakabiel, who was subdued by the captains, was returned to Cocytus. The Stolas clan apologized and made retribution for the actions of their former heiress in joining the brigade. The wounded were treated, and the fallen were honored by having their funeral at the stake. Burning like the heroes of Greece. In the hospital bed someone woke up. Boy Issei. He slowly opened his eyes, listening to a voice he knew well. It was his friend Saji. On your left. He turned to see him smiling, and he wasn't alone. Tiba and Gasper were also with him. Eyes. And don't forget about us. He saw that there were 4 other beds in which his team was. Issei only laughed like the others. A sign that they had not only won, but that they had managed to get out alive. Nothing could get worse now. By the way, guys, they are waiting for you. The 5 of them were pale at Kiba's words. Since they really didn't know if they were going to survive the strong lecture that was going to be given to each of them by their loved ones. What they did know was that one way or another they had to face it. There's no way guys are going to have to face this problem, Saji told them, feeling sorry for them. Guys, I know this will be difficult, but we will do it. Are there any possibilities? Rito asked Naruyuki. There are. I'll settle for that, said Ichika. Me too, Shido too. Okay, because we like being alive, don't we? Issei said to his boys, to which they nodded. Once they were ready, the door opened and let in an hour of girls who were not at all happy, and how do I know? You could tell from their auras that they were ready to kill them for such a stupid thing they did. Issei groaned in pain. I changed my mind, I want to die. At that, even with the gaze of all their girls, they laughed. Hey, my toe hurts, I don't understand how it hurts if I'm sedated. Haha. My head hurts, Rito, I don't know if it's because of the battle that I'm going to receive. The others laughed at Ichika's words. They kept laughing and the girls, even though they were angry with them, couldn't help but smile at their lack of seriousness, but in the end they loved them. Children, we deal with children. It's been a while since a celebration was held in the capital of the underworld, and 6 days ago the traitorous counselors were executed. Medals were awarded not only to the defending forces, but also to the commanders of the participating schools. To the captains. To those of DXD. And finally. And now let the heroes who risk their lives to achieve not only victory, but to stop a threat to both the underworld and the supernatural world, come forward, Team Dragon. They appeared in 5 circles where they had their powers and weapons activated. They received a medal that in terms of the underworld would be like the Medal of Honor, and when Issei received it placed on his neck by Surziches, everyone applauded in honor of their hero who achieved the impossible. But he spoke to the public. This day we celebrate not just one person, but everyone. They all fought not only with valor, but with courage and determination. To all those who helped us defend the underworld in my life, I am eternally grateful. Everyone had applauded, both demons and angels, and Fallen cheered the captains along with his pilots, tankers, spirits and more. And then some P-51 Mustang planes flew over with red-colored smoke coming out from under them, and then they did aerial stunts. That day was marked in the memory of the supernatural, where it was demonstrated that one could live in peace. Issei spoke with the leaders, in which they not only thanked him, but expressed their wishes that the Dragon team, along with the captains of the other teams, be reincarnated as demons, so that the supernatural would be like their second home, to which he argued that it would be their decision if they wanted to be reincarnated or not. The girls from Team Toadfish met their boys' loved ones, and it must be said that they were beginning to get along well. Sayori was very happy to meet Shido's girls, chatting animatedly with Toka and Miku, while holding Yoshino on her lap, who was being pampered by the radio operator. While the others were serious since they were not sure about accepting Sayori in the group in Marcatori. Hana was talking calmly with Charlotte, Cecilia and Laura, who were beginning to get along with her, but Haki and Rin were somewhat reluctant and distrustful, while Chifayu smiled, seeing that her brother chose a good girl who is not crazy. Hikari had no problem with Naruyuki's loved ones, as her cheerful personality helped her a lot, except for Kurisu, who looked seriously at the new girl, as if he was measuring her academic grade level. She is a teacher dedicated to her duty. Meiko, let's say, felt somewhat overwhelmed by Lala's imperiousness and Momo and Run's suggestive attitudes, although she managed to make friends with Yami, Maya, Nana and Haruna, and some sermons from Yui about sleeping when socializing. Maiho met Issei's loved ones, and with the help of Meiho, who knew Rias, she was able to socialize with them, trying to get along, which worked with several of them. While at a bar, Team Dragon was watching their loved ones chat and become friends. Watching the captains with their beloved. Watching teams with their loved ones from other schools. It was obvious that the great battle they fought was worth the effort. And now it was time to celebrate. Hyodo-san, can we talk? It was Kei who asked to speak to the brown-haired boy. So he agreed. They were both in a garden where the flowers showed their beautiful colors and more butterflies fluttered around them. Tell me what you want to talk about, Kei-san. I would like to apologize to you. Because of me you ended up in a coma and were almost killed. If you had not obeyed Sai, none of this would have happened. She bowed her head in apology, knowing that her actions caused all the problems the Avengers went through. Issei, on the other hand, was not one of those who felt hatred. You don't have to apologize, Kei-san, it was my decision to stand between you and the sword. And it was my duty to protect my friends. Added surprised Commander Saunders. Friends? Do you consider me your friend? Of course, just like everyone else, you are great and have my highest esteem. She didn't understand. I couldn't understand the boy in front of me. You fought against powerful beings, you defeated a being that could end the world, you have powers that anyone would kill to have, and now you have a new weapon that makes you almost a god. I have heard that power corrupts, but you remain humble. How is it possible that you are? The good man. Yeah. The chestnut sat on a bench and invited her to sit down, which she did without hesitation. He lowered his gaze. Years ago when I was 6, my mother and I would go visit my grandfather in Okinawa. He was a soldier who served in the United States Navy fighting in the Korean War in the 50s. He would tell me his stories and how he lost friends in that war against the North Koreans, seeing how they used their weapons to kill for an obsolete ideal, having power and hurting their own people. But my grandfather told me that when I decide what I want to be I should not change. If I do the right thing I get stronger. If I do the right thing I fall apart. He made me promise before he died that no matter what happens, if I grow up and have a weapon in my hands, or in this case a power, I should not become a perfect soldier, if not a good man. She was not only surprised, but she was moved by the brown-haired boy's words. But he also saw that tears were beginning to well up in the corners of the commander's eyes. Tears that were quickly wiped away. "I'm sorry, I still remember my moments with him. You must think I'm pathetic for getting sentimental." Without warning, she grabbed him by the head and made him lean on her lap. "Hey San. You must be tired, and I'm not talking about the physical but emotional rest, Hyodo-kun." He was going to protest. "You better listen to him, partner, you still haven't recovered from the wear and tear with the Stormbreaker. Besides, your females will kill you another time." "Maybe you're right, but then you apologize for saying that to my friends. They aren't. And the one who is now giving you a service isn't. I swear that later I will find a way to make you pay for this, you unhappy one." He could only hear the red dragon's laughter and then gave himself over to sleep, feeling more comfortable thanks to the fact that the American blonde began to play with the boy's hair. It was obvious that he enjoyed it, and even more so when he heard the chestnut purr. It's like a kitten or a huge feline, in this case maybe a lion or a tiger. All of this was observed by all of Issei's harem and the commanders, some giving money to Darjeeling, since she bet that the American would fall in love with Issei. It was obvious that she had already fallen for the brown-haired boy's charms when she saw his blush on his cheeks and a silly smile on his lips. As for Rias, she already knew. "I hope this ends, or I'll have to expand the mansion further." 6 days passed, and one afternoon at the Hyodo mansion all the girls returned from their activities with a smile. Something the matriarch noticed. "Hey girls, what's up? Okasama will see why, and that is." Boom. Now. The shot is heard before the redeed's words end. For the matriarch that sound was familiar. So immediately pushing aside the others he went outside and saw what he never expected to see. Fury. That's right, her tank was in front of her just as she left it when she was relieved of her duty as commander at Saunders years ago. His old metal friend, whom he greatly appreciates, with whom he spent great Sensha-Do and gave him the fame of the Fury of Saunders, was in front of him. She, afraid that it was just an illusion, touched the front and could feel the cold metal. That feeling that everything was real made her have tears in her eyes. "Fury, my old friend." Suddenly the roar of an engine was heard and he saw a super Pershing leaving at full speed from there, and in the commander's hatch was his son. Issei. She ran trying to stop him so she could talk to him, but he didn't even turn to look at her. "Issei." She screamed again, crying, knowing that no matter how much she screamed, he wasn't going to stop. It hurt to see him leave again and not be able to tell him how much she loves him. To tell him how proud she was of him. The girls went to comfort her, knowing that this would be resolved sooner or later, and they hoped that it would be resolved as soon as possible. "Well, with the Avengers, Commander." "Hey Issei. Are you sure you don't want to see her?" is what Rito told him while driving. The brown-haired boy didn't say anything, he just wiped a few tears from his eyes, staying calm, although inside he wanted to get out of the tank and tell that woman how much he loves her. "Believe me, I wanted Rito, but I promised myself to win the Sensha-Do and bring pride to the Hyodo family name. I must keep my word." "I hope you're not mistaken, friend. She sounded desperate to see you," Shido said, looking at his friend in a worried manner. "I hope so too, I hope so too." Throughout the journey, none of the Dragon team said anything, and when they reached the aircraft carrier, they left him alone, knowing that Rias was going to calm him down. They wanted to help him, but this was a test. Proof that Issei had to pass no matter what. The meeting was taking place on Saunders aircraft carrier, where deals were being made between Issei and Kei, which would benefit both. Baltauda looked around the school, whistling at the sight of the American tanks, along with Shinku, who prevented him from doing anything stupid. And Ikki spent some time with his sister, who dragged his brother along with a smile that did not profess healthy intentions. Petition by Orange Peak. "These tanks are great, my friend, don't you think?" "I don't know, Tauda, I'm the captain of one." "Don't be a party pooper, check out this artillery, it looks great." "I was going to touch it, but I would recommend you not to do it." They both listened and saw that they were K's sub-commanders. Naomi and Alice. "You should listen to my friend," said Naomi, blowing up a piece of gum. "I'm sorry, we were leaving," Shinku told him, trying to pull Tauda along so he wouldn't do anything stupid. "Leave? Because if we haven't had the chance to talk." Both boys did not understand. "Look, what's happening is that we want to apologize for threatening you in that Sensha-Do, and we also want to know if you have some time to talk." "Of course," Tauda said simply. As Naomi took Shinku away, Alice looked at the dark-haired boy who was watching the Pershings with a happy child's smile. Something you don't usually see in today's kids. How do you do it? The what? Smile. Is nothing bad going through your head? Nop. Nothing. Well, I wanted to die in the match against Pravda, but I came out alive. Besides, I don't want Pichan and Nana-san to kill me. You're weird, you know that. No one can be as positive as you. I know, but I do it. If I'm not, who else would be on the team? We all need each other and we can't fail the commander. It seems that you appreciate your commander very much. I appreciate him, he is like an example to follow. She couldn't help but smile at the admiration Tauda had for his commander. Implying that the young man had a noble and good soul. The two young men continued talking and the day passed on Saunders aircraft carrier. In the end they made friends there and even more. Now we focus on how the battleship division along with the infantry and aviation divisions watched the encounter between Ori and Kuramoriman. And the result was as expected. Kuramoriman won. Previously they beat St. Gloriana and now another school, giving them as the chosen ones for the final that they were going to enter since there were odd teams and they went through directly. Commander, I received a call. It's the director of Kuramoriman. Pass it to my office, the rest go train. Yes sir. Everyone dispersed and Issei went to his office where Karashi was eating his croquettes and then picked up the phone. Avengers School, this is the commander of the armored division. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to? I am the headmistress of the Kuramoriman German-style school, Shiho Nishizumi, calling to request a meeting with you. Hyodo Dono. How about tomorrow on your aircraft carrier? Sounds good to me, we'll welcome you here at Avengers. Well, I hope to see him tomorrow. And with that she hung up, leaving Issei very thoughtful. Since she was going to meet the person who forced her mother to leave the Sensha-Do. He just sighed. This will be very heavy tomorrow. The little dog jumped onto his lap and licked him, taking the brown-haired boy out of his thoughts, and he gladly received it happily. The day arrived and the expected visitors arrived by helicopter. Director Kuramoriman with her daughter and Commander Meiho and her sub-commanders Erika, who were received by the same commander accompanied by Ikki and Tauda. Issei Hyodo. And? It's a pleasure to meet you in person. The pleasure is mine. Can we talk? Go to my office, Shiho-san. Both director and commander went to the office while Meiho was escorted by Ikki to the workshops where she would meet Rias, who was waiting for her there, and Erika, along with Tauda to the armory which she was interested in. It was not easy to get a meeting with you, Hyodo Dono. You have aroused the interest of many, and many universities want to have you, even American ones. It's not so simple to have to avoid those people and focus on the Avengers' goal, which is to win. Are you coming to make deals with my school? No, just with you. Issei takes out a bottle of cognac and 2 glasses which he fills with ice made with demonic magic. He serves the drinks and offers them to her, who gladly takes them. Already seated. I don't know whether to feel flattered or threatened by being your point of interest, Shiho-san. What do you want from me? Well, the thing is this: by now you should know that I know about the natural, and why I know it is none of your business. What I want to inform you is that I asked the court for a marriage request, and they accepted. That surprised Issei. Marriage proposal? Why are you telling me all this? Simple, I want to inform you that you are engaged to my youngest daughter Meiho. You should already know her, right? He almost dropped his glass when he heard that. Why is your daughter engaged to me? The only way is that. That's right, I did it. My daughter will be fine in your hands. He dared to decide for her. What gives him the right to do such a thing? He asked angrily at the woman. She is my daughter. Thinking about her future is a mother's responsibility, and there will be no better match for her than the hero of the factions himself, and now commander of one of the most recognized schools recently, without forgetting that you have obtained the power of a god, which almost considers you one. Issei clenched his fists. Pansalello. I won't do it. Cancel it or I will speak to the court. I can ask the mass for help if necessary. They will not be able to help you since before most of the council betrayed the underworld they decreed a compromise by request, thanks to the help of the Baal in their heir. Must cancel it. And why? Because it is not moral and correct. My daughter needs someone to take care of her and also protect her, so congratulations, it's you. You don't know me well enough for you to give me your daughter's hand just like that, he says seriously. In every Sensha-Do you participated in and every battle you fought, Razor, Kakabiel, Loki, even in your battle against the Trahixa and all of them, you fought for those you love, for those who trust you, for those who put their trust in you, and look at you, you have reached the divine power of a god now. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a god. Really? In the eyes of many you are already a god, but you limit yourself a lot. What do you mean? Issei no longer liked what she was saying. I was investigating you, Issei, your present, your past, everything was pain because this society does not value you. He didn't say anything, having in his mind the memories of that day. That day when those tried to break his will to pursue a dream that society did not agree with. They hurt you, they humiliated you, and yet you continue, but you still limit yourself because your moral of not seeking revenge does not allow you to release all that hatred towards them, who humiliated you towards your lovers, who told you no towards your own mother, who simply cared little about your dreams and wanted to force you to be a soldier. He looked down at his hands. Looking at his desk. Looking at his reflection in the cognac in the glass. But then he felt his hand being touched by Shiho's hands. They forced you to be a soldier, but you didn't accept it and you did well, but if you want to achieve your dream and be so strong in Sensha-Do, you must leave those morals, that kindness, that noble heart. One day those weaknesses will lead you to death, and all because you don't focus on what is important. Winning. Winning is not the important thing. That's what your mother used to say, and look where it led her. Now you follow in her footsteps, following that foolish morality that is suffocating you. You suffer because society forces you to choose, and I will never tire of telling you that you are God and gods do not have to choose. Everything you achieve is yours. But the squeeze of that hand and looking into her eyes, those words entered her head so much so that they made the director of Kuramoriman smile. But eyes don't listen to her. Rias entered the office abruptly and removed her hands from those of her beloved dragon, who suddenly felt his head spinning. I didn't think I was capable of using a rational manipulation spell on my pawn Nishizumi, she said as she helped her beloved. Then the other girls of Kuramoriman arrived and put their hands on the weapons still in their holsters, but Ikki with a Colt and Tauda with a Makarov threatened to also take them out of their holsters. Ready. I just opened his eyes. Gremory, although I understand why you worry, because if he loses he will have to break ties with the Gremory and be a pawn of the Baal. Iridid frowned deeper, glaring daggers at the woman. I recommend that you leave now, Nishizumi, Ikki told him seriously. We will escort you to the helicopter if you don't mind, said Tauda, also serious and angry. I've already accomplished what I wanted, but one more thing. The brown-haired boy looked at the woman, who smiled at him satisfactorily. Issei, no good deed goes unpunished. Everything I told you will be in your head, and when you lose, when you marry Maiho, I will make you what you should have been from the beginning. Even better, later you will thank me. And with that he walked away smiling with the German girls. While the brown-haired boy was trying to forget the woman's words in his mind, he couldn't erase them anymore. Since a part of him, his hatred began to come out from within him, wanting to make the brown-haired boy see that what Shiho said was true. He tried to convince himself that it wasn't like that. Issei has had to deal with many things in all this time, but now he was having to deal with something that was going to affect him not only in his next encounter, but in his life. An existential crisis. Avengers vs Kuramoriman Part 1. Days passed where on the Avengers aircraft carrier things did not improve for Issei. He tried to focus on the objective, but Shiho's words managed to confuse him more. Rias and the others tried to help him, but they couldn't do anything. His existential crisis was so great that he questioned whether it was the right thing to do to continue forward with the goal of winning the Sensha-Do, since he did not know if he would achieve it, if his mother would see him with pride as he wishes. If he can bring honor to the Hyodo family name as he promised by defeating Maiho. Now all that's left for him to do is try to move forward and stick to his chosen strategy while smiling, avoiding worrying his friends any further. But they know they can't fool anyone. Meanwhile at the Hyodo mansion. You must help him. I can't, Rias. For buck's sake, your son needs you, and you decide to follow a stupid promise, she asked angrily. It was Rias and Kasumi who were arguing. I promised myself I wouldn't come back, and a Hyodo must keep a promise. Even at the expense of his son. The woman said nothing. He didn't know whether to say yes or no, and the truth is he wanted to break his promise to help his son. But I couldn't. I was afraid. Well, now I see that the only thing you care about is your damn pride, and that is what is making your son fall into this damn crisis. Keep on holding on to that. I will go to support you in your Sensha-Do. I just hope you don't regret it. It's best for everyone that I don't return to Rias-chan. The best for everyone. Or for you. And without further ado, he leaves her alone while he used a magic circle and went to help his beloved. Kasumi sat on the couch as she looked at that headline hanging on her fireplace. That headline about her terrible defeat and what forced her to retire. She looked down, feeling useless for allowing fear to win. For allowing that fear to dominate your life then and now. Issei, my little one, she said while touching a photo of her and her son when he was 4 years old. Where he was their joy and their pride before that day. Now he can only cry and hug that painting. Crying for helplessness. There was a heated discussion in Kuramoriman. I can't believe it, Oka-san. Maiho, I won't let you raise your voice at me. I don't know if I should respect you after everything you did to Issei-san. Maiho and Shiho were discussing something that never happened between them. The youngest daughter was not one of those people who got angry, but having found out about what her mother did with Issei from Rias was the straw that broke the camel's back. I forgive you for expelling her from Kuramoriman. I forgive him for being on the verge of disinheriting her. Even if he compromised her without her consent, although she found a great person in that chestnut tree. But using such a cruel tactic to ensure a victory and that the commitment is fulfilled was something he does not intend to forgive. I didn't raise you to question my decisions, Miho. I raised you to be an excellent tanker, and now you dare to complain to me knowing that you speak that way to your superior. She looked down to remember something. Something someone once told you. And he looked up to face his mother. I'm not an excellent tanker but a good person. Shiho and Meiho opened their eyes wide at those words, as they would never have expected that from her. Who put you in? Issei-sen taught me that and I am so grateful to him for that. If I am going to marry him, I will do it not by being an excellent tanker, but by being a great person and woman, and even if he has that problem, I will not leave him since I will be supporting him. Both couldn't believe it. And since I wasted my time talking to you, it's better that I go, unless you have apologized to Issei-san, it's better that you don't speak to me, she said, and then left, leaving the two Nishizuma silent, who never thought that their Miho would say such things and have the courage to say them. Issei had changed her, and only time will tell if it was for better or worse. Issei was now trying to sleep, and then when he came to his mindscape there was the red dragon waiting for him. I see your existential crisis isn't over, partner. I don't know what to do, Drag. I try to make my mind stable, but Shiho's words are still there. What if what she says is true? Does it not matter what I do? Mom will never be able to be proud of me. Am I doomed too? Partner, if you ever question your morals and your goals, she will win. You must remember why you keep going. Your friends need you, your girls need you, everyone needs you. I don't know if I can do, Drag. If not you, then who, partner? That was the last thing, and then I left him alone with his thoughts. Now he wanted to know if all his effort, everything you've worked for, would have been worth it. He just had to give his best in his last Sensha-Do. In the final. The morning has come. All the teams were gathered in the area where their tanks were going to be taken by train to where the battlefield would be. What was one of the most memorable battles of all? The liberation of Paris. The whole place was adapted as if it were a French city. On the way to that place, Ikki tried to raise everyone's spirits, but they were nervous since it was the final. The last stretch of the road. The last stop for victory. Shido and the others from Team Dragon tried to cheer up Issei, who was still pensive, questioning whether it was worth continuing to be the commander. When they arrived at what was a huge stadium, several of their fans were waiting for them with flags and t-shirts with the Avengers symbol. Others were haters who had banners with the Avengers symbol but stained in red on an X. They passed by as their tanks were unloaded from the train platforms. An hour passed. Issei along with Ikki and Tauda, who were watching Issei, gathered at the meeting place against Kuramoriman. And they arrived in a German half-track. The two trios were already together, looking at each other in front of the excited gaze of the spectators and fans, and spoke. Let's have a good meeting, Nishizumi-san, said Issei extending, trying to avoid any enmity. But instead of shaking hands, Nishizumi just looked at Issei seriously. The chestnut did not understand his gaze. You are doomed to repeat the mistakes of her past. It is better for everyone that you give up now before it is too late. What do you mean? I have my team and my friends, I can win. Can you? Can you carry so much weight? Those under your command. The threats. The sacrifice of a friend. Now Issei was frowning. The director gave me a report of your exploits, of all of them. Ikki and Tauda were now alert and were going to get Issei out of that conversation, but the judges didn't allow it. If anyone leaves the meeting, it would be disrespectful and disqualification. You don't carry the control, you sink into the impotence of not being able to meet the expectations of everyone, of the person you admire and love, and you think that by bringing a trophy home, you will get her to look at you with pride. This is the lowest sentimentality. You are like a child who prays at night begging God for a miracle. Pathetic. Meiho's words began to enter his head. Partner, reacts, don't be fooled. Drag was trying to help him. You fight and kill in the service of the powerful. Remember that despite everything he is still a lackey of the three factions, and he was a lackey of the demonic council, even though he did not want to be. You claim to be separate from those who called themselves gods. Everyone now considers him more than a hero, they now consider him a demigod, so much so that even Thor and Odin themselves claimed. But your mistakes are part of you. Remember all your mistakes and who paid for them. And they will never leave. Socio. Commander. Issei didn't listen. Memories of her came to me. From the hard and cold look of the woman who gave birth to him. From the one who taught him not to give up. That look of disappointment. And then imagine everyone. His friends. His division mates. His beloved ones. Even Rias. Everyone looked at him with disappointment and pity. And that's what he hates the most. The pity. And without being able to do anything, Nishizumi grabs him by the neck and brings him closer to look at him in a cold and cruel way. The female judges turn a blind eye, further angering the captains. Not only am I going to beat you in the Sensha-Do, but I'm going to make you experience what humiliation is, so slowly, so intimately, in all the ways you don't know, and then, when you lose and you're part of my family, I'm going to subdue you so much that the only thing you'll do is obey my will as a weapon and a toy, and when you've fulfilled your purpose, I'll throw you away like the trash you are." He walked away trembling with fear and turned his back on her. "That's what I'm offering you if you don't give up, you cowardly vermin. Daughter of." 2. The black-haired man was furious, wishing to draw his weapon for such insults to his commander. Just like Issei, who despite remaining serious inside wanted to take out his katana. Issei instead. "You're ruthless. You caused this, now face the consequences." She and her sub-commanders retreated, leaving the boys alone, who tried to help Issei under the arrogant gaze of the judges. If Issei was having doubts before, now he was unsure. "I wouldn't know if I was going to win." All the commanders. Each of them was furious. Every word of the eldest Nishizumi made the kind-hearted brown-haired girl's blood boil for such words, who not only helped them, if not, also without even having that intention, he made them fall in love in a pure and honest way. They wanted to go and make him pay for hurting him, but they couldn't. All they could do was hope for the best and pray to whatever deity the Avengers commander would manage to win. Only hope is what remains. When Issei returned, he tried to calm down. But nothing helped him. "Issei. Shido, give me my phone." "Issei, I don't think it is. Hasamelo." At that scream and many doubts, Shido gave it to him, and Issei immediately dialed the number he always dials every time he starts a meeting. It rang 3 times, but there was no answer. He tried 5 times, but there was no answer. She didn't answer. Anxiety was already overwhelming him. "Please answer." And a mocking voice was heard. "Can Hyodo Issei come out to play?" Now he got scared. Everyone became alert when they saw who it was. Shiho Nishizumi, accompanied by 2 female judges. "You still have time to give up. The commander will never surrender," Tuya shouted angrily. "He is not a coward, Basara too. You better get going before I forget you're a woman," Takashi threatened. "I just wanted to tell your commander something. Undisciplined children, if they were under my teachings, they would be as good as the German officers anyway." "Hyodo Issei, I will only tell you this: she does not answer you because she already knows the result. She knows that history will repeat itself, and you are so stubborn not to accept it." She approached the chestnut, and before the helpless gaze of her friends and captains, she placed her hand on his cheek. "I feel so sorry for you. You are so weak and good that you wouldn't dare to hurt me following your morals. You are just like her." But that hand was pushed away by a slap from the same chestnut tree. He has never wanted to hurt anyone, much less a woman. And now he did it. "Don't you dare mention my mother, you damn hitch." Now everyone was in shock. Issei had never dared to insult someone, especially with so much hatred and resentment towards a woman. The woman looked at her injured hand and just smiled, and then turned around and left with the judges. He said something that made the Avengers fear. Fufufu he already learned. "Boys, to the tanks." "Issei, you must calm down." To the tanks. They were a little scared when they heard that scream and saw the angry look on their commander's face. So they had no choice but to obey and prepare. Issei looked at his phone, which still had his mother's number on it, then destroyed it, and in a bad mood, got into his tank, which was the flag. When they were about to start and the flare was fired, he ordered them to advance. His mind was filled with bad thoughts that only fueled his anger and fear. Their insecurity. When they reached what would be the first point before entering the city, they had to reduce the large enemy numbers, which were 35 German tanks. "I have the number of tanks I got from Sayori. It says there are 10 Fanters, 5 Stug IVs, 5 Jagdfanters, 2 Ferdinands, 4 Tigers, 5 Royal Tigers, 2 Jagdtigers, and I don't know what the other 2 missing tanks are," were Shido's words. "Well, we must create an ambush in the woods which will serve to reduce their numbers. The German tanks are strong in formation, and their attacks are lightning fast, but if we manage to break their formation, we can finish them off one by one." At Issei's words, they thought how they could break a strong formation like that. "Well, I think we should." "Careful." Shinku's scream alerted the others, and a shell hit the armor of the Siberian tank. Everyone looked out and saw that the Kuromoriman tanks were firing at them from 900 meters away. Something that should have been impossible, since the time allowed for planning and preparation had not yet ended. Issei had only come to one conclusion. Issei is making the judges ignore the cheating. "Commander, what do we do?" Tuya asked, returning fire. But the worst was yet to come. Suddenly, 50 meters from them to their right, an explosion appeared, causing everyone to take cover from such a terrifying sound. Issei looked out to see a huge crater. "All units move to waypoint 6784. We are being attacked with a siege mortar." Everyone, somewhat terrified, got into their tanks and immediately left, but 4 Panthers followed them, hunting them down, to which Tauda and Shinku returned fire. "Did the bridge cross it quickly?" They reached a bridge which they managed to cross, but Tuya hit the bridge with his cannon, preventing them from crossing. But still the problem of the mortar which could finish them off. Okay, problem solved, Hyodo sighed. But then there were more shots to his left. They were the Stug IV and Jagdfinter tank destroyers hiding in the forest trying to give them. And a new one begins, Tuya spoke. All units advance and zigzag to avoid the gunfire, we must lose them in the forest, Issei ordered, trying to formulate a plan. When they lost sight of the tank destroyers entering the forest, they let out a sigh. Well, at least we're okay, Basara said, relieved. But just 60 meters away, knocking down trees, another mortar explosion was present. Define good, you idiot, Takashi yelled at him. And then another explosion, but this time closer. They are trying to finish us off in the forest, Tuya feared. This place is no longer safe, we have to get out of here before they get us, Ikki shouted to his commander. Everyone get out, we have to go to waypoint 4613 now. At Issei's command, everyone moved as fire rained down on their heads. The explosions were destroying the trees, and just when they thought that things could not get any worse. When they came out of the forest, 2 tank destroyers fired at them, starting to damage them. It was the Jagdtigers who intended to finish them off. They don't give us any respite, Ichika looked from his periscope. Commander, we need a plan now. Everyone shut up and let me think, damn it, he shouted to his captains and friends. Commander, there's no time to think, damn it, Shinku shouted at him, receiving a graze on his right side. And without knowing it, the Jagdtigers stopped shooting, forcing them to go to the city. Now just 2 kilometers from the outskirts. Casualty report. Rhino and Ram units have damage to the wheels and tracks. Jaguar and Wolf units have damage to the turret from what could be the graphene ammunition, and Commander, at this rate, they are going to crush us. Ikki's words entered Issei's head. He looked at his friends. They were worried about him. He looked at his captains. They were afraid for him. He looked at his hands. They were full of scars. They've been through a lot, and seeing another kid on a hospital gurney or on a board in the morgue would be something I couldn't handle. He didn't want a repeat of what happened to his friend Vali. Not if it's because of you. Friends, I thought that today we would achieve what many expected of us, that we would make a difference, but I have realized that if we continue you could die, and that is something I do not want to happen to you, not again. I am sorry for having failed you, you placed all your hopes in me, and I failed you. I do not want you to die for my ideal that at this point is no longer worth it, so now I am going to end this as I should have done since the Sensha-Do against Anzio. Issei's friends widened their eyes knowing what Issei was referring to. Issei, no please, we can still. No Shido, there is no way without any of you getting hurt. We shouldn't have challenged you. I know you're going to hate me and tell me I'm a coward, but as long as you live and are safe with your partners I'll put up with it. Do they want us to give up? Well, I'll give them what they want. I don't care anymore. I give up. I'm sorry I got you into this, but you must return home now, and I must accept whatever Nishizumi imposes on me. Good luck. He was going to take a flare gun which would be his surrender flag. Everyone was in low spirits, wanting to say something to stop their leader from giving up. And just when I was about to pull the trigger. Just when he was about to accept his end. A voice on the radio was heard. I didn't come out of retirement just to watch you give up, that's not what I taught you. Issei stopped. She recognized that voice anywhere and she was waiting, or rather, she was longing to hear it now. That voice was hers. Mother. That's right, Issei, I'm here. In front of him a magical projection appeared and it was her. Asumi Hyodo. Mom, are you here? And I didn't come alone, everyone is here to support you. The magical projection showed that it was all his beloved ones sitting in different parts, from the operator and machine gunner seats to the turret and the gun of the Fury, and his mother was in the commander's hatch wearing a light khaki jacket and behind her some white letters that said, "The Fury is here." Those 4 words struck fear into his rivals at the time. Mom, I thought you would never step foot in a Sensha-Do again in your life. And I swore to be there for you when you needed me the day you were born, and I broke my promise by letting you go that day. Now I'm going to make up for my mistake by supporting you and watching you win the Sensha-Do. I don't know if I can, Mom, they outnumber us, they have graphene ammunition and a Carl Jared, not to mention that Sai arranged the match. Everywhere I look I only see defeat. I'm scared of disappointing them all, scared of disappointing you. The woman could see it. He could see the fear in his son's eyes. But instead of worrying, she just smiled at him in a loving and motherly way. And he spoke to him. When you were born, when I held you in my arms for the first time, I told myself, you are a miracle, because I went through a lot to have you, but even though the doctors told me that you weren't going to make it. You didn't give up even when you were in my womb. You didn't give up as a child when you were humiliated. You didn't give up when you went through all those battles in the supernatural, and you won't do it even less now. He listened to everything she told him. Mom, you say it like it's easy. It will be easy for you, son. It will be because you did not achieve what you have overnight. It will be easy for you because you went through the difficult and dark victorious, the monsters and demons you fought, the enemies you defeated. The friends you lost, the nightmares you endured have made you stronger than life. What you are now, between the two of you, when they face each other, you will be the only one standing. At those words he understood. He went through a lot of things. Went through losses. And yet despite everything he didn't give up. Some tears came out of her eyes. They were not tears of pain or helplessness. They were of joy. Thanks, Mom. Save your tears, baby. When you win, I'll be there to get you back home to tell you how much I love you. Now go out and win and wipe the damn smile off that four-eyed piece of trash. I will do it, I swear I will win. I love you, Mom. And I you. The transmission was cut off and Issei looked up. It was no longer a look full of fear. She was full of courage and pride. One that only those who have fought alongside him have seen. And now there's nothing that can stop him. Guys, sorry for what I was going to do. If you decide not to follow me anymore you can leave, but now I'm going to fight to win. Are you with me? In just a few short seconds everyone placed their right fists at heart level. The sign that they were going to follow him wherever he went. We are going to defeat Kuramoriman, and we are going to show what we are capable of, why we are Avengers, and the Avengers will fight united. See. Everyone was encouraged. Motivated to win. Issei returns to the radio. And as for you, damn trash, I know you're listening to me, scum, your worst mistake was not underestimating me, but wishing me luck, and now you will pay for everything you did to many, you will have your penance. Sai, who heard what Issei said from a VIP room, looked angry and clenched her fists. His plan didn't go as he wanted, and now he was having problems. There's nothing to worry about, the game is fixed, and the ammunition will kill some brat, nothing can go wrong. What he doesn't know is that Issei was born a miracle. And he has a more powerful and nobler power than one can have faith. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.